what's behind that little smile that you're giving me. Oh yeah, come on and tell what you want. Where are your fantasies? Know you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Ooh, I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, what you want, what you want, what you want, yeah. What you want, yeah. What you want, yeah. Make it mine, make it mine, make it mine, yeah. No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine.
I know we've been losing time, stuck inside my head. Don't know if you read my mind. I want you to stay. Feels so right, feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing my mind. I've been losing my mind. I know we can work it out. Tell me what's the harm. Let me spell it out loud. I want you to stay. Feels so right, feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing my mind. I've been losing my mind. Feels so right, feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but feels so right, can't be wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing my mind. I've been losing my mind.
I don't know how to put it together. Ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. makes me feel better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had.
Come and get lost with me. We'll journey off to another world. Come and get lost with me. Don't wanna leave here without you, girl. Come and get lost. Yeah, we'll never be found. 'Cause you're alright. Oh, but bringing me down. Come and get lost with me. Get lost with me. Lost with me. I'm gonna be higher than the sky, yeah, for sure. Don't wanna be down here on this planet no more. Let's take a journey, don't you worry, uh-oh. Are you ready to go? Oh, 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 oh. Get lost with me, oh, 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 oh. Come and get lost with me.
Let the weak melt away! Killing spree!
Prime time, baby.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Malaysia Open Finals, where we will find the 3 best teams from Malaysia to qualify to the next stage. I'm Husky, and alongside with me is Daniel Lee, and we will be your casters for the day.
It's going to be a super exciting day today because we get to see the best of Malaysia, Singapore, and the Philippines. And for these teams, currently, you know, everyone's got their fresh start. There are no points on the board. Everything is on the line. And essentially what you're playing for is qualification to the next stage. And unfortunately, we only have 2 play days for this.
2 play days and 16 rounds, so every single round counts. We are going to have a robust rotation of all the maps. So if any of these teams are not familiar with any of the maps, then you're going to be in for a ride. But at the same time, it also is a good platform for us to find new talents and see how they match up against the existing ones.
I love this sort of format in any regional tournament because it gives an opportunity for the new talent to test themselves against the older talent. And sometimes this is like the perfect situation for a new meta, a new style, a new like something just to come out and sort of evolve with its region. Now, keep in mind as well, folks, today it's not just our tournament. We also have Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam also playing their games concurrently. So, of course, for the next 2 play days, all of these regions are trying to find their group champions to move on to that next stage. So, of course, kicking things off here with our first play day, it's going to be super exciting.
Absolutely, and they will go to the challenge season, which is happening from 17th to 19th October. 20th October would be the play-ins, and afterwards we go to the challenge finals. And the most important part is that every single stage there will be new challenges, especially some teams are already in the challenge finals grouping,
Exactly.
which are the best of the best from every single region. But for all of those out there who are new to SPS, here is the format. We start with the open qualifiers, got 4 regions, MSP, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam. Top 4 from each qualifiers enter the open finals, which where we're at now. And afterwards, the top teams from the open finals go to the challenge season's group stage, and the top 6 advance to challenge finals directly. The bottom 12 goes to challenge play-ins, and from the challenge play-ins, top 6 will also qualify to the challenge finals.
Yep, so it's a pretty generous format. A number of teams are going to be able to make it through, and the fact that you have that sort of second life coming in with the challenge play-ins as well, it's going to give these teams a chance to try something new, and if that backfires the first time round, at least you have that another opportunity to continue on and make it to that challenge finals. But there is going to be this extra challenge for everybody, because through every stage there are going to be invited teams, so the teams just get stronger and stronger
Yep.
as you proceed through the tournament.
For our open finals, at least for MSP, we have 4 invited teams: Homeboys Conspiracy, Todak, Team Vamos, and 21. So they don't have to go to the open qualifiers. But from qualifiers 1, we also got 4 teams. We got Infernus, Terengganu Esports, Elite, and Script Shots. And afterwards, from qualifier 2, another 4 teams. We got GAT69, Kivas, Curis, Bob Loki, and KTP Gambit.
Yes, so obviously we have a lot of familiar names here, as you can see with the invited teams, but for our teams from qualifiers 1 and 2, there are a number of teams here that have shown quite a lot of potential, especially with their overall scores when it comes to placements. But in particular, we've seen a couple of bloodthirsty teams that I'm really interested to see play today, because whatever happens in the qualifier, I want to see, does this work against the invited teams, right? Because keep in mind, in the qualifiers, we didn't have our established teams.
No.
You only really had our amateurs, the players and teams that are sort of trying to come up and rise together. So if they did well there, how would they fare against our veterans?
The first team I want to look at is actually from the Open Qualifiers 1, Infernus, because they came in with massive points. I think they finished the Open Qualifiers with 66 points, 40 plus eliminations, and 2 booyahs to boot, right? So if they can put up a good show today and tomorrow, I would be very, very impressed, because I look at the invited teams, 3 of them at least have at some point in time played on a regional stage, right? Team Vamos finished 17th in the regional FFWS 4 season. Todak finished 16th. Not the most glamorous of results, but they did show us that they have some guts in them.
They have some guts. They're technically the pinnacle of Free Fire for this particular region, right? Like, they are the barrier to entry. So if the teams that come in from qualifiers 1 and 2, if you can beat them significantly, then all of a sudden you have a spotlight on another team that could potentially be the leaders of the region.
And most importantly, it's not just to play for qualifications, where the teams are also playing for money. What makes the world go round? And for open finals, we got a total prize pool of $1,250 per region. The winner walks away with $400, and all the way down to $100 if you finish 6th place. And beyond that, you get nothing.
Unfortunate, but it is a good goal for these teams as they do start things out here. Top 6 is the starting goal, but obviously you want to make it to that next round. So you're going to have to finish pretty high in your grouping if you want to survive the gauntlet, because that's really what we're looking at here. 2 play days where, unfortunately, with just 2 days, you don't have a lot of time to adapt. You only have that 1 day to play against these groups and just sort of figure out, like, how do you counter everybody? Who is the team to look out for? and what playstyle is going to really thrive here.
I mean, this is the SPS is something that keeps on giving, right? If you make it to the Open Finals, you get a small prize pool, and then you are now qualified to get even more in the Challenge Finals.
Super fast paced.
We got a total of 25,000 with 7.5k for the winners alone. So if you can make it to the next stage and then win Challenge Finals, you essentially get a big fat bonus. Easier said than done though. We have so many crazy challenges from not just Malaysia but also other regions. We got former world champions, current regional champions, EWC champions. They are all here.
We have rising champions.
We have rising champions.
So many.
We're not gonna meet them just yet, thank goodness. But the whole of competitive Free Fire is always governed by the coveted system, right? The Holy Bible. 12 points for Booyah, 1 point for each eliminations. And if we go to tiebreakers, we first look at number of Booyahs, then total of kills, then the placement of the last game.
Yes. So obviously the first thing we're going to look at is not tiebreakers because we've got to get those points on the board. The booyahs, the kill points. I think ultimately, I want to ask you your opinion here because Malaysia, Singapore, and the Philippines, I think we're all used to seeing Thailand and Vietnam and Indonesia really dominating the leaderboard on the international stage. But for this particular region, what do you feel people prioritize here? Do you feel like it's more eliminations or is it more placements?
Oh, as a Malaysian, I can tell you, we love taking other people out. we have a crippling addiction to eliminations. And no matter what situation, we just want to fight, and that obviously hasn't gone well for us in the past year plus. And for the teams out there, they have to play 8 rounds per day. Well, for today, we start on with Bermuda, Purgatory, Kalahari, Alpine, Xterra, and then we run the gauntlet again. Back to Bermuda, Purgatory, and then we end with Kalahari. And then tomorrow, we will start with Alpine. So for those out there, you gotta remember the sequence is a bit different from what you're used to.
Yeah, which I thought was pretty interesting. And I think we end up rounding off the entire thing with the random map, which I think we all know and love, especially on the official circuit for Free Fire. So going to be interesting to see how these teams will be adapting to that random map. I did double check this with our production team. So with the random map, teams will have a chance to sub out a player if they want to try and go for a sub. So there is going to be the opportunity for some sort of tag team play if you have somebody that is very specialized on a particular map. But we're not going to talk about that now because we aren't at that stage of the competition yet. What we will do though is while we get ready for this first matchup, Husky, we're going to go for a quick break. So guys, don't go anywhere. Game number 1 is just around the corner, but we'll see you after this break.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Kebab shop. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, bro, but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, bro, but still in style. Bro, but still in style. Still in style. Even if it's raining, we still entertaining. We don't need to panic. This club is shady anyway. Who cares about the raindrops? All your exclusive rooftops. We just need a junk shop or a kebab shop. People come and go, people come and go. Nobody can take away our siren roll. If everybody's gone, if everybody's gone, nobody can hold up. We are going strong. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, bro, but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, bro, but still in style. Bro, but still in style. Bro, but still in style.
I feel my body ready. With every step I go up high. No, nothing's gonna stop me. No compromise. Can't slow down, cause I'm breathing faster. palms are sweating, I'm losing focus. Oh, your touch is so intense. You make my heart race. 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 You make my
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series MSP Open Finals for Free Fire. This is Season 5, and once more it's Husky and Danley as we prepare ourselves to jump into game number 1, which is going to be Bermuda.
Fly into game number 1, you mean?
Parachute in.
Fly! Hey, you gotta start out strong for game number 1, right? Especially if you're trying to be in this competition where all of our teams, you're trying to earn points. And even though we have 2 play days, I think we always say this for every Free Fire broadcast. Whether you like it or not, every game matters. You can't really afford to bomb out in any other games because you ultimately don't know if you're going to earn enough points to make it to that top cutoff.
Yeah. Luckily for the Open Finals, the teams will be involved in every single round, right? So it's not like your fate is kind of hanging in the balance where you see in other competitive circuits, sometimes you finish your play days and you just watch as
You're a
other
spectator.
Yeah, you're spectating other teams overtake you. So for those who actually tune into the recent fall season, you would if you're a fan of a Vietnamese team called esports, you know what heartbreak feels like, right? Not being able to do anything, which is not the case at least for the Open Finals.
Yeah, which is why we always sort of have this talk of the importance for every single game, because you never want to be in that position where you're sort of just sitting on the sidelines and watching like, okay, if this team booyahs, we are out.
Yep. We got 3 teams to watch. We got Homeboys Conspiracy, we got Infernus, and we got 21. If I remember correctly, 21 did play in the FFWS Malaysia. Didn't make it to fall season, but did play in the Malaysia circuit, right? So still a local circuit. Infernus was the team that we kind of brought up early on. High booyah counts, high elimination count from their respective open qualifiers, and then you have Homeboys Conspiracy. This is still their first year in the pro circuit, but they have shown some pretty good results.
Okay, in your opinion, do you feel like Homeboys is the next up-and-comer team for the region? Or do you sort of feel like they're not peaking as quickly as you would like? I'm not putting you on the spot.
You want an honest opinion or a politically correct one?
I think we like both
All right,
on this broadcast.
I'll just be honest. I think if you don't make it past the Malaysian circuit into fall season or like the regional circuit, then you're not at your peak yet. There's a lot to work on. So if you ask me if Homeboys Conspiracy is the next big thing, they could be, but they need to at least make it to regionals, which right now is occupied by 3 teams, right? Expand, Todak, and Team Vamos, and obviously Expand is in the next stage of SPS.
Yeah, but okay, bit of a hot take. I'm not really convinced with Expand at the moment. I think
No, I agree.
for anyone that did watch, the Free Fire World Series Fall Edition, Expand sort of looked flat there, but I also think internally the team's trying to sort something out. So hopefully, within this sort of break period, they watch these games, they kind of figure out something that's going to work for them. But they haven't really been that hot of a team recently, whereas everyone else has been catching up. In particular, Vamos and Todak, even though they didn't do that very well overall, I feel like towards the end of that first sort of group stage situation, they actually had a bit of a comeuppance.
Yeah, I mean, for Expand, it's a different scenario, right? It's a new roster for the season. It just came at a very important time because, you get to qualify for the global stage, so that's very unfortunate for Expand. But I do agree, I think Todak has been looking pretty good. We're going to see if they can still maintain that consistency in the Open Finals, alongside Team Vamos, who also brought in some help from Indonesia, right? If you watch any of the games, I think Legalov is playing. I hope he's playing, right? One of the veteran captains from Indonesia. Previously, RQ Kazu. Always love to see him on the battlefield, so
Yeah.
I hope we get to see him.
Well, I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing a lot of people playing in the matches today because, they're allowed to sort of go in for those subs. We have seen in the past teams having their substitutes on the sidelines where you have a couple of map specialists. So we might see some substitutes. We kind of don't know because there are some teams at the same time that just sort of hard lock in with their original roster and don't change unless someone is sick. But I like the idea of teams just sort of having someone there and having that little bit of an extra boost in case something does happen. Like if a random map ends up being a map that they're sub-specialized in, like, hello, let them in.
Well, I've seen examples of that. Teams throwing in subs when they realize that one of their members isn't performing well. But whether that translated into success, I haven't seen much of it. Though I would say I think Vamos makes a very interesting case, not just because Legalov is part of the roster, but they also have Ray Miao, right? One of the few Filipino players who made it to a World Series at one point.
Yes.
We also got McCrory. You know, if you kind of throw back to 3-4 years ago, Supreme Assault Forces, I think a lot of Filipino fans would remember this team, the powerhouse from Philippines.
Gosh, I remember that team.
There's very
that
less
was so fun.
Filipino players who are at the top right now, right? And they are the few shining examples we have.
I loved watching them back in the day.
SAF was a gem.
That
I loved
was
them.
brilliant. I'm so sad we don't get to see the iteration of the team anymore. But I mean, we get to see sprinkles of them here and there. So
You know who I miss? I miss Chessman.
Oh,
Not sure where he went.
yes. Well, we're not going to talk about Chessman
I feel
because
so old, right?
game 1 has started. You ended there, Husky. But game number 1 has begun here as we are going to be flying into Bermuda, and the flight path is going to be going from the western side to the eastern side, and it is almost dead center, so a pretty generous flight path for our team so far. But at the moment, we're not really looking at anything too aggressive. Teams are pretty spread apart.
Now I understand why Infernus was such a big deal, because I didn't get to see the full roster before today, and I realized that you have people like Fikri who play with GeekFam, and then Sem9. You got Decos who was with Do Easy, if you remember that. Do Easy that became
Yes.
Farang eventually, made it to the world stage. Because of some returns of big names, but again, Vamos is one of the ones that I'm looking at. We already got some fights going on at the very beginning. It's a hard drop. Right off the bat, a couple of eliminations coming through. 3 members of Infernus fell.
But they did have one player that dropped away from the team, so I guess it is a bit of a scouting mission for them now. So yeah, they're gone now, but they now know that that TE is here, so it's time to dodge them, but they're going to have to bring the team back. I mean, it means that their start is going to be that little bit slower, but I guess now they know where not to run.
Yeah, this Terengganu Esports, right? Also, I think supported by the Terengganu Esports Association themselves, which is pretty interesting, right? Because we don't really hear too much about teams from other states. We also got Team Vamos under fire earlier on. Just a couple of tags on the Cathizi. This is Elite as well, I believe, from the first Open qualifiers. Either way, I'm excited to see if there's any deviations of what the teams are bringing in. Are we going to see the same metas, like a lot more Tatsuyas or a lot more Cassie, which is always great?
I don't think Terengganu Esports is looking too good here because we are seeing some of their players dropping on the kill feed. So it looks like on the other side of the map, the team is in a bit of a kerfuffle there. But in the meantime, we are going to be watching Elite Esports here. Bop low-key. Blank does go down, unfortunately. But lots of stuff happening on the map so far. We're seeing a lot of revives, a lot of knockouts as well. So very, very active early game. I am pretty happy about this. Not too slow of a start here for all of our teams in the Malaysia, Singapore and Filipino region.
Yeah, I wonder if the more experienced teams would also go out looking for blood. You know, you want to get that minor lead from the elimination points itself. I'm looking at Todak to be the team that does it. I suppose for Homeboys Conspiracy, they also have, you know, very experienced players that could do that. You got Mikacha, who was previously, I believe, with Sem9 at one point. So it's just, you know, a lot of our experienced players kind of are everywhere at this point. Especially Todak, I think they've really surprised a lot of us at the fall edition of the recent FFWS. Well, the still ongoing FFWS.
Yeah.
Though for them, the season is already over. They didn't make it to finals, sadly.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, but I was really happy to see this team just not completely bomb out. Like, they did show signs of life.
Yeah.
It's just, sometimes it just comes up too late.
They had quite a journey, you know. I mean, even as a team, right? Like, the first roster they acquired 2 years ago was one of the best roster. It was was it Aragon or something? And then they kind of went downhill. This is perhaps a resurgence. We got the first elimination coming through.
Traps.
Could be a potential trade, but no follow-up, unfortunately, not from GA. So I think Traps should be able to be picked back up.
Yeah, so Traps came back up, but Oots did go down. He does get brought back by the team, but he's not going to be there to be able to provide support, and especially with Zen there, although we do see another drop there.
Whoa!
And Traps goes down thanks to Eagle.
Wow, what a nade from Eagle 6'9".
Oh,
Third
Raja.
nade. This one cost a bit overshooting. This should give Raja some space to breathe. But I do like this adjustment, right? Another revive. So they do have control over the vending machine, which puts Todak as a disadvantage. Todak needs to go in, and Zen will make sure that happens, but they lose Raja at the hut.
So it's just a one-to-one trade here for both of these teams. And now the circle's going to start moving. So this will encourage our teams to move away from their current locations. And this might be the end of the battle. Although if you take a look at where Zen is and Wings, they're actually sticking around. They're thinking about trying to go for this takedown onto Eagle because they know he's there.
Funny enough, now Todak are the ones who are out in the open, but they do have the luxury of not having to tank that early blue. A bit of a pressure from some explosive, at least from Wing's side. He's waiting for the Riptide Rhythm to come back up. Maybe he doesn't want to wait. They can't finish off Eagle because the rest of the T69 have been revived, so they don't really have much to work with.
Yeah. Just grab that extra point here for Todak. Just try and redeem themselves, you know. Start off with 4 points.
Yeah,
Nice and strong here, especially on a map such as Bermuda. Eagle does reveal himself there, and Wings does go for the knock, but it's actually Zen that got the final hit there. So 4 eliminations here for Todak, and we're going to switch on over here to a couple of other teams. We've got one sitting here on the high ground looking over another squad here. They do have vision, but not an ideal place for anyone to really fight, unfortunately. It's a very awkward position to be in.
Even for
Oh!
Bob low-key, this
Vamos?
Vamos actually got wiped out. What
happened? What?
Oh, can't wait for the Vamos fans to light up the internet. You know, I think there are a couple of teams that definitely are put under the microscope. Vamos is one of them, right? Like I said, this is a very unique lineup, but to bomb out this early on, it's not the start you want.
It was to this team as well. KTP Gambits were the ones to get the elimination onto Vamos, and they're now also the elimination leaders for the round. So really impressive start here for not only to get rid of Vamos, but to be sitting on such a fantastic lead here for game 1.
Yeah, 9 eliminations. They could opt for number 10 if they find Yazid, also one of the few legacy players we have. It's good to see new talents. That's point number 10 for KTP Gambit. Talk about a solid start, and the fact that we still have essentially the full lobby minus Team Vamos, right, means that there is a huge chance for KTP Gambit to keep on going, maybe set a record for game 1.
I mean, at this point, the team just wants to aim for number 1, right? Sit on that first place spot, really put yourself in a really great position. Homeboys, though, going for a team elimination themselves, securing a number of points as well. Unfortunately here for Adam, he might run into another team. He's all alone as well, so the moment he gets spotted, he's just going to be picked off.
Also, a team to watch, nonetheless. There's a 21 in front of him. I remember seeing 21. There is this one player, I believe his name is Yasta, also did play in the pro circuit at one point. Oh, so good to see so many familiar names. But let's say KTP Gambit finally making that rotation after spending majority of their time in the outer circle. I actually expected them to have a bit more utility, you know, under the belt. They don't really have as much as I thought they would, at least in terms of grenades and throwables. But at least they have a very clear path into the circle.
Yeah, I mean, for all we know, they may have used all of their utilities in their previous fight against Vamos, right? Like, we never got to see the fight at all, so we don't really know how things sort of wrapped up. But they should be macroing now, right? You kind of want to solidify your position in this mid-game. You don't want to be caught with your pants down. Like, the lack of glue walls and grenades will hurt them in the long run. Especially considering that they're not focusing on playing in the center of the map. We know for a lot of the top teams in the global circuit, they like to play in the center because that puts them in an advantageous position to catch out teams trying to run in.
At least not this early, right? Like second circle, if you park yourself in the center, in the second circle, there's a huge chance that you get overwhelmed by other squads who are kind of coming in from the outskirts. I think it's something that has been echoed by a lot of our local talents, like from the Barca side as well. Just play at the edge. You really don't need to rush this. You can like in this spot right now, I think TE have a very good chance of just gatekeeping elite, or they could go deeper into the circle without really risking much.
Unless you run into that unfortunate situation where we did see in the past, 11 teams and it's like third, fourth circle, then things start to get a little bit hairy, right? But that's not the case here, as we do see our third team to be eliminated for the round as SSZ. So they're going to be out of the running, which means we're now down to our top 9 teams already, 35 players standing as well. And for Homeboys, they're going to stand their ground because they do have another team right next door that they're going to try and aim for because... look at that, it's completely out in the open.
Yeah, Homeboys Conspiracy thinning out the battlefield is good news for teams like KTP Gambit, right? Who has a lot of eliminations, but if you can't get good placements, essentially it doesn't feel as good. But you still got 9 teams left, and Homeboys feeling really good about the situation right now. Curvis is the next on the menu, but now it's a slight uphill battle because I think Curvis are very spread out.
Yeah, very spread.
On the low ground though.
They did kind of reveal their position as well because Homeboys, they are driving on through with the monster truck.
Huh?
Mika, though, is the first one to go down and the team isn't quite in position to provide any kind of backup. They do catch Ketchik though. So 1-1 so far. They do, unfortunately, not able to pick up Mick. So it is a 3 versus 3 situation here. But for Keris, they're kind of out in the open. Once that circle starts moving, they're going to have to try and find out how to get past Homeboys.
Even Todak is now in a fight with 21 at peak. They both wanted that area because it is the only area with a lot of compound, and it's just bloody on top of the roof. Trap end up expiring, and it's 21 coming out on top as well. I mean, there is a revival point. He can take the risk of going there, but I don't think he has
so
much time.
risky.
It's way too risky. You gotta look for a vending machine, which is not present, at least not where he is. So 21 stuck in a rough spot.
Stuck in a rough spot all alone. Might just have to play for placements. Chris has been spotted there by Fires on the side of Homeboys, and we all know what Homeboys love to do. They love to pop some heads if they can find them. So far they do manage to clip a couple, but no solid elimination so far. Just sort of throwing out a couple of pot shots, maybe fishing for the knock. Blank though, getting caught thanks to Vix. My gosh, Chris super accurate with that shot there.
That means that Chris are actually fighting more than just Homeboys Conspiracy, right? They have Bob Loki to think about. They have the blue zone that is now going to start hurting a lot more. They gotta keep moving, so the launch pad will be a very good utility. It's one of the popular ones right now in season. Homeboys Conspiracy now having to deal with T69, who are literally gatekeeping this entire bridge.
They're gatekeeping the bridge. They're doing a really good job of it, so if they can stop Homeboys, this will be a pretty open game here for 69. They don't quite get any head pops, but they almost lost Gen X there. Leafy, in the meantime, though, trying to go for his own pot shots to the side there. Homeboys kind of in a really awkward spot because there are a few teams, one in front of them, one to the side. They do have these crates to hide behind, and they are committing resources to this. So it looks like these two teams, they're not going to start moving in until they eliminate one another.
I think T69 are in a better position, right? Because Homeboys Conspiracy need to go
21.
uphill. 21 also only left with one dude up against the entirety of L on the other side, who are engaged in a separate fight. So you actually don't need to show yourself too much, but Xiaomi is going to do it anyway. He takes out Helios. That's point number 4 for his team. Really playing this survival game to the absolute maximum. Groza in hand. T69 getting absolutely ran down by Homeboys Conspiracy. And Ego is the only guy left alive.
Only guy left alive, and Homeboys, it looks like they're just going to sort of leave him and say, it's just one guy, he's not going to cause us any issues. This also means it's going to be a very open central entry for this team. In the meantime, though, on the other side, we're seeing 3 teams trying to go for a bit of a kerfuffle, trying to get within that next circle. But at the moment, the only team safely within it is Keris.
Yeah, I wonder where is KTP Gambit, right? That is the team that, aside from Homeboys Conspiracy, are off to a great start. Last we saw them, they have 10 eliminations, and the full team is essentially still alive, right? They haven't been making much noise, just chilling at peak for now, whereas teams like Chris, they are still trying to fight it out. In fact, we also got at least Winzy getting his head dropped. It's Blank picking up that elimination.
Oh, Blank playing super bravely because he's all alone. He does get...
What?
She managed to catch him out though. Oh my gosh, what a shot! Blank goes out with the Vix as well, but no, that's going to be it. Bops eliminated from the round, unfortunately, thanks to Keris, able to recover, but a bit of an awkward one to get popped there.
Yeah, the glue wall didn't cover his feet, so very unfortunate. Just get blown off by a shotgun. Trogon, I think, one of the most popular weapons right now. Well, we are seeing KTP Gambit finally showing up on the radar on that southern side. They will be facing off against Homeboys Conspiracy. Even on the kill feed, you see that Fire is just knocked one of them down. Elite, on the other hand, now have a very good chance of gatekeeping Curris, but also eliminating Terengganu Esports.
Terengganu is out. We're up to our top 5 teams here for the round. 15 players remaining so far, so a bit spread across the board here for all of our teams. We only have one team that's sitting on an entire roster. Everyone else just sort of on their last legs with their teams. And we do have that final circle finally revealing itself. It is dead center, and no one's in there as of yet. So if you can get in there early and try and find a really good position, a really good spot to hide, this will give you a massive advantage going into that final circle. But look at this, though. Homeboys causing a lot of issues for our teams as they try and make it through. They're not going to make it easy.
And KTB Gambit lost one of their members because Eagle from T69 refused to die, and he took Brent out before he expired to the blue zone. So KTB Gambit kind of handicapped. Not only have to deal with Homeboy's Conspiracy, but also Elite, but they did take out Kalpato, so that is going to be another point added to the tally. The Yasuo will confirm that Elite being the next obstacle in the way of the KTP Gambits. And if they can get through the Elites, they have a very good chance of controlling the final circle.
But if Elites can cut down Gambit, this is actually going to benefit the rest of the competition, because Gambits at the moment, they're probably the biggest threat in the competition thus far, especially with some of these skirmishes. Oh, but Super Shin has been caught. He's down and out, so now they're going to be down to 2 players. Oh boy, things are not looking good here, but for Elite, Tony's going to go down. He had a sliver of health left. Sept is still there, but he's barely got cover. There's going to be Elite going down. Homeboys, though, coming in for the elimination themselves, up to 13. Squirrel's going to be going down, but do they have enough left in the tank to finish off Gambit? It looks like they might just have it. Yasuo going to go down as well.
Very nice macro decision from Homeboy's Conspiracy to come in from behind and catch KTB Gambit when they least expected, but they also suffered a lot of damage in the process. So he's down to 5 cents Mikacha to somehow win off against the 3 members left on Chris's side. They are at a man disadvantage, but he does need time to heal himself. Faiz gets the snipe to even out the playing field. Mikacha in the face of Achap couldn't get it, forced to back up by getting shot from behind, and Faiz left to pick up the pieces. A 2v1, Groza in hand, and also a long-range weapon. What is Faiz going to pick though? It's a two-prong attack. He's gonna be shot from both sides. Vix in his face with a shotgun, and Curris off to a start. Booyah confirmed.
Booyah confirmed, and patience paying off for the team. They did not stick their nose into somebody else's business. They waited for that final engagement to finish, and of course, their prey, heavily injured, already used up the majority of their resources. I mean, we saw them Mika trying to run away, but had no glue walls left.
But I would say if you are Homeboy's Conspiracy, you're not too worried, because it's a high elim count game for them, and they finished 2nd place, so that's 9 placement points. So they basically made up for the lost points with just the sheer gun, the firepower. But I think if you are Curris, you're also pretty happy with this Booyah, right? Sure, you only got like 4 eliminations at the very end, so essentially they have been playing it super safe from the get-go, but it does guarantee them at least 12 points in the bag. Maybe in the long run, if you come down to a tiebreaker, you got that extra Booyah to give you that extra boost.
Yeah. I think something that also contributed to the win here for Karis is the fact that I like the way that they maneuvered through this game. They never stuck their nose into a fight where it didn't belong. They did, you know, apply a little bit of chip damage here and there, got a couple of knocks, but they sort of just stuck to their guns and had their own sort of pathing. And it really worked for them, because it was kind of strange. No one really decided to chase after Karis as well. They were just sort of left to their own devices.
Yeah, they were able to remain low-key enough to not be involved in all of these, you know, big blown-out fights. I would say that I think, you know, Homeboy's Conspiracy and KTB Gambit have the best chance of winning just from observing how they moved and how they fight in Game 1. But again, for KTB Gambit, it was very unfortunate because they kept getting shot by different teams on their way to the final circle. Homeboys took advantage of that, but in the process suffered way too much damage. So it really came down to the opportunistic natures of Curris to kind of get this round in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get those awkward fights when you're also trying to play with the fence line, because they were basically trying to fight for the fence line, right? Yeah. And both teams, I think they were both too skilled to the point that it sort of hurt the both of them. Because imagine one of these teams got instantly taken out. Then they would have had all of their resources to go into Karis, and maybe this game could have gone in the way of the other teams, whether it be for Gambit or for Homeboys. So Yeah, though these two teams may be just too good for their own good.
More towards Homeboys though, because I really felt like, do they need to make that move? Not necessarily. I feel like you could play for the final circle. There is still plenty of time, but they felt really confident they could get some extra eliminations in the bag.
They really wanted that real estate.
Yeah, and then win the round. So I wouldn't say it's a wrong decision, but definitely there were alternatives to what they did. Either way, it's a pretty good round for them. 63 total elims, 13 headshots, very average rounds, but we got 82 knockdowns and 117 glue walls destroyed.
I care about the revives. I have to say, this game, I kind of expected to see more revives, but I suppose the change in the recent update has sort of discouraged the whole mass reviving, because that used to be the meta, right? You would sacrifice your teammates to sort of scout out this location. Is it safe? Can we go there? Oh, they got eliminated. It's fine. We'll just buy it back.
It's still a big thing, because now it's easier to get coins on the map. You get bonus coins with character abilities, so at the end of the day, I think revivals is a bigger part than it was. The major change though is that there's lesser portals. It's too expensive. It costs too long to buffer the TP.
Yes.
I've seen teams still use it, but you better make dang sure it pays off. Like, launching pad is now a thing now.
Though I love the extra usage of the launch pad. I feel like
It's
it
great.
is such a great addition, because it allows your team to basically, I mean, it's basically what Portal Go is, right? Gets you from point A to point B. Less safe, but I mean, it still helps you relocate. And we've seen some teams use it in a really crafty way. Not in this particular tournament, but in the recent tournaments, we've seen people ambush other teams. They sort of fly in, they're like, oh wait, there's someone here, and then all of a sudden you're getting a full team fight.
Yep, do it the old-fashioned way. Top 3 teams of Game 1, we got Homeboys Conspiracy, and then KTB Gambit, and Curris. Actually, it's kind of been going in my expectation, at least for Homeboys, right? Like, I wanted to see how they fare in this competition, because I thought we will at least see them represent us at fall, the FFWS fall season, but they were the only team that is kind of like the big name that is not there, even though they were around for the last season, which is, now that I think about it, leading up to EWC, they were fighting for the slot, but just didn't get it.
Yeah, and actually, speaking of some bigger names, I think we should also kind of mention what I wish we could have answered the question too as well. What happened to Vamos? Because they disappeared so early in the game. We didn't see the fight at all, right? It was against KTP Gambit as well. So I'm curious to know, like, what happened in that fight. Like, was it a convincing win? Because it did kind of seem like it for KTP Gambit. Like, I think almost the whole roster walked out scot-free, but they got all of Vamos.
Yep. There's this running joke from RQ Kazu when asked about, does it feel different without Legolas? And they were like, no, not really, but message to Legolas, don't rage at your new teammates. Not really sure what that meant, but it was pretty funny
What do you mean?
when we heard about
that
it.
meant?
This is probably one of the lower points in his career, right? Like, having to take all these L's. Obviously, it's not entirely on him, but yeah, new environment. Top weapons of Game 1, we got the Trogon as always, the Kar 98, the Woodpecker. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Nothing out of the ordinary, but quite surprised we're not seeing. You know, I'm actually quite surprised that the weapon loadout for carriers, like, they didn't bring their own kind of Trogon. Like, they didn't really have a lot of CQC stuff. But I mean, at the end of the day, they didn't play CQC
They
too,
didn't
so
get to, right? It was very unfortunate.
I guess it paid off for them. They got 19 points. They're happy.
They're happy. Yeah, I mean, Homeboys Conspiracy, 16 elims, and KTB Gambit also 16. Very top-heavy lobby. Like, I wouldn't have expected that to be the case. Not when we still had 11 full squads by 8 minutes, but that got watered out pretty fast because Homeboys Conspiracy were on a mission to just wipe out the lobby.
My conspiracy is that we just didn't get enough revives in this matchup. No, I seriously think that, because think about it. We've also covered the international circuit or the regional circuit for Southeast Asia, and in those circuits we see a lot of usage of the revival system. But in this particular game, we kind of didn't see it. It was a lot more action, not so much playing for the econ, for the late game, for the preservation style. So I would like to see some more revives, some crafty usage of the revives, because it isn't uncommon on the international circuit for people to be used as scouts.
I mean, you did ask me what is the Malaysian flavor, and I said we like to fight, and that's what we got, right? Everyone is just fighting. It's like ego check. If I shoot you down first, I'm just better. I mean, there's a lot more to come. It's just round number 1. But for now, we're gonna go for a short break. When we return, it's on to Purgatory for round number 2.
Here we go!
Welcome back, folks, to the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Finals for Free Fire Season 5. We're gonna get ready for the second match of the day, which will be heading to Purgatory, where life and death crosses over. At least that's what I learned.
Death crosses over.
Death crosses over.
I just want to see a water circle. I love how you and AJ always give me the side eye. You're just
No.
what is this lady talking
I
about?
changed my
Your perspective.
my perspective because it's such a rare thing. We just don't see it often enough.
Oh, river circles.
Yeah.
It used to be such a common thing, right? Like every time. So back in my day,
Back in
when
your-
we back in
Before
our day,
Nextera and Alpine were a thing.
we saw a lot more Purgatory, and weirdly enough, I think 75% of the circles were water circles back then. Like it was very rare to get a on-land circle.
You
And
know-
now it's changed. It's like a drought, you know, there's not enough water to go around.
For Purgatory, my favorite thing is to see which team takes Moat House. That's my favorite part about
Yes.
Purgatory. Because I believe if you can take, so there are two locations. If you can take Moat House or Ski Lodge and you play well and then you win the round, you're something else. Because they are the hardest locations to play, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, I have to agree. I don't think I can complain about this at all. Now, before we jump into game number 2, overall standings to kick things off here today. We've only played one game, so things can absolutely change here after our second round. But Homeboys Conspiracy sitting on top with 25 points. Just 1 point over KTP Gambit, who are sitting on 24 points themselves. Our first team to secure the booyah was Kara, sitting in 3rd place with 19 points to boot, followed by Elite in 4th place. Now, keep in mind, again, we've only had one game. Things can absolutely change because we're not on Bermuda anymore. We're on Purgatory. And we could be rolling some dice here because we have some water on this map.
Which is also, it's not just about the water, it's also how, if the circle when the circle closes in, which piece of land are you on? If you are on, let's say, the southern island of Fire Brigade, and then the circle is on mainland and the bridge is cut off, what do you do? Because a lot of teams, even the most experienced ones, struggle to get past that point, right? It's such a suffocating experience.
Well, what happens if nobody gets dry land?
What? You know what?
Time to swim.
I want a Moat House circle. We've never gotten that before.
In the past, we probably have, but recently, no, we definitely haven't. It's all been on ground.
It's a blur. It's a blur for me. In my 4 years of Free Fire, I don't think I've seen it yet.
I think you didn't have white hairs back then.
No, I had it since I was 12. It's just not as
okay.
much.
I didn't notice.
Yeah, Free Fire wasn't created when I was 12. I wish it was.
Very.
It was created
We
around
aged with this game.
2018. Yeah, around 2018, 2019.
Yeah,
It was around that period.
around that period, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
right before we all got locked in,
Yes.
and then we all just played Free Fire.
Funny enough, when we were on lockdown, Free Fire was one of the one of the first few tournaments that I was able to go out of my house and do. It was the first MCP major. That was right after Tri Nation Cup.
Oh my gosh, did you say Tri Nation Cup? Oh,
Were you part of Tri Nation
such a
Cup?
yes.
I
it was
came
such
after
a long
Tri-
time ago.
So I was before Tri Nation Cup, and then I wasn't there for Tri Nation, and I came in after Tri Nation.
Sorry, folks, for tuning in to the Uncle and Auntie Free Fire podcast because we're all sort of rambling about the past year as we are still sort of waiting for game number 2 for Purgatory to kick things off with. Actually, as far as I see, we are actually flying into the map right now. So let's hop into game number 2 here, folks, as the teams fly on in and get ready for their next round of points.
All right, let's see if teams like Infernus or Team Vamos can make a recovery. Still plenty of chances, of course, but you at least want to end day 1 with a fighting chance, right? Like you could be in 12th place, but if you can just recover within the next round, it's actually not too bad. It's a very decent circle right down the middle. Couple of hot drops again. I think I see Team Vamos against 21 on one side, Script Shots, Curis, and T69 on the bottom, and Lumber Mill. And I think 2 more teams at Central, so We're off to a very explosive opening. Kerchik with first blood. Jun from Vamos also finds one.
Ooh, so already 2 eliminations off the bat. Scriptshots are not going to be too happy themselves because they already lost a player, so playing a little bit more passively. Jun, though, has been scouted out there by Yasta. We are seeing a bit of a skirmish between the two of them, but I think Yasta should be able to come out on top. We'll see an update on that kill feed in just a second as they try and get that final clip. Jun, can he try and finish off Yasta? No, it might be Jun to go down. So Vamos, unfortunately, not going to be able to win that engagement. So Yasta wins there. But considering that for 21, they're down 2 players. It's not a great start for this team.
Definitely not. And Team Vamos even found the revive. So you can technically continue the fight if you want to. I know Kathizi is chasing Yasta down. He did get a motorbike though, forced to dismount, puts down the glue wall to buy some time, but there's just not really much space to work with. It comes down to a 1v1. I expect Kathizi to win this with the dash forward. Easy knock with the easy knock, and just finds the 3rd elimination.
And that's really going to put things in a really tough spot there for Team 21 because they're basically left with their last player. But we already have our first team elimination. Was that Gambit?
It is Gambit.
Oh my gosh. We just had an amazing round for Gambit, and then right off the bat, this team is out of the running. So
this is what I love about Free Fire. You can have the best rounds, and then the second you drop the ball, it's a full reset.
Jeez. And for Scriptshots, again, not looking too happy. This team is just trying to stabilize, but they're constantly being picked off left, right, and center. But we do have Keras here going up against Shivas. Oh, Gen X, though, being caught and is knocked down. Hopefully his teammates are nearby to potentially go for that pickup here. Chris, though, playing within this compound at the moment, trying to play as safe as possible. Don't want to be picked off at all. And 4Cap scouting for the team here.
Man, losing your sniper is one of the worst feelings ever, right? Because it completely disrupts the formation. T69 still scrambling to get him back up, but the rest of Curry's are pushing forward. It's very good coordination. A 3-prong attack this time. Achap with the 2nd knock, or at least the 3rd point for Curvis, and this opens up the entire battle for them. They can do whatever they want. It's like Utz is just not really able to do too much. He goes down. Gen X also drops once more after being picked back up. It's just Chad left to deal with the entirety of Curry's.
And he's on the high ground as well with Gen X. I mean, these guys are stuck here, so it's either they go down fighting or they take everyone out from that high ground, but they have barely covered. Oh, but they did get one knock there onto 4Cap. Ainz going to play super safe. He's going to try and go for that really long snipe shot, but no, that's going to be it for T69. They are out. We are already down to our top 10 teams.
Really fast. The script shots still not being able to do too much. Maybe it is time to turn on the scripts because they're facing off against Team Vamos in the center. But the Zan, no one is coming for him. Point number 4 for Team Vamos. Well, already 4 points better than the previous round.
Yeah, it's been a really tough game for Scriptshots because I've constantly seen their names just popping up in that kill feed. They just can't seem to find a place to stabilize and just sort of get back into this matchup. Hopefully they can find somewhere to sort of stick around, pick up some items and get ready for that mid game, but they are really off to that slow start, unfortunately.
Whoa, what do you know? Todak actually starts off close to the moat house on the north side, and most teams are actually towards the southern end of the map. So that's going to have a really good time making the rotation. Can't say the same about Toby, who just got absolutely sniped. The rest of his team not even remotely close, so Elite will lose their first member. Just have to let it go. Play the revival game.
Playing the revival game, they are just leaving. They don't want to fight into this at all, as it seems. Just with the way that they're rotating, they're not really sticking around. But
wow, so spread out though. Like you see, like the rest of Elite are on top of the mountain.
Yeah.
And then they have one scout that you cannot,
Oh.
you essentially cannot reach. While they did bring him
Toby?
back.
Toby's coming back in.
Plenty of
so
time.
He's going to be all right. But hopefully he has the time to macro back up, because that's the most important thing here for Toby. He's just come back in. He's got to have to try and find some items to get him back into this game, because yeah, he's got nothing at the moment.
Yeah, Elite actually is making a pretty decent choice to completely abandon the high ground, because Homeboy's Conspiracy will come for it.
Okay, my question here, because looking at the trajectory of this circle, do they go south or do they go east? Because they're looking like they wanted to go south here.
They could go east, actually. I think they could go east of golf course and then make that long rotation
To the bridge?
to the bridge, which eventually they have to start fighting different teams. If they go south, they still would have to fight a different team. But I think Homeboy's Conspiracy actually caught up. Except 22 with the knock onto Luffy. This one is very huge if you're elite.
They do get the pick there, so nice
Get out,
little
get out.
Yeah, he's got to get out of there, like super sneaky pick, but I love that play, just catching out one of the members of Homeboys for free.
That's nice. You give Mount Villa away. You take one eliminations. They had to use the binoculars to scan you out. Team Vamos now up against Terengganu Esports. Vam was able to get a knock. Terengganu going in for the rush, but Ray Meow coming out on top with the CQC at the very start. Ace is down. Yazid follows him to the grave. And Team Vamos looking a lot more solid in this game. Number 2, getting Adam. And Terengganu left with just one man. Smoothie far away, trying to face off against 4 members of Team Vamos. This should be an easy cleanup for Team Vamos.
They did get the buyback onto Ace, so for Terengganu, they're not out of this game yet, but the fact that they got cleaned up by Vamos, they're basically reset for the match. So they've got to figure out how to get those buybacks, and of course they have to try and pick up some items again. So unfortunate for the team, but if anything, Ace is their saving grace. So we'll have to see if he's going to be the one to sort of save the team here. Elite, though, going for a couple picks themselves.
I just gotta say that Elite had 4 eliminations, so they actually crippled. Wait, they wiped out Homeboy's Conspiracy!
No way!
Terry's a genius, almost wiped out Homeboy's Conspiracy, I think. There it is, now they're gone. It's genius play, like giving away Mount Villa and finding that pick off. Absolute genius. I just saw Ace, who got revived from Terengganu's side, flew to Moat House, but the circle is on the southern end. He's gonna have quite the trip to make.
He's going to have to make that trip quick, because as soon as that circle ticks over to the 3rd circle, that gets really painful as
I don't know
well.
if you can make it in time though. You probably need to gather coins and revive the rest of your team and ask them to bring you back when you eventually go down. That could be the play.
I don't know. We're going to have to see what Ace wants to do, because, yeah, this is interesting. Okay, there
Yeah,
is
he
one.
brought all
There's
of them
Adam.
back.
Yeah, Adam's back. Smoothie's back. The whole team is back. Okay, so the team is back, essentially, but Ace is probably just going to go down here for the team, unfortunately. But sometimes you just have to make those sacrifices. The question here is, can they survive the flight down? Because they are right in the middle of snipe shots and 21.
Ace actually got pretty fortunate to have a
Oh,
full
there goes
revival
Smoothie.
point there.
Smoothie's gone.
There was a binoculars, I believe it was used by 21. So they did scout out Terengganu, or they could have seen them parachuting.
They see Yazid.
This should be an easy pick in. There's a revival point right opposite, right outside Brasilia. But Yazid will not get there in time.
Yeah, so this is the issue when your team gets completely crippled and you've got that one last player alive, even though you can get the buybacks.
Get him.
Oh, Yazid, he's just...
He has the worst weapon in hand.
Worst weapons. I think if anything, they just got really unlucky with their positioning. They were hoping to sort of have that clear landing, but to be pincered between 2 teams, like, that is the worst place to be. I mean, they didn't have any information on where everyone is, right? So they kind of had to just sort of make an educated guess, and it really didn't pay off for them in this situation. Now, it looks like we do have a bit of a skirmish over here. Bob's trying to defend their compound as it is being invaded by Infernus so far. It's going to be 1 player going down, 2 for this Infernus. They are really dead set on taking this.
Showing that open qualifiers performance. They did lose 1. Novak getting Ryu on that landmine, but the rest of his teammates will come in for the cleanup. Very straightforward. Only Shan left standing. See, Infernus should be able to find him. It's a 3 against 1. Trogon in hand for Shan, trying to fight with LMG of all weapons. He's gonna get swarmed. Decos around him. Is one side or the other. Bob low-key is out. Infernus with 8 points.
It came at the cost of Ryu, but for Infernus to pick up 8 eliminations here, they're in a really good spot to end this match really strong. Vamos, they're going to be running into Keris this time, and it looks like they're overwhelming them in this compound.
Vamos is essentially warmed up. Kathizi once more working together with his teammate, finding Vix. That's point number 10 for Team Vamos. And they have the opportunity to go for 11th and 12th. Ehins goes down, that's point 11. And Kuchik trapped in the building, and Vamos knows where he is.
Revenge for Vamos.
Essentially.
They needed revenge. I mean, considering that they didn't start the day very well with that game number 1, I think this is a great way for game number 2 to go for this team. Now for Keris, they've just got to try and survive. They use the launch pad, but Ketchik is out mid-flight. Was not able to get out of there quick enough. So Vamos, our elimination leaders so far for game number 2 with 12 eliminations. Now down to Todak versus 21. 21, they are stuck on this bridge here and they're going to have to decide, do they want to go backwards or do they want to keep going? Because on the other side, it's being guarded by Todak.
Yeah. See, 21, if they can get past Todak, they actually get a clear entry into the circle, which is right now only occupied by Infernus.
What?
So Infernus did bring back their fallen teammate. Todak Wings did get a knock.
Oh, look at that circle.
This is such a nasty circle. Just what you ordered. Team Vamos, they're going to fly into Infernus' side, so we might have a battle on our hands in the center. But for now, 21 losing Shamim on the ground. Needs help, but it's not going to get it though. They do find traps, so Todak also not really walking away with no casualties.
There we go, 21 eliminated, could not cross that bridge, but it came at the cost of traps, unfortunately, for Todak, so they will have to play 3-man strong going into this next circle. But they might be running into their next opponent real soon because we see script shots coming into the picture. In the meantime, though, we've got Elite going for a skirmish against Infernus.
Wait, so Vamos flew into where Infernus was. Infernus got forced out of the compound into Elite and ended up losing 3 members. So Elite really being fed a couple of free points. Ryu, he just got revived.
He's got nothing.
He just got revived by his teammates.
Oh, he's got to play the macro. He has to play low-key. Do not be spotted by Elite. Script Shots finally running into Todak. Now, Todak, they do have the high ground advantage, but if Script Shots can somehow flush them out with a grenade, anything, then they're going to be able to have a nice entry point into this circle. Yule's going to start things off for the team here. Todak playing really strong with the defense. Wings playing in the back lines, but Script Shots, they're taking too much damage. Look at Vamos sticking their nose into their business as well.
Yeah, Script Shots is just having a rough time. They see that very expensive portal goal by Todak, but they just could not do much about it. Todak should be able to clean this up. It's sleepy, and Todak would gladly offer him nap time for the rest of the round.
The thing is, if Todak get rid of Script Shots here, they have a clear entry from that northern side. We still have 6 teams remaining, but there's no one here to compete with them at all. They're sort of safe to take whatever position that they want. The only other team in the circle so far is Vamos. They are on that low ground, but they do have some natural cover to work with. And then on the other side, we have Elite. Now the question is Elite going to cause Vamos some issues? Because Kathisi gets caught out, so Vamos are now down to 3 players.
Look at the radar. The circle favors Todak now.
Oh my gosh.
Everyone wants a piece of that. And Vamos is holding a very key point. If they can stop Elite, actually whoever wins this skirmish will get clear entry into the circle. But Vamos is not going to make it easy. Taking down Winzy first. They need confirmation on that member though. Could not find it. It's going to be brought back up. Now has to escape the blue as Vamos starts pelting them. Elite being forced towards Terengganu. And Todak is watching all of this go down.
Terengganu is also being picked up. Look at Infernus though coming in with the vehicle. Might be able to come in, but is about to run into Todak. So that's not really where you want to be going. We'll have to see if we can make it through. But in the bottom, we're still seeing a fight. Stop the car, because look at the next circle. Todak are dead center, whereas for Elite and Vamos battling towards that southern side. These 2 teams are trying so hard, so dang hard to make it through. That's going to be it for Infernus. So now Todak sitting on the throne, waiting for their next opponent.
This is an unlosable round for Todak. Like, if they play this well, no way they lose this, but I've seen teams kind of drop the ball at the end. Elite gatekeeping Vamos.
Look, if there's someone picking up that ball, it is Elite. They are doing fantastic in this game.
AWM in hand. So Step22 has a very crucial job he needs to do. Vamos not looking too great though. They did lose Kathisi, so down 1 man. And the blue zone is not making it any easier. Jun tries to dash, gets caught mid-dash. As Step22 lands that AWM shot. Still has a truck to work with. Vamos loses their 2nd member. And for Elite, it's also time to start looking at Todak. This snipe, crucial, lands onto Raja. Doesn't take him out just yet. But with Ray Meow being knocked down by the blue zone, Team Vamos' time is numbered.
Oh, Legolas, he's actually going to launch himself onto the other side, but I think he might have been spotted by Todak, and it's going to be gone. Legolas launching himself into the blue zone, leaving Elite versus Todak. But let's be realistic here. Todak, the to be the overwhelming. Wait a minute, Wings is down, Winsies is down as well. 2 versus 2. Okay, it's not over yet for Elite. It's going to come down to whether or not Zen can bring this back here for Todak. Wings does get picked up, but is very low. Both teams actually going for the pickup, so back to that 3v3. But Wings, all it takes is a couple of shots, and that's going to be it. Todak going to be coming in with the monster truck. We have seen this play internationally before, running into Whimsy. Doesn't get the connection. Zen trying so hard to catch out some of these elite players.
They just snipe Raja, so now Wings has to do it. Then Riptide Rhythm being thrown out, breaks all the glue walls. They will try to swarm Wings before Zen could do much about it. And Todak want to play around with the monster truck, not given a chance. Wings low, and it's just Zen left. But I think Elite have done it. Execute Todak in public. Elite finds the second booyah of the day.
That monster truck play came back and bit Todak on the foot. I can
Was there a
understand
need to
the
do
theory.
that? I don't think so.
I feel like, okay, was there a need? Maybe, because we also don't know what the plan was for the team, but maybe it was the plan to have him drive in, cause some chaos, draw the attention of the firepower to the monster truck, and maybe that would have given Wings and Co that opening to go for the shots. But the fact that they ignored the monster truck, they just went straight for the exposed Todak players. I loved how focused Elite were. They didn't let their minds get caught off guard by this monster truck.
I need to look at that final sequence again, because as Todak was trying to run them down, Elite, they were actually forced to split apart. But the fact that they were still able to hold their ground and Todak having no utilities to break the glue walls really put them at a disadvantage more than an advantage. But I also felt like you could have just hopped off the monster truck and really joined the fight, right? Like he felt like he spent too much time driving. I don't know.
Okay, maybe the play, because you also have to keep in mind, right? You can break glue walls with the monster truck. So maybe that was the play.
But he wasn't breaking any glue walls.
Well, that's the problem.
He wasn't doing his job.
So if the connections were there, maybe it would have been okay. But I also think you probably should have jumped out of the monster truck once you missed that first swipe, because he tried to go for a really long drive-by after that, but he took so long to turn because the turn rate with the monster truck is not that great, especially going downhill.
Yeah.
If he abandoned it sooner, maybe the game could have gone in a different direction, because he sort of just left his 2 teammates on their own once he sort of drove by.
The craziest thing was that Elite actually kind of let go of control when they decided to take a go portal to infiltrate the ranks of Todak, and then they lost one member, right? So Todak actually got a 3v3 instead of a 3v4, and it still didn't work out. I'm telling you, Todak fans right now are fuming because that round was unlosable. But what did I say, right? Like, teams, they can still drop the ball. I do feel like, sure, it's a high elimination game for Todak, but you gotta feel really bad for not closing out the round. It could have been so much cleaner.
Yeah, I don't think they made that call lightly, right? I do think Todak, they made a call because they thought that was probably the right play in the situation. So I'm guessing, let theory craft with me. Would you make that play if your team in general is low on utilities?
Would I make that play? I would. I think it's a good risk to take. I don't think it's necessarily a bad play. I just feel like you need to know when to call it off. Yeah, when to call it off. I feel like there was a bit too much commitment at the end, and the team was suffering, right? Because they have no way to break through defenses. And Elite still has a Riptide Rhythm, and that really made all the difference. So so maybe that was what could have been adjusted. But at the end of the day, at least Todak knows that they ended this round with a ton of eliminations. So it's not like they lost a lot, right? Just the booyah count. But the winners are Elite, and they got heck of a round ahead of the 15 eliminations in total, plus the booyah. That's 27 points.
Seriously great round for Elite. I feel like they played this round really, really well. Like, very, very clean. We didn't see too many mistakes from them. They picked up a lot, a lot of eliminations. Did you I want to hear your thoughts here. Okay, is this sort of a one-hit wonder fluke kind of thing for Elite, or do you think we could see more of this in the future? Because I really like the way that they approach this game.
I hope it's not a one-hit wonder, but I gotta see more rounds. I need a bigger sample size.
Sample size.
Though I would say that they actually didn't run the Joseph at all, so it's a pretty slightly more old school composition, because nowadays
Yeah.
people run Joseph, they run the J Beebs and Maro and all that. Tolak still coming in second, so not too shabby. Even Team Vamos made it to top 3 as well. So we are seeing the big names kind of step up. I mean, Toda kind of got wiped out early in round 1.
Both of them did.
Same as Vamos.
Yeah, both of these teams really fell short in game number 1, so I'm glad to see them come back for game number 2. It wouldn't be a very good feeling if game number 2 you didn't really sort of pick up the points. So there's definitely still in the running. You know, sometimes you're just a little bit slow, okay? It's too early in the evening for these guys.
Have you seen a KTP Gambit? Sometimes you just need to be consistent, right? It's how you finish. That's always the saying.
I think that's an argument we definitely have to have when we see the overall leaderboards, because I had expectations for Gambit after game number 1. I looked at them and I just thought, these guys, okay, look out for these guys. And then round number 2, it's like, where? What happened to this team? Where did they go? First team eliminated, we didn't get to really see what happened, but the fact that they got eliminated, it just goes to show, you know, this is why this team probably hasn't broken into tier 2, tier 1 yet, because consistency is kind of necessary if you want to play on the global stage.
Yeah, we are actually in a very interesting time for the Malaysian Free Fire scene, because we are kind of at a glass ceiling right now. Like, we don't do well enough to beat the other regions, but we also are good enough for ourselves. But I want to show you guys the round 2 standings of Purgatory. You know, 27 total points for the team with Booyah, which was elite, and then followed by 23 for Toda, and then 22 for Team Vamos. Even Inferno stepping up, getting 15 points for themselves.
Yeah, and let's not forget Keras as well. I feel like this team has been consistent so far for the past 2 games. Like, they're not eliminated early, they're getting points, they're getting eliminations. Like, sure, they're not one of the top runners so far, but I love seeing consistency start off with some of the teams right off the bat, because it's a good sign for them moving through the tournament.
Yeah, and sometimes you just need that buffer point, right? Like, some good examples during the recently concluded like EWC, Team Falcons entered the grand finals with a 40 bomb in round 1, and that set them up for success at the end. They did finish strong, but well, that was a hell of a start. We also got the second page of the round standings. You can see right now, Terengganu getting 6 points, Script Shots getting 5, the L getting 3, Homeboys Conspiracy this time not doing too well, only 2 points for them. And then you got T69 with 1, and then we got our KTP Gambit.
Yeah, so it's like our top runners from the last game sort of fell from the pedestal, and then our low runners from the previous round sort of rising up. So
that's my favorite thing.
Things are equalizing here on the scales. It's like, okay, you've had your turn. It's our turn to start picking up those points. But it's only game number 2, right? We've only literally just started the tournament here so far for the Malaysia division. We have plenty more games to go. We've got 6 more games to go today. And the next map, it's my favorite. It's Kalahari.
Yes, my favorite. It's our favorite. We are the only one who endorses the map.
What do you mean? I think everyone on the panel... Okay, originally, I was the only one that liked Kalahari.
And then I liked it.
And then you liked it. And then eventually everyone else liked it because they just...
Yeah, I mean, there's basic. I'm getting distracted by this one grey hair, so I'm going to try and pluck it off. We're going to head to a short break, and we'll come back once I've dealt with this for round number 3. What's the...
Here we go!
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, Malaysia, Singapore and Philippines Open Finals, Season 5 for Free Fire. Here is the Booyah recap for Day 1 of the Open Finals. We got Bermuda taken by Curris and then Purgatory taken by Elite. Two teams that a lot of us are seeing for the very first time as we move over to Kalahari next.
I love seeing brand new faces picking up Booyahs because it gives you the impression that, okay, the region is not dominated by our top dogs. There is opportunity for our smaller teams to actually make that comeback, to be able to have their comeuppance. So, Kalahari, who's going to be taking the crown? Is it going to be one of our veterans or is it going to be one of our underdogs? Because I think for a lot of the teams here, they have a lot to prove. They're trying to push themselves into the competitive scene to be noticed. And so that's why they're here, right? At the Snapdragon Pro Series, they're trying to get their name out there. And so obviously your performance here really matters if you're looking for a sponsor.
Yeah, and some teams even have legacy players, right? That used to be in the pro circuit, play on the regional stage. Some of them even went to the global stage.
Exactly.
But right now, I wouldn't call it a form of regression, but it's more like they're trying to find their footing again. So a lot is at stake. You know what? I don't mind seeing the non-branded teams getting the Booyah, because end of the day, I want the best team to win, right? Like, who cares if it's Homeboys or Vamos? I don't want them if they're not good enough. And this overall standing tells us a lot, because Elite is now leading with a 10-point advantage over Todak.
And this is why I was talking about that consistency before when we looked at the previous scores. Like, obviously, Elite, they got the first Booyah. And then after that, to be able to finish within the top half of the competition for game number 2, like, no one's looking at Elite and thinking like, okay, this is the team to look out for. This team just came out of nowhere. First 2 games, sitting pretty at 40 points, 10 points in front of second place. This is a really good sign for these guys, because they're also creating that buffer between them and the rest of the competition. Like, ideally, you have a great start at the beginning, because if anything goes wrong in game number 5, game 6, 7, 8, you have some of those points to give you that buffer in case you do have a dud round.
Yeah, and the most important part about this whole thing is that you're looking at the top 3, right? So the cutoff point right now is Curris with 29 points. The team after that has 27 points, so it's not too shabby. Even when we go down to the very bottom, Script Shots, 2 rounds in a row, not really doing too well. Same with L and T69. They are just one good round away from breaking into 3rd place, assuming that the 3rd place team didn't have a good round in the next one. So the gap isn't too big.
No, the gap's not too big. Like, it's only game 2. The doors are wide open. There's absolutely room for change. Like, I know we're looking at Keras now, but we've seen stories of teams having a great head start and then they just peter out as the competition continues. So the question is, I'm not trying to jinx anybody. I'm just mentioning this.
The good old Todak?
I don't mention names, but just mentioning all the different scenarios. I'm very sure the teams are aware of the situations that they're all in, and they're also setting their own goals. But I think the most important thing now is to figure out, what do we do for this next matchup? Because remember, it's Kalahari, and Kalahari is mechanically one of the most difficult maps to navigate, because you have to play this map so differently compared to every other map out there, just because of how wide it is, how open it is, and the fact that you have verticality that you need to work with as well.
It's all about the macro game, right?
Yeah.
Like, how do you make decisions? How do you rotate? Even the best teams in the world fall at Kalahari, and that was kind of the standard set. Looking back at EWC, where Kalahari was the final map for the random map, and it really put the best teams to the test.
Yeah.
Can you survive this map, which at a point of time was obscure, right? It was even removed from the competitive pool. How
Yeah.
do you adapt to it? And teams that usually do that have a better chance of winning.
And if you want to mention a particular team or region, I always tell people, take a look at Indonesia. Like, that's a region that you can really tell has narrowed down their focus onto Kalahari because they know how important it is.
Yeah.
But speaking of Kalahari, game number 3 is underway and our teams are flying in, ready to grab their third bag of points. And we all know who needs those points. And for Todak, looking to compete with 21 here.
Wow, Vamos knows what's up. Goes straight for Refinery, one of Indonesian team's favorite spot. But Todak already started the round with a knockdown.
Oh.
Radial getting what a snipe! What was that move? A 180 midair. So that's
That was
2
risky.
elims.
That was so risky. He was literally on the edge of the edge there. He could have just fallen.
It's just
That's it.
you know what we say about people just liking to fight? That's what you get.
That's what you get.
And also, I think maybe
Oh.
certain teams, they didn't get much chance to do homework on drop spots of other squads, right? Like you end up in situations where you share the same drop spot, and now you're forced into an unfavorable fight. I mean, Terengganu already got one against Kuris. For Kuris, it is very pivotal that they do not drop the ball here.
Especially with the great start Keras has in the competition so far. But for Terengganu, if they're able to take down Elite, this would be a really good... Sorry, get rid of Keras here. This would be really great for them to grab those points. But Keras, they're down to their final 2 players, and they unfortunately weren't able to get anything in that engagement. So yeah, for Irons, I think it's just the better play to sort of get away from there, find that revival point, go for either the buybacks or use the revival pads. Vamos, though, running into script shots.
Wow, Script Shot gets this wipe, it would be massive.
Oh, but Ramiel's not there.
Where's
It's
Vamos?
just 2.
Vamos is so spread out, so they lost June.
What?
I don't think you continue finding this. Let's see what cost a Legolas
Are
makes.
they... Okay, I don't want to think that they're baiting, but maybe that's the play for this team because they do have the high ground vision. So maybe they're using Legolas and Kathisi to try and draw out these players from script shots. This is so risky though, but if it pays off, I mean, it's a pretty big brain play.
They did chip away at the health bars of Script Shots members, so it could be a good thing. Blue Wall Melter
Sleepy.
over the top.
Sleepy.
Do it again, over the top. Yeah, June finds it. June just came back, well, just got picked back up. So Script Shots couldn't really get much out of that, right? Considering they were the ones who got the first knock, but no finisher.
Yeah, no finisher, and I think they're also worried about the snipes coming in for
What?
Vamos as well, because remember, they've got that high ground vision to work with. So Zen going to go down here. Script Shot's being picked off left, right, and center. They have to abandon ship, otherwise they're about to lose their whole roster.
Yeah, what was that move? That was so weird from the Zan. Maybe he was trying to find out where Kathizi was. Foundation given over to Vamos, who essentially controls 2 different locations. And look at Vamos just sent 2 of the members back to Refinery. That's how far out they ventured, and they still got away with it.
Oh boy, we're seeing another skirmish here at Terengganu Esports. Already 2 players, 3 players down, being rushed on by Shivas. And so far, Shivas are looking fantastic here because Smoothies all alone as his entire team gets butchered. They do buy Aces back, but oh my gosh, that happened so quickly. There was no chance for Terengganu to actually react.
Yeah, that's a pocket market coming into good use, but he did make a lot of noise with that AWM shot. Can he at least get one though? I think, yeah, Smoothie did take out Gen X, so there is still one, but meanwhile, Todak, second challenger in front of them. This time it's going to be El Terengganu getting eliminated at the very end. But Todak seemingly able to get through this pop low-key, wiped out Todak with 8 points.
3 teams already out of the competition. This is so fast as well. I mean, we are looking at a Kalahari map, and you don't normally see this number of teams being eliminated so soon in the competition.
Yeah.
So I think there's starting to be that level of urgency for some of these teams to be the ones to make the move, right? We're seeing a lot more hot drops. We're seeing a lot more forced engagements. We could be seeing Infernus looking to make a play themselves as they are potentially going to be running into Todak here.
They did take out Wings, who just got revived. Todak wanted the revival spot that was right in front of Infernus just now, but couldn't get it. So Infernus forced them away. The binoculars used to scan out the rest of the path that they're going towards. Brings back Raja also. Homeboy's Conspiracy now running into Kuris.
Oh, Kara's not looking too good here because two of their players are down, unfortunately. Ketchik, I mean, they have someone running towards them, but it could be a potential bait. I think you have to abandon because another player has been spotted on that high ground. They use the glue walls to go for the blocks, but they just can't go for the picks. Oh no, that's going to be it for Keris, the team. Jeez, I can't believe we're down to 8 teams already and we've just literally gone to our first circle.
Yeah, but on Kalahari of all maps, the team's really getting very aggressive at the start.
Very antsy, yeah.
It is weird though to see. I feel like Kuris, I'm not really sure how they could salvage that. Maybe they should have just ran.
They should have just, I think once you see 2 players down, I kind of feel like that's a bait. Like you've got to abandon ship or find a way out of there. Because like they tried to go for the revives, but like with how the game has changed and with all the nerfs to glue walls and buffs to things that go through and break glue walls, you can't just hide behind a glue wall and revive anymore. You have to really make that conscious decision like, is this glue wall enough? Because most of the time it's not.
Maybe like a month or a few months down the road, we will see the new character being used. The one that freezes the glue wall, the latest one. So it looks very interesting. Well, at least a T69 still in the game. Top 8 so far with 4 eliminations. That's not too shabby, but they are about to go up against a different team that also needs the point.
Yeah, and it's not looking too good for script
What?
shots because they are pretty split apart. And with Meals already going down thanks to Vamos, it looks like this happened on the other side of the map. Yeah, script shots is not in any position to really do anything here. So you kind of have to hide knowing that Shivas is there. But look at Sleepy being spotted, just a couple of pot shots. All it takes is one more to connect and that's going to be it. Another elimination point there for Shivas.
Wait, Kaz, why did you come back?
Oh, Kaz!
Why did you come back? You had a chance to run.
Oh no. Well, okay, so Zan and Meals are back, however, okay? They're at the maze, so they're going to try and keep the team in, but I mean, it's not looking good so far. They just can't find anywhere to sit back and loot. Like the fact that Zan is running, you don't want to be like this.
He's 100 coins away from a revive.
Oh, he found a vehicle. This might be how he gets away now. There we go.
Yeah. Far enough.
He needs it so badly.
There's really not much place for the script shots to go. It's the edge of the map.
It's actually crazy because you have to also keep in mind, like, this is Kalahari. There's a lot of space on this map and everyone just seems to be congregated within this one little corner so far.
They managed to make the map look smaller than it is.
Exactly, with how
Look
they're
at where
playing.
script shot is.
Yeah, like, with
How do you end up in that position?
It's early enough, so it's not too bad. But we do have to talk about this next circle because it's going to be over to the eastern side in favor of Elite, our leader of the game so far. So things are looking fantastic for this team and everyone else on the western side. Best of luck to them trying to figure out how to get over there safely.
So there's Elite, Todak, and Homeboy's Conspiracy.
And Gambit is there as well.
It's like three of the biggest teams. And Gambit about to join from the northern end. Every team's occupying a different spot. Elite, couple of buildings to work with, and a truck as well, the back of a truck. Todak, decent scattered compound, and then Homeboy's Conspiracy on top of the sub, I think. Yeah, just stay quiet.
Look, Elite have gotten a fantastic lead. I don't think you get eliminated here. Like, don't do anything silly. Don't give yourself
You say
away.
Right.
Look, they've played great up until this point. So I'm not going to question them at this point. Vamos, though, about to lose Legalov there. So Shiva's going to collect their 6th elimination. Thankfully for Ramiel, he's a little bit too far away for Shivas to really spot him out. But Vamos, they're still chasing the circle because Shivas, they are on the edge.
Wait, so they took Refinery, they expanded their influence to Foundation, and now the whole team ends up just outside the maze? I wonder what the rotation path is.
Is that Ramiel flying in? I just saw one of the Vamos players. Uh-oh. We'll have to take a look later.
That's Legalov. Legalov just came back.
Oh, no.
Whereas for Todak and Homeboy's Conspiracy, they will take each other out. They will be doing Elite a big favor because I don't think anyone has seen Elite yet.
No.
Nor they know about their existence. That's Trogon from Mikacha. If they can take out Todak right now, it would be a big boon for them. Rotation with the launch pad. Wings is low. Riptide Rhythm from afar breaks all the glue walls. Good snipe from Wings to follow up from Homeboy's Conspiracy is on point. Traps also goes down. Infernus from behind. Todak sandwich and loses the whole team.
They thought they were going to be safe, but Infernus just coming in at the wrong timing for Todak, so eliminating them. But now look at this though, Infernus going to have to deal with Homeboys this time. And keep in mind, this is Homeboys. This is a team that wants to fight into you. I hope Infernus are ready for this because this will be a big opponent for them if they can somehow find the eliminations.
If Infernus wins this, it would be massive, right? Shakes up the leaderboard, puts everyone within arm's reach. Homeboys didn't really have to use too much in that fight against Todak, so they have decent resources left. Infernus actually takes a launch pad to relocate. Just gotta make sure they don't get shot down. Good glue walls to block the bullets. They did leave Fikri behind. Homeboys don't notice. One more shot. Come on, do it, do it, do it.
No, I like that Fikri is playing this safely, but no, he's actually
he
going to
missed
go
the timing.
last.
Yeah, had to abandon ship.
Yeah, but he made it safely. That's the most important thing, right? Not being knocked down. So the team is ready to go for a potential engagement if Homeboys does go for the initiation. But there's going to be another third team that might be joining this, and it's Script Shots. Now, the thing is for Script Shots, they are a little weakened, so they're not going to be as big of an opponent as Homeboys. But remember, we've seen two-way pincer maneuvers before. Teams generally lose if there's two teams against them.
And that there was a massive scan onto KTP Gambit, I believe by T69. Elite is also playing on the northern edge of the circle.
Oh boy.
So in fact, the center is completely abandoned. Homeboys Conspiracy, they will not continue the fight against Infernus. Elite finds themselves in the midst of all this mess as they try to gatekeep the Gambits and T69 who are engaged with one another.
Yeah, this is Gambits as well.
Ow.
Oh, Chef Toby already taken out there by Gambits thanks to Shivas. So for Shivas, if they can break through Gambit, this will be a big team eliminated from the matchup as Chad T goes down. Oh, but Brent and Chef Toby going down on Gambit as well. Down to their final two players. They are going to try and go for the pickup, but it's just not happening here. These two teams relentlessly trying to go for a battle. They do successfully get the pickup though for Gambit, so now back to 3 players. So with the numbers disadvantage, it's not looking good anymore here for Shivas. They really needed to get the finisher off.
I think T69, this could be where they meet their end. Eagle also going down is Gen X once more.
It's just him.
What a
Ooh!
shot through the glue wall! He has a chance to find a finisher, but the rest of KTP Gambits are at the right place.
He's about to run out of his health bar. That's the most important thing here.
6 more medkits. Takes the launching pad.
So
Gonna send it straight
risky!
into Elite. Doesn't even make it halfway through. That's at the horizon line. Couldn't use it in time. So T69 out.
And that's going to be a elimination there to Gambit. So now up to 4 eliminations. They have been pretty quiet aside from that one fight up against Shivas, but they see Elite flying through and they're going to try and go in the same direction. Okay, this team is incredibly brave.
Yeah, Elite actually made a very bold call to take the spot, but allows them to keep a KTP Gambit out. But they are both going to swim in the blue, so this is a big risk that they're taking.
Whoa.
The Brent goes down, Step to the needs help right now. Around the corner,
That's
Winzy wins the fight! And that's the most crucial fight for Elite to get a wipeout onto KTP Gambits.
And that's going to be 2 elims for Elite as well. So they're finally starting to add those eliminations to their name. They have to be careful though because their next opponent is going to be Varmos, who is sitting pretty in the center of this next circle. On the high ground though, we do have Homeboys shooting down Infernus, who unfortunately are just not in a really good position. No natural cover, practically out in the open, just below that cliffside. They're trying to go for these pickups so desperately, but they are going to have to burn through so many resources to make these happen.
There's just one lone member of Script Shots who could make a difference if he comes out in the right time. Elite also showing up, but Infernus, they're just getting completely
Again.
decimated by Homeboys Conspiracy. Not a chance at all playing from that position.
Oh, but look at that next circle right next to Varmos. So this will push Homeboys off of that cliff face. They did make the most of it though, getting a lot of eliminations from there. So the movements are happening. They're going to work with another cliff face here, now raining on Elite's parade.
See if Elite can make it through this. It's a tough spot. They have one of the best possible position with the buildings, but they need to somehow get to Varmos because Varmos now holds the only compound in that circle. And of course you have Kaz.
the X factor.
Gotta start moving right now. Circle closing in. True open ground with minimal to no utilities left. Only 3 glue walls. He's been spotted out.
Oh, it's been spotted. He was hoping he could get in quietly, but just too eagle-eyed there. So that's going to be it for Kaz being taken out by Fires on the side of Homeboy. So Homeboy's elimination leader so far with 11 eliminations. They have been so diligent with playing on the cliff faces, and it's been working out for them so well. They are popping heads. They're cutting into those health bars. They're making it really difficult for anyone to move.
This is gonna be tough for the rest of the team. I mean, Elite did make it into a safe spot, but it's these kind of debris that really traps you when you need to make it out of the blue zone. And Kathizi finds them.
Oh, Legolas.
Good response though. Legolas getting sniped, but Kathizi with that RGS is just going to devastate the ranks of Elite.
Oh, Elite down for the count. The entire team is gone. So now it's going to be Vamos versus Homeboys. 2 Goliaths in this grouping so far. And with how this next circle is going to be, it will be out in the open. So for Homeboys, they're going to try and play on Vamos' turf. And it's working out for them because they already got a knock.
Yeah, going straight in for the frontal assault, but Kathizi can be the difference maker with the RGS in hand. So if he stays alive, he could completely just destroy the lineup of Homeboy's Conspiracy. Gotta be very careful though. These glue walls are making it really hard for the grenade launcher to function. He's gonna switch to the Bison right now. Ray Meow with the Trogon in hand, trying to find a corner. Where are the members of Homeboy's Conspiracy? They will pull away, put one guy as the sniper. Fires finally drop down. Groza in hand. Kathizi has the landmine, plants it. Riptide showing up as well with the glue wall, ice, grenade, everything from Homeboy's Conspiracy thrown at Team Vamos, who are essentially trapped in the building.
They're trapped in the building, and Homeboys, they're fishing. They're just hoping the fish come out. They're going to try and go for the rush onto Fires, but no, immediate drop onto Kathizi. They're going to try and turn this time onto Legolas, and it looks like that's going to be it. Husky, game number 3 locked and loaded here for Homeboys Conspiracy.
What a round. Playing not just the circle, but making the right calls, always
The
having
mind
higher
games.
ground. The macro game, man. Homeboy's Conspiracy really showing up big time. Consistent true and true out. We finally found our most consistent team thus far. I mean, Homeboy's Conspiracy with this win is going to put themselves at the very top.
That
This is
end
just
game
their
is
second
brilliant.
season though. Their first year in the competitive circuit, their second season in if you talk about this tournament life itself. So I would say pretty impressive.
Well, if they weren't consistent, we wouldn't be hyping them up, would we?
I mean, they didn't make it into fall, right? So that it was something that I was kind of looking out for. But again, good to see them. Good to see them back in action. This is
Maybe they were never gone.
maybe they were never gone. I mean, it was kind of a ex-Farang acquisition, something along the lines of that acquisition. I really can't remember. So much history behind these teams. But when I remember when Homeboy's Conspiracy first entered the scene, it was kind of a big deal. I mean, Homeboys itself is a huge local name.
Very big, yeah.
And the final circle between Homeboys and Team Vamos also was very interesting because these two teams have a sort of an unspoken rivalry, mostly from the fans themselves. But Homeboys fans would be really happy with that win.
Very happy with the win. I think they'd also be very happy with how Homeboys approached that endgame. I really liked the way that they were just fishing for Vamos to leave the compound. Like Vamos, you could tell they were dead set on hoping that it was Homeboys that would try to rush in and fight into them. But Homeboys also knew that they didn't have to use the compound. They had Fires on the high ground. They also had their 2 players on the front lines trying to pull them out of that compound. So at some point, Vamos were forced and hoping, at the same time, they were hoping that they could get those immediate drops as they rushed out to hopefully get that numbers advantage. It was just pretty unfortunate that it didn't go in Vamos' way for the initial rush. They just lost too many players too soon. Now, statistics for this game, okay, Husky? 15 revives.
It's very less because
It's a lot less.
I mean, a lot of teams got knocked out like in the first few minutes, right?
Lost like 4 teams?
We lost 4 teams
within like the first 1 to 2 circles.
You know, it's a very bloody round when we only have 56 eliminations. That is very, very low for an average game of Free Fire.
Very low eliminations, but it also means that's going to be less points for teams, right? Because with the with not as many revives, it means that there's less to go around. And I think in this particular game, I think it also did feel pretty top heavy. We only saw a lot of the top teams getting a lot of those eliminations, not so much the bottom feeders. There's not really a lot going around towards the middle and bottom of the pack.
Yeah. Special shout out to Elite, because all 3 rounds, sure they got one booyah, but all 3 rounds they've been making it to the final sequence, right? Like regardless of whether they win or not, I think it's very admirable. But I want to quickly talk about the loadout that Homeboy's Conspiracy brought in. 2 Steffies. This is such a 2022 meta where people take Steffi to deal with utilities, and to bring 2 of them means that Homeboy's Conspiracy really have a lot of emphasis on not being affected by enemy utilities. Because usually you take A124, right? You disable abilities of the opposing characters, but for them, we don't want to deal with grenades, we don't want to deal with glow melters. Double Steffi, I feel like it's an overkill, but they made it work.
I mean, it worked for them in that end game.
They did.
Especially with how they wanted to fight. Just fight into me face to face because you know you're not going to have access to anything. Top 3 teams for the round, as you can see, Homeboy's Conspiracy sitting in first place. Second is Team Vamos, and then in third place we have Todak. So our top teams, they're slowly making that kind of comeback here.
And it could just come down to eliminations that makes the most difference. Top weapons also for the top 3 teams is we have the M79 for Vamos. That was what was used by Cathese. Then we got the Trogon, the AC80. Pretty interesting to see the AC80, like of all weapons, has been missing for quite a long time.
Maybe Todak just kind of experimenting with it to see if maybe this is the perfect time to bring it back.
Yeah, got a lot more variety in terms of weapons as well. Like usually you just see a lot of Trogon, a lot of Bison, a lot of the AWM or Woodpecker,
Yeah.
or even the 1887, the shotgun. Not this time.
Yeah. All right. We've finished game number 3. We're not at the halfway point yet, but we are very close because we're just about ready to go into game 4. Not immediately. We are going to give the players a moment to sort of get ready for that next matchup, but we're almost at the halfway point. Now, after already seeing some of these games and also knowing what we know about this leaderboard, which round standings, it's here for Kalahari. So Homeboys at 27 points, 9 points ahead of second place.
Yeah, massive points, right? And the difference maker was essentially eliminations, right? Homeboys, they got 15, Vamos got 9, Toda got 8, which essentially puts them in a good spot, but particularly for Vamos, because they didn't make it to second place. So you say top heavy is extremely top heavy, right?
Very
27
top heavy.
to 18, and then 3 11 points, and then Elite getting 10 points. Not the best showing, but just enough to still keep them in the race.
Yeah. I mean, if you see these eliminations here, and we also remembered from the stats, we only had 50 eliminations total. So you kind of have to question what happened to the teams towards the bottom of the bracket. You know, how many eliminations did they get? How many points do these teams get down here? Because, again, Kalahari, I feel like it's such a defining map in the competitive scene for Free Fire. Like, if you can consistently score well on Kalahari, I kind of feel like you're in a really good spot to just stay consistent throughout an entire tournament.
Or you could use Kalahari as kind of
The crutch.
the crutch, right? Like you want to break the tie, you win on Kalahari. But even a team like Script Shots, they got no eliminations, but they survived through placements. I think they finished 4th place, right? Because they got 7 points. So yeah, so they finished 4th place without really landing any killing blows on the other teams, which I suppose in of itself is not too bad of a thing, but I want to see Script Shots start getting a bit more active. So far they haven't been winning fights though. I think that's what worries me a lot.
Well, I mean, in this particular game, I think it worked out for Script Shots because if you think about it, placements become more valuable the less eliminations there are because there's less points to go around. So for Script Shots, I think they're glad that they survived because I think for some of our teams, they're just hoping to survive, but survival doesn't really work out for everybody unless you choose the right drop points. Now, before we get ready for game number 4, the halfway point in the competition, we are going to go for a quick break so our players can also have a quick break themselves. Get ready for map number 4, but don't go anywhere because we still have plenty more games to showcase here at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
feels so right, it feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but it feels so right, it can't be wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing my I've been losing my Oh, I don't know how to put it together. Ever since I found ya, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Finals for MSP. This is Season 5 Free Fire, and we got the Booyah recap for you guys out there. Curious with the first Booyah in Bermuda, Elite got theirs from Purgatory, and we just finished the first Kalahari round with Homeboy's Conspiracy getting the Booyah.
And now we're on to Alpine. This one's going to be a pretty interesting map here for some of these teams because we just finished, I think, the hardest map for a lot of our squads. You know, I think they're happy that Kalahari is now over. So not completely easy mode on Alpine, but I think something a bit more comfortable for everybody. I think it is good to see Homeboys get that Booyah too because we started the day having two underdog teams pick up the first two Booyahs, and I kind of questioned, okay, does this show the instability of the region, or is there something else that's kind of happening? And maybe it was just a case of a slow start for everybody because Kalahari, we do see our top dogs picking up the majority of the points, majority of the placements. So they're definitely there. So maybe after playing Kalahari, we're going to be seeing some more of our qualified teams, our invited teams, perform a little bit better because they were off to a rocky start.
I think the only invited team so far that has been struggling is definitely 21, right? They
Yes.
haven't really been able to do too much. I believe they're on the second page of the overall standings. All 3 rounds we've seen 21 not been able to win fights, being picked off very early on, so it is slightly concerning, but also it does mean that from the open qualifiers, it's not a wash, right? I think a lot of people coming in, including me, to a certain extent, was expecting a lot of teams from open qualifiers to just completely get outclassed, but that's not the case. Right? Elite's doing well, KTB Gambit's not doing too bad, and we are even seeing, you know, Curry's having a good start to the open finals.
Yeah, and maybe it's a sign that we're going to be seeing some more rising talent here. Now, overall standing, I think this is what we're all waiting for to see where everyone is. So, Homeboys, because of their latest Booyah, they are going to be sitting on top here with 54 points, 4 points ahead of Elite, who were our previous leaders before Kalahari. So I think for Homeboys, happy to position themselves in in position number 1. I mean, they kind of earned it after that round. Todak now back in the running here in 3rd place, and Vamos is in 4th. So, I mean, the expected teams to be up here are finally up here because we saw a few of them and it was a bit concerning because they were hovering towards that middle and the bottom of the pack.
Yeah, 3 out of the 4 invited teams are in top 6, right? And I think after Alpine or maybe Nextera, you'll start to see the gap widen a little bit. On the second page, we got Infernus that's leading with 26 points. But then you look at the bottom, unfortunately, the least points is currently 12. There's 4 points per map on average, which means that at least for the bottom 4 teams, they gotta start getting a lot more points. Because their run might just end when day 1 ends.
Yeah, but the cutoff is starting to get a little bit too wide. You don't
50
want to
is the cutoff. So they need to make 38 points without Toda getting any points.
Okay, how many points do you think would be considered a successful day for a team? Like, would you say 40 or 50 points
You mean in
daily?
total?
Like, consistently, like, across the 2 days. How many points would you kind of want to get average? No, we're not talking about, like, a top team. We're talking about a team that wants to sort of be in the middle.
Wow.
I think you need, like, 60
I think you need
average.
60, 70.
Yeah.
60
You
60
need-
is a good spot. 60 is a good spot, but the bar is set way higher than that, right? Now,
Yeah.
third place after 3 rounds is already 50 points. I would say you probably have to go... I mean, we have 8 rounds, right? It's not like we have
Yeah.
6 rounds. We got 8 rounds.
100 points.
100 is if you are 100% consistent. But 70, I think, is a sweet spot.
It's doable.
Doesn't guarantee you top 3 though. If we are talking about top 3 material, I think 100 is a good spot.
Oh boy, have a look at where some of these teams are here, Husky, because some of them are off to a really strong start with a number of names being thrown across the kill feed. Their
What?
Terengganu esports are gone!
No, this is not how it's supposed to
They're
go.
gone!
This is not how.
How many teams are here?
Why is everyone hot dropping on Vantage? We have 3 teams. Do you
What's happening?
guys not know that Alpine has like 12 drop spots? It's enough for every single squad, and now Scriptshots has just lost 2 guys.
Script shots, we have Infernus here with 1 player as well. Everyone wants a piece of this. The rest of Infernus are coming in as well. We are potentially about to be losing everyone except 1 team on Vantage, which is insane to me. Now, thankfully for Script Shots, I do see 1 player getting out of there, but we're going to be seeing a lot more bodies hit the floor here as Infernus looking to potentially clean things up. Now, this is a pretty big one too, because we are starting to see some remnants of elite players. This is our 2nd place team on that leaderboard. And to be off to such a weak start after an insane early game is not looking good for elite.
You know, the only good that this is going to do is to teams like Todak, Vamos, and Homeboys, who has done more than enough homework to not be involved in these early skirmishes. But for the teams that want to get up there,
Oh, they got
this
Chad!
is just hurting them way more than it is helping. These early hot drops is not beneficial at all.
This is horrible. I think that's the last player of Elite. It's just Winsy. If Winsy
Wait,
is
do you
out-
not see this?
Okay, no, they do go for the. They got the ball back. They have 1 person
What?
alive on Elite. But oh my gosh,
Wait.
this is insane.
How did this trick work? I have never seen this before. You're telling me that Vickery won because he had a giddy suit and Winsy wasn't paying attention?
I'm not gonna say anything.
Welcome to the madhouse.
Oh my god. I mean, look, considering that we had such an insane start to this matchup, I don't think anyone expected to see so many teams here. But now Homeboys coming in to clean things up. There's Infernus. They thought they hit the jackpot, but now bodies hit the floor. We've only got Fikri left for the team.
They're done.
I think that's it for the team. Oh my gosh. What happened?
Sometimes I'm glad that I'm doing open finals because I get to see things that
Okay.
I would never see
Speed.
on the regional stage.
Speed. Save the day. Jeez.
This would never work if you're if we're in the challenge stage. No way.
No. No,
So this is-
absolutely not.
It's a breath of fresh. It's a palate cleanser for sure.
We've got another palette cleanser here because we're going to see Todak run into Gambit. Ooh boy. This is a pretty big matchup as well. Anyone could go down, and so far for Gambit, they've already lost 1 so far. They lost Super Shin, but Traps is going to be given away in exchange. And actually, Yasuo are going to go down as well. Gambit are gone!
Wow, Raja just straight out outplayed all of them with the
Jeez.
Trogon. Not really giving a fighting chance. They didn't even take out Trap, which should have been at least a consolation prize, but that was not the case. So we lost 2 teams.
Oh, they
We got a few more that's crippled. And now it's Vamos against 21. Come on, Legolas. Come on, come on. You used to play on RQ Kazu. You can do this.
He still has his team around though, so he's going to act as a scout, unfortunately, but they do know where not to go now. Because according to the stats that we have, the majority of Vamos, they are on the western side of the map. So Legolas was practically alone here. They are going to try and go for that recovery play. But for 21 though, we haven't seen a lot from 21, unfortunately. So to have these 4 eliminations, this is going to set them up for a pretty good mid-game, and hopefully they can follow through in this game. Legolas does get brought back, so Vamos are now back to a full roster. And Karis, they've actually found one of the players for Shivas. They got Oots. And Oots is out.
So that's point number 5 for them.
Oh.
And Scriptshot just got knocked out. So Bob low-key makes it survives a bit longer, but for Scriptshots, this is horrible.
This is pretty significant for Bop Low Key because remember, this is our bottom team at the moment.
Yeah, 12 points.
Every elimination is really important for this team. So to get 3 so far, they're off to a pretty decent start. And them also not being eliminated is pretty significant because we've already lost 3 teams in this game so far. So locking in some placement points as well. Katheezy though, going to be spotted out by Xiaomim. Going to have to try and play with the natural cover, but I think Xiaomim, he will just get Katheezy. Going to try and go for the melee they finish off there, and he will get it. So it's
Why?
another eliminations for 21.
Why is Vamos not playing together? Why are they so far? How did they end up swapping spots with 21? They were at Ocean View, now they're at Forest Red.
We don't ask these questions. It just happens.
No, I have to ask it because they played regionally.
Well, I would love to give you an answer. Unfortunately, we don't have enough data or information as to
Oh,
why
I have
they
enough data
decided
for
to
Team
do
Vamos.
this.
They finished 17 out of 18 teams.
They made it. That's what counts. But
Uh,
they're trying to play the macro game. Like, I don't blame them for this because it was a really awkward start to the matchup. So to spread out, like, clearly this is a macro play where they don't share items with each other. They're trying to reset their inventory. So it's risky, but I kind of feel like when you're set this far back, you have to play a little risky to have that comeback opportunity. So it's weird, but it's working out for them now because at least 3 of their players are looking pretty decent for inventories.
So you can see the whole team actually was revived at least once. And they just got scanned out by 21 again. And 21,
Oh.
they are backtracking for this.
Okay, but if Vamos get rid of 21, this will be huge because then they'll have access to their inventories and basically just reset the entire team. So Vamos, full roster. We could be seeing a fight very soon for them. But on the other side, we have a couple teams sort of converging, but no real battles as of yet. So I think it's going to end up being 21 versus Vamos. Oh boy.
What's Elite? Elite still skirting the edges. They actually got scanned out. I believe T69 dropped the binoculars.
21 are in the open. I don't like how this is going for them.
They did. Yeah, they already spotted out the Vamos members. Is Vamos not going to do anything about it?
Well, the thing is, do they know? I think they're trying to bait. I think Vamos are trying to go for the bait
Jun,
here.
this one has to pay off. Like Ramiel is taking a heap of punishment. Who makes the call? I think you got to go now, Kathizi. Well, he takes himself out. But Yasta will be brought back up, so Jun now springs into action to try and come in from behind the loop around onto Luki. But if he loses this fight, it collapses for Team Vamos. Very crucial 1v1, but Jun gets sniped by Aryan. And this is horrible news for Team Vamos.
Oh, but Ramiel's going to use the launch pad to get out of there. He is being clipped, but not enough damage. So 2 players will get out for Vamos, but they really, really needed to get rid of 21 there because they are looking very injured. 2 players down. They have to try and find something
They're
to
running
get
into
the buyback.
Todak.
Yeah, this is just not Vamos' game.
How did it go so poorly for Vamos? Every single thing that could have conceivably go wrong has went wrong. So Ramiel finds the revive.
Legolas is gone though, so it's a 1 to get that 2 buyback.
Oh man, didn't get a trade at the end. So 21 essentially got 8 points and lost nothing. Well, they had to use some utilities, but it's a very small price to pay.
And at the same time, they basically forced a reset on Vamos, right? Because they're coming back into the game naked. They have nothing.
Yeah, at like what this stage of the game, you don't really have much time. Chris does get knocked out by Elite, so Elite gets themselves the 6th point, but they have to start rotating very soon. Like Winsley sees all this happening, right? He knows that there's a couple of teams in front of him that's blocking their way into the circle, but he needs the rest of his team to really start the rendezvous somewhere west of base camp. It's a long journey to travel.
All right. Things looking pretty stable here for Shiva,
He's
so they're
dead.
going to go for Kathizi. Nice, easy eliminations. That's going to be a point to Shivas. Vamos further crippled. Everything on the line here for Jun, the last remaining member of the team. Look, if he can pull some kind of miracle off, this will be massive for Vamos, but their late game potential is practically nothing at this point. They're hoping someone runs into them and basically gets them their macro stuff for free, and that's not going to happen for sure. So
This is sheer disappointment.
jeez.
How did Vamos end up in the spot?
Not looking good at all. Although, you know who is looking pretty good so far? Homeboys. Some
Yeah.
eliminations, looking very healthy, full roster as well. They're ready to go, and they are possibly going to run into Shiva. So
It's a Todak circle though. So 21 also has
Oh
been
my
doing
gosh.
fantastic. Like this entire, they essentially got most of their points farming Vamos members. Legolas is gonna get spotted out by Elite. He might go down very soon.
could be very soon. And 21. Oh, they
Ouch.
found Loki. And the whole team just being bombarded with utility and gunfire, bullets raining down. That's going to be it for Bob Loki. Now, to be fair, okay, we know Bob Loki, this is a team that is towards the bottom of the bracket. I think this is a pretty good round for them. They had a couple of eliminations. Okay, sure, they don't get the most placement points, but I think this is the most they may have gotten in one round so far.
Yeah, the bar is pretty low, but I agree. It's one of the better rounds for Bob Loki. See, Homeboy's Conspiracy. So Elite able to... Actually, they were so far spread out. I
They
wonder
are
what the
pretty
plan is for Elite.
spread. I'm not sure
What's the
what
plan?
they're waiting for.
Maybe you go for a wraparound, but how do you get the rest of your team to join you? Because Elite isn't really crippled. They have the resources, but how do you make the commitment? Perhaps 21. I think if you can take out 21, it's a good start. And Sep22 just found a snipe.
I don't know if this is enough of an opportunity. Homeboys looking really good here on Forest Red, on the edge of that circle, so they will be able to start playing Gatekeeper if they'd like. 21 though coming in, running into a couple of players of Elite, but so far, Elite, they have 2 players within the circle. Launch pads in, going for 21. Yasta and Lukey going to be the ones to scout. We do have Toby in that vehicle, going to see them fly on through. There's going to be the next one. Ariane's going to fly in as well, but the thing with the launch pad, if that circle's congested, you are opening yourself up to being shot down.
I'm trying to figure out what is the game plan for Elite, because it feels like they were trying to fish for a lot. Fish for 21, but they are losing members. Like, one of them even got knocked down outside the blue zone. This late rotation is starting to hurt Elite, and 21 are getting away essentially for free. Like, Winsley's gonna go get picked off.
Yeah, and that's by one of the players of Vamos. This is one of the last teams that should be picking you off here. Oh my gosh! A 1-for-1! Oh no! That's going to be another player down. And Elite, they're down to Toby.
That is so unlucky. Jun won the fight, but intervention from Infernus took him out. You could not have asked for a worse timing for a third team to show up.
And now in the circle, we've got 3 dominant teams so far. Homeboy's going to be watching Todak fighting up against Shiva. Shiva's playing towards that western side of the compound so far, whereas for Todak, they're trying to play inside. They're actually going to try and fly on through with Luffy. They just lined himself up for wings.
So he did get the knock, but no secure yet. So Homeboy's Conspiracy can make the recovery, which is the silver lining. And now Todak finds himself basically trapped underneath the building. You still have Homeboy's Conspiracy planting one guy playing long range to give that support fire. And that, I mean, they essentially were able to complete the transfer in terms of using the launch pad to get into the circle.
They practically just swap compounds at this point. That's really the end of the story here. All of our top dogs occupying some kind of natural compound. Now, Infernus are looking to invade this one here, occupied by Shivas. Now, the issue is that they are outside. They can't quite find an easy way in. But for Shivas, they are on that second floor, so they're not exposed to being rushed on the bottom floor. So if they want to play peace treaty, they could sign a peace treaty and just sort of stay on their own floors. You know, don't disturb each other. Just shoot the other people in the other compound. But that doesn't seem to be the case. They're looking to try and go up onto the high ground there.
They could actually go for a ceasefire because the circle might close into them. Infernus just walking straight into a firing range, mowed down by an assortment of weapons. So T69 gets delivered 4 free points.
Infernus didn't need to do that, truthfully.
No, they didn't. They could have just waited for the next circle, because either way, it would either be involving their building, or they just gotta move a little bit. I think Infernus just got a bit impatient.
Maybe thinking maybe there were less people up on the rooftop. We don't know. We really don't know what this team was thinking. But this circle looking really good here for Shivas, and even 21 who are right next to it. They are outside. They're not in a compound, but they are leaving everyone to their own devices. Vamos and Todak constantly shooting at one another as Homeboys down to their top 2 players. It's Mika and Squirrel, but Mika is being shot down, constantly losing health and also healing at the same time, but has been finally caught out by Shivas. Gen X landing the final blow there. So now down to their final player, not looking too good here.
Here comes 21, about to crash the party. So the 2 teams with the full squads are actually T69 and 21. Seems like the numbers are ruling the lobby right now. Ice grenade into the second floor. 21 having a lot of free room to work with, and Todak, they need to get into the circle. So they will be the primary threat for T69 to deal with.
I wonder if Todak are going to be the ones to start disturbing 21 because they're outside of that compound. Squirrel still trying to play this late game here for Homeboys. He's all alone, just using glue walls. You see Legolas there on the side of Vamos, going to be using a monster truck to try and mow down some of these players. It also does kind of keep him protected. It's kind of hard to shoot him down as well, so he is still sticking around. Legolas going in for some crazy plays. But Todak got to be so careful. 21 raining on their parade with so many utilities. Thankfully, none of them going to be able to connect so far, but this circle is getting real small, Husky.
And Shanim with the greatest nade of all time to just wipe out the entire lineup of Todak. So 21 puts themselves in a very dominant spot. This could be the killing blow as they head towards the compound. T69's Eagle T with the knockdown. Shanim a bit too overzealous. 21 not ready for that engagement. Look at the bird's eye view as well. 21 makes it into the building. Legolas somehow still running interference with that monster truck. Luki gets one for himself. Legolas still continuing to be a menace with that vehicle. And this is helping T69 because 21 is wasting a lot of resources dealing with Legolas. 69 shows up. Gen X finds 2 in a row, and Legolas somehow was the difference maker of that entire fight, and Legolas finally goes down. They gotta pay this man because Gen X just got the... Oh, that means T69 just got the freest booyah.
Jeez, what an insane endgame. We had 2 full rosters going up against one another. Legolas riding around in this monster truck, and the fact that Legolas became a catalyst to set things up for T69 because they were so focused on trying to get rid of Legolas. T69 was like, hey, you're not shooting us? Okay. You're basically giving us free elimination.
I better share the prize pool with Legolas because for him, if I cannot get it, no one can get it.
Wow.
I'm speechless. How did the round end up like this? First of all, we got... I mean... They clearly know what happened, right? Like,
honestly, they made the right call, right? Because for T69, they were in the compound. They were basically not going to be in range of being run over by monster trucks. They knew that they could ignore Legolas. So
and also some thanks given over to Infernus for not controlling the first floor, right? I think if Infernus would have stuck around a bit longer, that could have played out very differently. But Infernus gave control over to them, and then you had a bit of a minor error from 21. They tried to rush in too quick and they lost one guy, and then the rest was just distracted by Legolas driving around in a monster truck. For the longest of time, no one was able to get rid of this man.
No. I think it was the right call to ignore him, to be honest, because he's just in a monster truck. He's not shooting at anybody. It's just, if you leave the compound, he's going to try and run you over, but that's it.
Yeah.
He's not going to be able to shoot you. So I kind of feel like once you realize what somebody is doing with a vehicle and that you know they're not going to leave it, I think you just leave him. Just focus on everyone else that's not within a vehicle.
The fact that Vamos got such an atrocious start to the round, and then they finished second off of the stunt that Legolas pulled off is insane.
Adaptation. I think just looking at how that endgame ended, it's a good way to see firstly how teams approach these very strange situations, because very rarely in scrims would I expect like Legolas to be able to do that kind of play. Like that's a rare play. It requires a team to have a lot of experience, not in that situation, but enough experience to play Free Fire to realize what should I prioritize in this situation, knowing that there's a vehicle driving around. If it's not causing me issues, but we see the enemy focusing it down, what do we do here?
The craziest thing was he was mowing down the members of 21, and then all the points were given over to T69. A heck of a round. I don't get to see this enough, honestly.
I think this is a round where you have to go back and watch the replay. Like, just watch. I think you start from the 4th or 5th circle. You start watching it from there and you see everything unfold, because we saw so much happening, so much craziness, chaos, and then of course the final few minutes.
This is a descent into madness.
It is. But I like it. Let's keep it up.
we only got 2 days of this, because afterwards it would be a lot more a lot more serious, right? When all the other regions start having their representatives, we don't get to see these stunts anymore.
Yeah.
But good. I mean, good on T69 for getting the booyah, and to a certain extent, 21 also having an amazing round
Yeah.
keeps the competition alive.
Brilliant. We're halfway through the day, which I think is the best part. We've still got 4 more games to
I
go.
felt like I've went through 8 rounds already, with
I-
with so much action going on.
I agree. 100%. Like, I think we've seen some really insane
I don't even get
games.
this in the World Series.
No. Okay. No.
It's a different kind of chaos.
I think we've seen a couple of similar situations in the World Series. But like, I love regional scenes as well because sometimes the end games there just
Yeah.
it's a different kind
There's
of crazy.
control chaos, and then there's this. This is just chaos.
No, this is called Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines. And we only get it here.
Yeah, primarily Malaysians. Love you guys.
Love it. No, seriously, love you guys. Don't change.
Maybe a little.
Okay, if you want to change, you change on the world stage, but you keep it fun at the regional. You know, give us some good games because we're enjoying ourselves here.
We are
Oh my
very
gosh.
standard lineup. This is what I was expecting a lot more. For most of our teams, right? You got the Joseph. Sometimes you run the JB. I'm happy to see the Moko in as well. You can see the roles for the players are very well defined. Like a lot of times we see snipers, at least on the regional stage, sniper players they would take Tatsuya. You don't really see much of them taking Moko, even though it's an ability that benefits long range fights. But right now, it's a lot more defined in the open finals. Top 3 teams: 21, GAT69 Shivas, and Homeboys Conspiracy.
Too bad Legolas isn't there. I kind of feel like Legolas has to be number 3 here, just for that last play. Just Legolas, okay? Sorry, Vamos, just.
Then he's the highlight play. I know.
It is the highlight play.
Yeah, I know. Like we have some very creative meme producers behind the scenes. Maybe we could get them to do some, like just one piece on Legolas.
I could see that happening actually. I think Vamos is probably one of the more fun teams to watch just because they're very creative, especially when they have that disadvantage in the late game. Like they really know how to use limited resources.
The last time I've had a team this fun, I think, was Bloody Heads,
Oh my gosh.
and that was 3-4 years ago.
that was a long time ago.
That was the COVID era.
But they were a really fun dark horse to watch because at the beginning of the season, you would just be like, oh, okay, it's just.
Because you know that they would not win, but they would make it hard for people to win, and that's the fun part. They are the party poopers.
The party poopers.
I love it. I miss those guys. We got top weapons though, a lot more streamlined. Even the G36 showed up.
Nothing crazy.
Wow, Thompson, the VSS. Honestly, even the PP19. It's been a very long time since I see so many different weapons being used
Actually,
by a single team.
pretty interesting stats across the board, right? The fact that the team with the 9 eliminations, okay, lowest eliminations, but they had an insane amount of damage average. Like they were doing damage, they just weren't able to get the last hits.
Yeah.
Which, it's good that you're doing damage, but if you are doing damage and you're not able to get the final hit, it kind of doesn't matter sometimes, right? You need to get the secure.
You need to get, because the points doesn't go to you.
Exactly. If someone else steals it, like it doesn't matter. You're giving it away to someone else.
Thanks for the leash.
Thank you for the points. All right, round standings, Husky. Let's go. Your face was there. So I was like,
we got 29 points for T69s. Good on them. We got 24 for 21. We got 19 for Homeboys Conspiracy. 14 for Vamos, which definitely didn't come from the end circle because they didn't get any. We got 12 for Elite and 12 for Toad Up. Actually, this first page, very balanced out, right? Considering that
I think this is what you would expect for
yes,
the first page.
especially the first 2 teams, right? They didn't perform too well, and now they got a massive round.
Massive round. I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to influence the leaderboard now, right? Because we saw Elite sitting pretty in first place, and unfortunately, they are going to slowly start to move down because our consistent top dogs, there's a reason why our invited teams were invited, and it was mainly because they are consistent international level teams.
Yeah.
They know, okay, every now and again they have dud rounds, let's be realistic, everyone does, but they play at an international level because they qualify, because they're able to get these points and to get a high point average across all of their games. It's not a case of like 40 points here, 0 points there, 40 points here, 0 points there. It's even across the board. So it's a sign that if a team that is not international level yet, if they can stay within that range, that's a sign. And I'm looking for that sign. I want a new team to be up there.
I think you're seeing it in Elite, even though they got like 12 points, but then when you look at the other, the bigger teams like Vamos, Todak, Homeboys, they got either 14 or 16 points, right? So not too big of a difference. So Elite continues to impress us. That's the halfway point for day one.
Yeah.
We got 4 more to come. We're going to go to Nextera next, and then we'll restart the entire rotation from Bermuda. Again, we'll see if Elite keeps up with the main pack. But for now, it's break time, and we'll be back for round 5.
Here we go!
Can't find another one again. Try never find another me. What is missing when you've been? Tell me something I can hear. Body screaming. You won't admit that you want me close. I know your needs, you know I know. When you're with me, you feel it the most on the low, low, low. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get right with. You try, never find someone who's vibing. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get right with. You try, never find another me.
past the halfway point of the Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Open Finals Season 5 for MSP. So we're heading to Nextera next, but just a quick recap on the Booyah. It's on your screen. We got Curry's with 1, Elite with 1, Homeboy's Conspiracy with 1, and the latest one on Alpine going over the GAT69 Kivas.
Oh boy, Husky. You know, I just realized something.
Yes.
We are getting 2 Kalaharis today.
Yeah, we are. And we
I
are.
love how I'm mentioning Kalahari and it's Nextera next to it. Nextera's fun, okay? But I love having 2 Kalaharis in one day because that X Factor map is going to be such a big upset, I feel like, for some of the teams that really don't feel comfortable on that map. Overall standings. This is the most important thing we've all been looking forward to. Let's see the overal standings. See
You should
where
come up
everyone
here,
is.
somewhere here.
It's there. It's on your side.
It's on my side.
Hey, we should move. We need to see some Husky here.
I mean, it's right there.
It is there. So, Homeboys, sitting pretty at top, 70 points, super happy with their position. Elite, I have to say, I'm impressed with the consistency for this team, like being able to stay in second place. I actually was expecting them to maybe start dropping from here on out, but the consistency for this team, it is pretty outstanding. A really good quality for a team that I guess nobody is kind of looking out for at this point of time.
Yeah, 31 for both placement points and eliminations, right? Like, talk about balance in all things. And then you have Vamos, a bit on the flimsy side, but still.
I mean, they kind of balance too,
yeah,
to be
they
fair, right?
able to make it, at least make it through. They did get a decent placement points in the previous round, right? So
Yeah.
then you have Toda behind them with 1 point difference, and then you got T69. This one is the big one. They score a massive Booyah, which now puts them in 5th spot.
Puts them in 5th spot. I feel like this team should be a little higher. I think, my personal opinion, I would love to see them sitting on some more points here because I think they're onto something. It's just gotta figure out how do they consistently get more points than what they're currently getting. Because
Yeah, it's like if the stars don't align for you, how do you make your own way, right? We haven't seen that from that team yet. But we've seen it from teams like Elite, like even 21. Like, for example, 21, they didn't win the round, sadly. But they also got a pretty massive round, right? Which puts them at 40 points, which is essentially 1 good round away from top 3.
yeah, really close. I mean, to be fair, I think you're still kind of in the running up until top 9. After top 9, I think that's when we're going to start seeing that cutoff, right? 18, 18, 15 for our bottom 3 teams. I think you're already hitting the danger zone. Like, we've only played 4 games, but this is already an indicator of how you're going to perform for the rest of today and also for your games tomorrow. And so unless you start picking up those points now, I think they just aren't going to make it.
If they don't get 60 points by the end of the next 4 rounds, then I think it's safe to say that they would just be there to influence the rest of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and basically still points away from everyone else.
Yeah.
Just to be a nuisance, really.
But at
And-
least we still have 9 teams in the running, right? Which in of itself is a pretty impressive thing.
It's still pretty close.
pretty close.
But to be fair, we've only played 4 games. And I only say 4 because I don't think 4 games is really enough for us to just be like, okay, these are your top dogs, these are your underdogs moving on to the next stage of the competition. I do think there is still a lot of room for change. It is just up to the teams and whether or not they can change enough to influence their gain of points and potentially start hindering the competition, because I kind of feel like after this first round of maps, these teams now have to start adapting because there's now information on everyone that's competing, right? Now we have information on where everyone likes to drop, any changes that potentially have happened, any styles that are starting to come out from these teams. Like, if you don't start adapting on day 1, because it's a 2-day competition,
Yep.
if you don't start adapting on day number 1, I kind of feel like you're just not gonna make the cut.
In fact, I think we will get a better gauge of how most of the team plays by the end of round 6, because that's the standard competitive rotation, right? Like most of the tournaments, aside from SPS, I think SPS is the only tournament I know
That's
that
only 5.
that introduces of 8 map per day, right?
Yeah.
Usually tournaments you see 4 to 6. So I think by the end of round 6, which is going to be Bermuda, we'll get a very good idea of where these teams stand and where they play. So we can consider the Bermuda as sort of your random map, at least for now.
For now. Now, speaking of for now, we are flying into map number 5 here, Next Terra. And so far, we do see one hot drop happening here. It's Karis jumping onto Homeboys. Not ideal for these teams, but also Toad going to be throwing a couple of pot shots over to 21 as well. So lots of action across the board right off the bat here, and we are seeing a couple of names being shown on the kill feed as well. And 21, not looking too good, but the same thing here for Karis.
Yeah, but Karis is fighting back, although they are fighting a losing war. 2 of their members gone down already, so Karis will abandon ship immediately.
It's their last player. It's Vix.
They're
If
gonna
he
chase
gets
him
caught,
down.
that's
It's gone.
it. Oh, jeez.
That's a big shift on the leaderboard.
Yeah, these surprise hot drops, it really hurts on these first maps because you don't know who drops where. So sometimes if you just overlap with somebody and it's somebody that's not ideal, that's it. You don't really get a do-over.
So Vamos also lost one of their players. I think he's going to be brought back. Winzy also brought back on the side of Elite. So Homeboys Conspiracy are on a literal killing spree at the start of the round. They just found script shots again. Can script shot at least take out Luffy, right? You got to be able to punish someone.
They got to punish someone or they got to get out of there because you have to make the conscious decision. Do you want to stick around for Homeboys to jump on top of you? Because this team is happy to look for these fights, whereas for script shots, they're just not in a healthy position to do so. Now, keep in mind, script shots, they do have players still within the vicinity. This is really risky, but I mean, if you're desperate for points, this is the only way you're going to get them.
You can at least make it count. I think script shots will have to abandon ship.
This doesn't look like it's counting. Uh-oh.
They are going to have a bit of a struggle getting to Sleepy, at least for now. But Homeboys are winning on every single front with their shots. And Cass is going to be forced away too.
Lucky Boulder.
I mean, how is Scripts going to deal with this? They will keep Homeboys occupied for now, but Homeboys are not going to give up.
Look, Homeboys are sitting on 6 eliminations and they just want to extend their lead on that leaderboard. And they're doing the right thing just to do this as well. They are using a lot of time just trying to get rid of Sleepy, but he is wasting time. I'm surprised that Zan is sticking around. Like, I thought he would have tried to make a getaway by now, but why would you want to stay? Does he think he's going to get caught or spotted?
They could be banking on Miyus to be undetected.
This is so risky.
They know where he is. Just such good awareness.
This is so awkward for script shots. It's almost like they're stuck.
It does feel like it. They can't really go anywhere. They've locked themselves in this position.
I'd like to remind our viewers as well, Homeboys, they're sitting on 7 eliminations from this. Kill leaders for the game. Looking fantastic. Oh, Luffy actually getting caught by Sleepy though, as they did try to rush up onto that rooftop. So not too successful there for Homeboys, unfortunately. Okay, Sleepy actually catching out Homeboys here. I kind of think, okay.
This is huge.
Do you really want to stick around for this one player?
This is huge. Script shots can now rejoin the fight if they want to, right? I mean, Homeboys will get the revive for sure.
And they're going to bring him back in? Or is he going to fly away? It looks like they're going to send him off.
He's going to fly away.
Yeah, they just send him off. That's a much safer play than trying to stick around. And, oh boy. Okay. I don't think you want to stick around for Gambit. Really great play coming out from low-key, but I don't know if they can stay low-key enough to escape this team.
Where did they fly to? I'm trying to figure out. So Loki went to the east side of the museum. That's where T69 used to be. We got Infernus and 21. And 21 has had a very rocky start so far. The 3 other members have been revived. So not much resources to work with.
Not a lot of econ. And they're about to run into Infernus as well, Husky. So I hope they're ready for this, or I hope they get that money shot on somebody, because if they don't decap someone soon, I think they're just going to get run over.
Infernus very equipped to take on this fight. And the fact that 21 are basically spread out means that if one of the pillar falls, they all fall.
Oh,
Vamos is here though. Vamos, Homeboys, and Script Shot. Sleepy still on top of the roof.
Just letting him get away with that for free as well. Jun gonna go down to Zan. So script shots, they're getting a couple elim themselves. Sleepy's finally been caught by Mika. Homeboys finally get that very annoying player off that rooftop. And in the meantime, it looks like Infernus being caught out by 21 as we saw them before. So that skirmish has finally kicked off here, but This fight between Script Shots and Homeboys, it looks like it's finally dispersed, but Vamos may be the ones to sort of drag things out. 21 still sticking around here with Infernus, who are still also trying to continue this fight themselves. But it looks like it has been put on pause for now as these two teams, they are spreading out. Ryu is there. Yasta maybe going to try and go for a cute little play, but no, he's been spotted. He's been caught down to 50 health, trying to outrun this, but he will be caught and clipped on the ankles.
So spread out. Luki now will also be isolated. Meanwhile, Vamos against Terengganu is Terengganu that wins out. This is by a mile, just 4v1. As Infernus continues to dispatch the members of 21 on the other side of the map. So Deca Square completely belongs to Terengganu at this point of time.
And they're also sitting at 5 eliminations too. So Terengganu going to be happy with themselves, putting some points on that leaderboard, pushing them further and further up. They would like to get some more here because they are still not that far in terms of placement points. It looks like they've managed to find one of the players here, Elite, trying to finish off Gen X, and he will get him, adding another point to Elite's scoreboard. Now, Oots on the side of T69 going to be launching himself over to Deca Square, but there are a couple of teams in the vicinity. Kind of runs in the opposite direction, and a good decision there. You do not want to be running into anybody all alone. And Vamos somehow getting a bit of a recovery elimination there. The entire team has been revived, but they found an elimination.
Yeah, Vamos are picking up stragglers from the side of Elite. McGrory loses the fight, but no secure. Very unfortunate for Calpado. That would have been a good secure. It does open up opportunity for Terengganu to come in for some collection.
Oh, just when Vamos looked like they were about to make a recovery. And now with their last two, and with McRory with no health, oh boy, things are not going to be looking like a happy ending here for Vamos. They're going to try and use whatever resources they have left to try and make that getaway. McRory going to be left behind. But Kathisi, he's all on his own. He's looking for something. Maybe T69 can come in and save the day, but no, it's too late. Vamos are gone. And T69, they just leave him for dead. Or they're actually going to go for smoothies instead.
That is unfortunate for Vamos. I mean,
I was hoping they would make that recovery
to be fair, with the way they play so far, it is eventually going to catch up to them. So, very unfortunate for Vamos. This is opportunity for everyone else, right? Because Vamos, they are in second or third place. They're in third place, so Todak is going to be happy about that. It's even greater if you are Homeboys or Elite. Now you get to widen the gap.
Now, look at this. We've got Infernus fighting over this flyover with Todak. Sensei's going to be the first one to be caught out here, so Todak will have to try and go for that pickup. Well, Glue Wall Melt is going to be used. Oh, Riptide Rhythm, so many exchanged. And it looks like they managed to catch Fikri on the side of Infernus, and Todak, they do recover. The entire team is back on their feet, and Infernus might be the ones to be chased off here. As long as they can try and find a way within that circle, it's going to be okay. But if they're stuck on that flyover, it's going to be really awkward for this team as Two Speeds is going to be caught off guard by Todak's Raja.
10 eliminations on Todak's side. This is a massive round already. With 10 teams still remaining in the game, Todak have a very good chance to essentially just pull ahead of the curve.
Niels has been spotted by Sensei on the side of Todak. It'll be a nice little addition if they can try and finish him off. Deco's on the side of Infernus. Thankfully, will be running towards a empty portion of that map. He has managed to bring back one of his teammates as well, I believe. So they are slowly going to try and recover, but this late into the game, you don't want to be buying back any of your teammates here. As we have 21 running into Loki here. Now for Loki, they've had a pretty difficult day today, but if they can get through 21, this could be a big influx of points for this team. But instead, they're just going to try and avoid the fight. They're going to play Loki. I think this is the right decision, but they caught one. They caught Blank.
Unfortunate.
Oh, no.
I think they made the right decision to back off since they were at a man disadvantage, but to get caught mid-air does make it a bit worse if you are low-key. So 21, considering the start that they have actually, having 4 points isn't too bad. Elite also having a rough time, still spread out. Toby going down once more.
Oh boy, this team starting off really strong at the start of the day, just really starting to peter out as the competition hits that halfway mark. Unfortunate for Gambit. Homeboys though, they're just starting things off because they are at 14 eliminations and we are at the third circle, and they're going to keep looking for more. And they're about to run into one of the players of Elite. And with Elite only sitting on 2 players remaining, this will be an easy elimination for them. For Calpo, if he can just try and get one headshot, that'd be fantastic. Luffy does get caught on the side of Homeboys, but they do catch out that player of Elite. So that's going to be another elimination added to their name.
It's going to be so top-heavy right now. Homeboys Conspiracy and Todak both having monstrous rounds. I mean, how is... For Elite, I don't even know how you're going to recover from this. There is a vending machine, but he has no money. 0 coins to get any sort of a revive.
Got to pull off a Legolas.
And maybe not in this round.
Well, you never know. Anything can go. But if you run into Terengganu Esports and you get spotted there, that might just be the end of the run there. So we'll see if Winzy can get in, because it's going to be a pretty difficult task for him, because Terengganu are already starting to rain fire on this lone Elite player.
Oh,
and
man.
they will get him.
Through the wall as well. Not even with the... They believe with the Moko. So you do spot out people behind the wall.
Oh, boy.
Brent also getting shut down. Luffy finding that elimination.
That's... I don't
It could be
even want to
points.
know how
They-
many eliminations
They could hit
points
20
are at.
bomb easily, right? We still got 22 members left after the
Oh.
demise of T69. And 21 also not too shabby. 10 eliminations for them.
Low key, somehow surviving this deep into the competition with 8 eliminations. What a comeback for this team. I mean, we had a little bit of hope for this team. They were in last place, but they are sticking around there.
Look at Homeboys, they got 19.
They're close to the 20 mark. They're very close to your prediction so far, but knowing them, they're going to accelerate this lead.
The world record so far is 40 points in a single round, set by Team Falcons on the EWC Grand Final stage. And that was round 1 of Bermuda. If Homeboys Conspiracy could break that record, we essentially have a new world record for most points in a single round.
So we have a couple of very full rosters here, but we also have a couple of lone dogs. Deco sitting on the side there for his team. And we also have one more for Loki. They're going to try and survive this, but everyone else, though, guns are blazing, trying to pick up those eliminations. 21 potentially fighting up against Todak here. Now, 21, they are spread out. If their sniper gets caught, that's going to be left. Everything will be left to their 2 front runners, but they're going to spread out again. A really interesting decision here made by 21 to push themselves further and further towards that circle. But in fairness, Deckers has been caught there by Nova, the 1v1 being won by Loki, pushing them further up on that leaderboard. But Todak, they're not done. They want more eliminations themselves.
And 21 actually tried to go deeper into the circle, only to get picked up. Nova is going to get a free one.
Whoa.
Does he land that? That could be point number 10. Come on, come on.
Look,
It's an easy shot, man.
He's
It's an easy shot.
Loki. Oh, Nova.
That's 10 points.
10
I think
points.
Homeboys know this.
Okay, the thing is, do they prioritize Nova? It looks like they are running towards Nova. So this might be the end of Loki. And yep, that's going to be it. So 5th place for this team, but like 9 eliminations. Loki are happy.
Even 21 got knocked out. So now the only team that, for the first time in today, that makes it to top 3, Terengganu Esports. Right? This could be the round where they make it big.
And all the teams that are still surviving, they're sitting on double-digit eliminations. So they have been very bloodthirsty this game, and it really could go either way. It's going to come down to the execution.
Oh, no.
But for Terengganu, now here's the issue. They're grouping up, so they're probably out of glue walls, and they are slowly being picked apart by Homeboys, who are sitting on a whopping 22 eliminations. Super healthy, very, very heavy inventories. Look, I think at this point, it's going to be a battle of the giants here, Husky.
It could be a world record that Homeboys Conspiracy are looking at right now. Luffy putting them one step closer to that point. And Todak, they're not getting an easy time also, right? A grenade is going to
Yazid.
connect. Yazid making it tough for Todak. Homeboys Conspiracy just watching this go down. Ice grenade to the back. Riptide Rhythm connects as well from the side of Homeboys. They're starting to make their moves and traps. He wants to get to Yazid, but he's also running through an open field where Homeboys Conspiracy are just shooting at them. Yazid,
Yazid.
final attempt, goes down to Mikacha. So there's 24. And I think they can tie up the record with Team Falcons if Homeboys Conspiracy wins the round.
Now the thing is for Todak, how are their inventories looking? Because Homeboys, they have so many medkits, they have so many glue walls to use as well. They're starting to rush towards them. Todak wanting to go right after Fires, and Fires is gone. In the meantime though, backline Raja trying to jump onto Squirrel, unfortunately wasn't able to get his head popped. And now we're looking at a 3 versus 4 situation, Husky.
And Luffy, Squirrel both go down. It's just Mikacha left. against 3 members of Todak. The record not in sight but not attained. Todak just weathers the storm, and Wings drops a 10 elimination bomb in this game alone as Todak locks in their booyah.
Oh my gosh, what a top-heavy game that was. Top 3 teams all sitting on double-digit eliminations. One of them was already at 20 elims before that 3-way happened.
It's like, was there a need to be this good this early on? Probably not, but might as well.
Just grab those points.
Yeah, we'll take
them
those.
home.
That's gonna essentially put Todak and Homeboy's Conspiracy in such a comfortable spot on the leaderboard. It makes them untouchable, potentially for the rest of the day.
Possibly. It's going to be really tough to catch up to them unless they bomb out for these final rounds, which is highly unlikely.
They have
to
already
have
set themselves up
consistent-
for success, man.
Yeah, they really have. But I do also want to mention a quick shout out to Loki. This is their best performance so far. We mentioned how desperately they needed those points to get out of, I think they're last place, right? Coming into this round.
Yeah,
I think
bottom
Loki
3,
was
right?
last place. Bottom 3.
Also, shout out to Terengganu, right? Because they made it 3rd place.
Yes.
12-13 eliminations. Pretty solid round. That essentially guarantees them 20 points overall, right? So, and I think that's good enough if you're Terengganu.
This early on in the competition, 20 points are significant
Yeah.
for a lot of teams.
And it's a big shakeup because teams like 21 and Elite didn't get much this round, especially Elite, who were
Yeah.
sitting in 2nd spot. Vamos got knocked out, so that 3rd spot is gone. And then Elite got knocked out not long afterwards, so that top 3 is going to shake up.
Definitely going to shake up. I kind of expect to see maybe even like 4th or 5th, even going for a bit of a change here, like very big changes on the top of the leaderboard. I also think middle of the pack, bottom of the pack, we are going to see some shifts as well, right? Because we're seeing some teams step up, others kind of faltering in this round because, let's be real, game number 4, game number 5, you're starting to feel a little bit of that fatigue, and we're not really that close to the end yet. We've got 8 games today. It's not the generic 6-round free fire matchup. So you've got those extra 2 games on top of the 6. Look, I hope you have some coffee. Someone's got to slap you awake. Have a shower during the break, but you've got to stay focused because again, we've only got 2 play days.
Yeah, a lot of us aren't engineered for 8 maps, and that's what makes it exciting. We got 100 total elims this game. We got 57 revivals.
This is what I want in Free Fire. I want these revives because second chances, scouting opportunities. I feel like if you're not utilizing revives, you are missing out on such a major element of Free Fire.
But it's also how much of these revives are converted into something, right? Like if you revive and you feed yourselves to enemy team anyways, you are not really benefiting much. But this game, Wings completely going off. 10 eliminations all on its own, 6.1k damage.
He's got wings. He drank something. We
Yeah,
know for sure.
I can't say it.
I know.
I'm gonna get kicked off the broadcast, but
But
yes,
he definitely had his
he
coffee.
grew some.
He had his caffeine. You know,
Yep.
Wings had his caffeine.
he's gonna make it onto the highlight reel for sure.
But it also just goes to show how influential Wings is for Todak because we see in numerous fights, aside from all the tattoos, okay? In a lot of the fights, I love the positioning that Todak has for their entire roster because we always see Wings in such a great position to snipe people, but also force people to have to run closer to his teammates. Like, he's such a strategical positioner. It's not funny.
I'm surprised that they didn't use any Cassie for the electrotherapy, right? If you want to,
good.
I mean, it's such a good thing, but I'm surprised they didn't use it. Either way, Todak showing that they just want to fight. This is something that I would only expect from a Thai team, but in this current meta, even Thai teams don't use 4 Tatsuyas anymore.
Todak are learning.
We're going back like few patches ago.
Hey, sometimes you have to go back to your ancestors to understand what is going on.
Bring
okay?
back Vector Kimbo.
Okay, no, maybe not that far back, but
Those are horrible times. Horrible times for like 90% of the player base.
no comment. Anyways, what we can comment on is our top teams. Aside from the fact that we got Homeboys and Todak in top 1 and 2, to be expected, Terengganu,
Yes.
3rd place, looking fantastic. Okay, the damage is not that impressive, but I think they played it well. They didn't stick their nose into anyone's business where they didn't belong. They only looked for those opportunistic eliminations. So sometimes you gotta play safe, okay? Don't be sorry. Don't regret the decisions that you make. Don't rush into things, because that's how we see some teams just outright lose.
Yeah, just go into top 3, right? Like top 3, you get there, you get to the next stage, you get another shot at a bigger prize pool. And once you get to the next stage, you're essentially guaranteed 2 chances, challenge groups, and then the play-ins, right? So there's plenty more room to make mistakes and experiment. But for now, every single round counts. We got Todak with 20 eliminations, Homeboy's Conspiracy with 24, and Terengganu with 12. But for a team from a state that we don't get to hear much about often,
They're doing great.
they're doing great. This
Big thumbs up.
puts them on the map.
Puts them on the map. Has some eyes on this team. Keep in mind as well, folks, the fact that we're seeing 20, 24, and 12 eliminations just from these 3 teams alone. And we had a total of, I think it was 100 eliminations across the entire
Oh yeah, we
board.
got 100. Yeah.
So more than half going to the top 3 teams. Eliminations are king, folks. There's a reason
Yes.
why we always put a lot of emphasis on eliminations. You can try and play for placements, but in those high kill lobbies, eliminations are where it's at.
Placement points can only get you so far, right? Like
Yeah.
it can only get you. It can get you into a safe spot to qualify or to maintain your standings, but it's never enough if you want to get that extra push to get into first place. That's why championships are won by teams who have a lot of eliminations. We can draw plenty of examples. But yeah,
I think it's a defining factor that separates a good team from a great team.
to be fair, if you want to survive, you gotta know how to fight for survivals, and so they come hand in hand. But yeah, Homeboy's Conspiracy 33 points, Toda with 32, and then we get to Terengganu with 20 points, and then 17 for 21. It's a big discrepancy between the top 2 teams and everyone else.
Yeah, but the fact that it's Terengganu to get those 12 points for themselves, like that's already a very big achievement for the team. Loki's up here. Nobody thought Loki would make it this high up in a round, but they ended
Best
16. Isn't that like almost as many points as they have on that leaderboard? I think they had 18.
So
didn't they?
Yeah, they almost doubled their points in one round.
And all it took was one round.
You see the amount of
The comeback potential.
the difference it can make when you get one good round, right? Like this is what makes Free Fire such a scarily competitive game, because all it takes is one good round and you can potentially turn a whole franchise around.
Yeah. And then at the bottom here, I mean, there are some teams that are in the danger zone. Like T69 to be eliminated so early. This was a bit of a shocker. They had been pretty consistent across the day, but this was probably like their most devastating round, I feel.
Even for Curris, right? Got knocked out, 0 points. Elite got 6, not looking the best. And then you also have Vamos, who didn't really make it that far.
Yeah. I mean, okay. I think Elite...
This is the first shaky round, right? They had 4 great rounds prior to this, so this is the least points that they've gotten in a single round. Now we need to see if they can bounce back once we head back to Bermuda later.
Well, that's the thing. Can they bounce back, or has this team petered out? Like, I keep warning people, the whole concept of people just sort of, losing that spark. We'll have to see if these teams can make that recovery happen, because we're not done here. We still have plenty more games to go here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, but we are going to go for a quick break, not just for us, but also for the players. But don't go anywhere. It's going to be a super short break. Once we're back, we're going to jump right into Bermuda for our next matchup.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Here we go!
the Snapdragon Pro Series for Free Fire Open Finals MSP Season 5. And Round 6 coming up in a bit. We are running it back to Bermuda for the second time today. As we reach the, as we are getting closer to the conclusion of day 1. So far, expectations have been met by some teams, but also pleasant surprises.
I think we also had some disappointments as well. Like, there were some teams where we were just like, they should be a little higher, but of course, it's day 1. And also, this is like the first round where all of these teams are playing against each other. So now that we have that reset, I hope that these teams use that short break to look through all the relevant data that they now officially have on each other, right? Like, if you've got a coach, I hope your coach was taking notes on trying to figure out who's dropping where, pathing, were there any hot drops, are there any places that you should be dodging, because you now have to start utilizing this information if you did horribly on these maps.
Which is also an interesting point that you brought up, because I would assume most of these teams probably don't have a coach, right? It's just a 4-stack. It's a bunch of friends getting together.
The established teams, like probably 50-50 coaches there or
yeah,
not.
but
yeah,
the tier 2, tier
unsponsored.
3s, most likely you don't really
Yeah.
have a coach, sadly. But we'll take a look at the overall standings for it now. We got Homeboys Conspiracy literally in first place, 70 points, and then Elite 62. Hold on.
How did they stick around?
No, this is not inclusive of round 5. I know that for sure. Ah, there it is. There it is.
Okay, there's the update.
There you got
Thank
the updated
production.
one. So Elite is still hanging on in 3rd place. But the gap is so wide. Look at that.
That's what happens, and it's not just for Elite, it's also for Homeboys and Todak. These guys are establishing such a big lead that they're almost untouchable. It's reached that point. Like, once you hit critical mass, it doesn't matter what these teams do. If you're not making it at the top of your bracket, you're out of the running. You're not making it to the next stage.
Yeah, so essentially Homeboys and Todak have established this this boundary, right? Which is essentially saying you can't catch up to us. Good luck fighting for 3rd place. So now it puts Elite in a very interesting spot, because now they were like, man, we can't catch up, but we also have to maintain our spot. So this is the true test for Elite as we head back into Bermuda once more. Can they hold on to that 3rd spot? We're about to find out.
It's time to see if there's going to be any adjustments, any changes, maybe any new hot drops, because we did see a pretty action-packed game 1 today. So a lot of teams being eliminated early, very, very fast-paced. And at the moment, we have Keris and T69, their neighbors, same with Infernus, but it looks like no engagements, just pretty spread out, and no hot drops, Husky. Not like game number 1, where we had a couple of teams landing in the same spot. So I think now we're starting to see some adjustments being made.
Thankfully, because because again, this is the 2nd Bermuda round we got, right? So I would be surprised if teams still decide to go for these kind of hot drops. But I'm looking at Keris right now, because they were the ones that got the first booyah. But right now, they're not really doing too great. Already fight between Homeboys Conspiracy. What a good snipe. But no confirm though. Step 22 could not stick around. So all that effort for nothing.
Okay, Squirrel is going to go for the chase, and actually they managed to get him super easy. Sep going to go down, Homeboy is going to get the elimination, and they also managed to pick up their teammate as well. So a big win, big recovery. But for Elite though, okay, things are not going to look too good here, because they are trying to surround this compound. And they're trying to go for the elimination. They get one so far, they get Zane, they get Murals. Elite, really great ambush there, getting a couple of those elims.
So at the start, it's I mean, it's not the worst, I guess. But for the Gambits, they're doing great, leading in terms of elims so far. You can see that the team tag is on fire. 3 eliminations. Of course, for Script Shots, they will get the revive. Keris now taking on Todak. Even a kill order put out by 21 onto Mikacha from Homeboys Conspiracy.
Gonna just maybe go for a chase, maybe use that for scouting. We won't know what happens, but Keris though gonna try and fight up against T69 here, and this could be a mistake because it really could go either way here. It's gonna depend on their loadouts, who got the most favorable items, and maybe who has the numbers advantage, because at the moment Keris, they're about to be ambushed by T69, but so far their shots are just not landing, and they're losing players one by one. First 2 to go down here, and for Keris, they got to find a way to get out of here because this is not a salvageable battle.
No, definitely not. I think if you're curious, you just have to cut your losses. Probably try to get a trade. But T69, they essentially have control of Mars Electric.
They have complete control. There is one more player here. It's Eins, and he's kind of revealed himself and gave away a free elim to T69, so up to 3 eliminations. We do have Nizri up here and his teammate, so they will be able to hopefully try and go for a recovery play. Gambit, though, running into Vamos, and so far, a player down on each side. Another one going to go down. This time it's going to be Chef Toby. Kathizi finished off by Chef Toby. Oh boy, this is not looking too good for KTP Gambits because they started the day really strong, and now with only one player left, I don't know how they're going to recover against Vamos.
Yeah, definitely. I think if you're Vamos, this is a good spot to be in, though the Gambits actually brought the whole team back somehow. Still hanging on. There is a fighting chance. They know where McRory is.
Oh, and they see those
if they can
bodies
get rid of
flying
McRory, it'd
in.
be good. They see Kathizi also. This is a good chance for Mars to win, but the Brett
Oh.
taking out Jun. Legalot McRory, they're going to respond, and Kai McRory uncontested on that roof. And that is the saving grace for Vamos.
It's the saving grace, and they don't lose their team. So, unfortunately, they're just going to be giving away more eliminations to Vamos, who are now sitting at 6 eliminations for the round. Toby finally gets away, but this is going to be a complete reset for the team if he can somehow figure out how to buy them back without being caught. In the meantime, though, Infernus running into shots again. Now, there is Keras in the vicinity there. Zahn is going to be brought back by his teammate Squirrel. In the meantime, though, will be caught out. And Todak running into Homeboy, seeing lots of Homeboy players on the ground here. Fies all alone in the vicinity of the entire team of Todak. And they're gone. Our first place team is gone.
This is
What is
madness.
going on?
Now, all we need is for a team to
We need
wipe out
help.
Todak, and then we can balance the scales once more.
Jeez, what a change. KTB Gambit, next team to go down. So we have 2 teams eliminated here on Bermuda. Equally fast game here for our second round of Bermuda. Now, Infernus, they're not quite done here. They're trying to go for another one. Kara's going to lose a player. Kachik is the first one to go down. That's another elimination going in the way of Infernus. They're looking for more, but Elite is in the vicinity, and this could be a really interesting fight if they're not careful. Calpato is going to be the first one to go down. Elite still sticking around with Winzy and Sep. And it looks like for Infernus, do they want to stick around? Because look who's coming in. It's T69.
Man, Elite are contributing so much to the revival stats because they are just farming the revives. But what a spray control by Eagle to find the elimination onto 2 speed. I mean, if we want to talk about a team that hasn't really met the expectations, definitely Infernus, right?
Yeah.
Coming in as one of the hot teams from the open qualifiers, but not able to kind of deliver on that front. Like they lost. That goes to Elite. Another revive. How much money do they have?
They're rich.
They are rich for sure.
Loaded.
All right, 1v1. Let's go. Okay, I mean you shouldn't be shooting at the sky, but good try, good try. So T69 gets fed the 8th point.
Jeez.
So Calpado has enough money. He's gonna get a revive going again. We just lost script shots, so down to 9 teams. And here comes Todak.
Here comes Todak, looking to see if they can try and maybe take away first place away from Homeboys, because the gap between them. Okay, the thing. I'm mentioning this because Homeboys, they're like, what, 100 points?
103, something along,
103.
yeah.
And then it's like 80 something.
Yeah. So they
for
need
the
a
second
30
place.
bomb.
Yeah, so I think you might be able to get away with 25. We'll have to see roughly
Actually,
where.
yeah, I think
Something like
25.
25, which is doable.
Very doable.
Absolutely doable. But they have to find all those warm bodies first and be able to get those eliminations themselves. Now for Todak, they are looking for it, up to 9 eliminations, and they are now the elimination leader for the round. So they're well on their way to getting those 25 points. If they can get any more, though, that'd just be a bonus.
With their current trajectory, they can definitely make it there. I want to see 21. Very solid so far. Really not involved in much engagement. Decent resources. No revives needed just yet. They're actually in the circle, close to the center as well.
Oh, in
And
fairness.
Elite is still fighting.
1-on-1.
They
and
both
then
knock each other out. So
may as well just hang out.
just hanging out. We can't do much about that, right?
Hang out, maybe spin the circle together. No. Oh, Kalahari.
Crawl towards him, crawl towards him.
He's making away. The
they know.
decos as well. Let's go.
They know the assignment.
Dance party. There we go.
Yes.
Beautiful. This man understands the assignment. Love it.
Lovely stuff. So they both trade 1 point, and Quincy finds a revival point, and he's gonna bring the whole team back.
Gonna bring the whole team. No one's in the vicinity, so this is a really great reset here for Elite. But the
I
question
just want to see how many revives did this team have alone.
in this game alone.
Yeah.
I wish that was a stat we could look at as a team individually, but I don't think we've seen it today.
No, we
It's
got
been
total
like-
revives.
Yeah, we
in
got
a single
total
game.
revives. Maybe just account like a third of them to be from Elite.
So it was Wings who went off in the previous game. This game, it's Raja so far. 5 elims.
So not relying on one person, which is fine. I like teams that are equally skilled. Keras, full team buyback as well. So that's going to be some more points eventually if we do run into another gunfire, which is something that Todak is looking for, right?
Yep.
Todak trying to look for more eliminations themselves, wanting to try and take over that first place. We have T69 moving together as a unit, but so far they're not really scouting anyone out, unfortunately. But I think the moment they spot someone out, they're going to be looking for elims themselves, sitting on 8 eliminations. Just heading in towards that circle. Let's see if they can find anyone. I see one player for Infernus. The whole team's just jumped out. Okay, so they're gonna go on foot. Not gonna risk it in the vehicle at all, and they're gonna use the launch pad.
Yes, it's the good old way.
Is it the good old way?
Send
Because
them
I'm starting to
straight-
see some health bars go down.
They have to make that jump because the blue zone is hurting, but it did send them straight into Infernus. In fact, I think they flew in and took out Infernus' members. We'll see if
Oh.
Loki can damage Todak's health bar for now. It seems like they can't really do too much. Todak driving straight into Kuris. So that scan only finds one member. So Kuris essentially well hidden. At least the rest of them are.
Yeah, so majority of the players are having some gunfights happening in the top right corner of the map. We have Keras and Todak in the bottom. We have Vamos in the top left. And we have one more team on the bottom left, which was Terengganu Esports. So a very clear pathway for this team to go in to that circle. Now Todak sitting on a very high elimination score, still looking for more, as Toby on the side of Elite gets caught out. And I do believe that final shot, who did that go to? We didn't even get to see it. So Elite losing another player, and it looks like they're sitting on their last 2 here. So unless they can run away from Vamos, this might just be the end of Elite's survival here for our Bermuda matchup.
Well, so far, even Vamos is making very good headway. Right? They are not that far behind Elite, so it's a very good chance for them to catch up.
Ooh.
And I think the well has kind of finally ran dry for Elite. They have enough for one revive. If you're Winzy, he's gonna get ambushed.
What?
Finds one at least with the Vector Akimbo. But
look,
no
they
confirm.
They made so much noise that 21 is nearby.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, and they run onto the rooftop. Elite is gone. No.
Yeah, the well has ran dry for sure, and T69 lives to fight another day. Which is essentially right now, they gotta fight against Infernus and also 21.
If it doesn't end soon, there's Vamos there, which T69, they're going to fly right into Vamos. I don't think they had any idea that they were there. They thought they were going to be home free. And up in the top, though, we have Loki fighting up against Infernus, which one of the players from Infernus already down. Fikri on the ground, thanks to Blank. And Deco is going to be the next one to go down, thanks to Litzy. Loki really stepping it up in these later games.
Really making a run. Could be the run of the Open Finals. Echo with another grenade launcher to take out 2 speeds. So that's 4 eliminations thus far. Infernus not doing too bad, right? They got 7. But now it's about the placement points. This is where the placement points matter if you're a team on the second page of the leaderboard.
Yep, and it looks like another player for T69 is gone. And Furnace eliminated as Ryu finally gets caught there. So now we are at our top 7 teams here, Husky. 22 players still on the board. And we have a number of teams within that circle, but in particular, low-key, that's a pretty big one. That's the team that you wouldn't expect to be in a very fantastic position, but they're going to try their best to defend it up against Vamos. Terengganu Esports coming into the circle as well. Now, 21, they are in the vicinity as well, but they just can't get in there. Vamos, Jun, doing such a great job just denying the players on the bridge from crossing.
So there's 12 eliminations confirmed by Vamos. 21 not really in the best spot to fight.
Look at Todak. They're playing so slowly. They're saying, all right, we're just going to go into the late game. We have enough eliminations to take first place. Let's not mess it up here.
Yeah.
So I like the fact that they're just playing on the flyover. Wait for their opportunity. Don't rush into things.
They have more than enough reasons to just play it slow,
They
right?
actually jumped in towards low key.
If they take out low key, they get full control of the circle.
They do.
And you even have Wings kind of watching their sixes from afar. That's a
there goes
free shot
Yasta.
to Yasta. You want more? All right. Oh, that was a miss.
And they will... Oh, they didn't quite get him, but they're going to run into Xiaomin. But Xiaomin's hiding as well. Oh my gosh, okay. Very safe play there from Jun. So maybe a little bit scared that he's just going to get hit in the face with a shotgun.
Yeah.
So playing it super safe there, just staying on that bridge. But we've got numerous teams staying towards that top left-hand side of the circle. But for Todak, they're going to have to try and fight into low-key. It's low ground versus high ground. And there's not a lot of natural cover here as well. So for Todak to make this play, it's very risky. But they do manage to catch one player out.
Yeah, Echo actually got rid of Raja with the grenade launcher, and now they gotta get Litzy back up. Can they do it in time though? Because Todak is literally just spraying them with bullets, but they put up enough glue walls. Now Litzy is back up. He's gonna get healed up by the medic gun. The backup from low key is very well done. So they have thinned out the numbers on the side of Todak. Meanwhile, Legolov just got shot down by Yazid as Terengganu Esports shows up once more. And Loki actually putting up a pretty good fight against Todak, so Todak will not continue to pursue.
Yeah, Loki's still 4-man strong. I mean, that's massive, especially up against Todak, who has been so bloodthirsty this game. And actually, no, Loki are grouping up,
They're
and they're going to try
going
and go against Todak. This would be huge. It looks like it's 3 versus 4 down there. But the rest of the teams playing towards that top left-hand corner. I love Terengganu Esports still, again, playing passively, letting 21 of Vamos finish each other off before they stick their nose into this battle.
Yeah, Vamos just took out Luki, so Vamos continues to rampage, and Loki, they're going to abandon the fight against Todak and go straight for the north side rotation.
Wow.
They're going to run into Vamos right now. Echo with a snipe onto June. They did not expect this backstab intervention from Loki as they clean up house. Another few points in the back horizon line to bring Jun back up, but he is completely surrounded, and Blank will clock in the 10th point for Loki, and now they're top 3.
Top 3, it's Todak versus Loki versus Terengganu Esports. What are these teams remaining, Husky?
I mean, if Todak somehow gets through this, it would be one of the greatest final circle hosts of all time. They did take out a member of low-key, but I believe he got back up. Now Terengganu, Adam just poked his head out. They're turning their attention onto low-key, so it's a 2 teams against 1. Wings again, a shot onto Blank. The glue wall does fall as the snipes continue to come through from the side of Todak. Does Terengganu not want to take advantage of this?
It doesn't look like they do. I think they're really scared because remember, they're only 2-man strong on the side of Terengganu, whereas for Loki, they might be 4-man strong, but maybe just the lack of confidence in their own ability to try and go for this fight. They're just about to rush it. They've used so many glue walls to block these shots from Todak, and they're trying to go for the finish off here, but can they get onto Sensei?
It seems like the move for Loki is to get rid of Terengganu first to get a more fair fight against Todak. They have just found one. There's only Adam left. Nova needs to find this without going down. Just a sliver of health as Adam runs out into the circle. He falls. Wings also found as well. Low key attacking from multiple angles, but unfortunately not able to find the finisher onto Wings as Litzy is bleeding out on the ground. They want to go in for the finisher. Todak taking on the 1v1s, but everyone from Loki is falling. They just could not win the CQC against Todak. Individually outclassed. It's just Blank to pick up the pieces against 2 members of Todak. Wings against Sensei still alive. Blank still has a chance. Behind the glue walls of Todak, pulls out the AWM, and he's just gonna get swung from the corner. Trap saves the entire round to give Todak a back-to-back booyah.
Back-to-back booyah, but what a finisher by Low-Key of all teams. If Terengganu didn't take that long to be eliminated, that could have been a much closer endgame. But the fact that Terengganu, they fought so hard to try and get that second place finish, but the fact that they stuck around, they caused a lot of item usage coming out, as well as the fact that after the fight finished and Terengganu had already been eliminated, Loki, did you see their health bars? They were all below half health, so practically just 1 bullet, and that would have been it for most of the team.
Yeah. I feel like Loki wanted to take the road of least resistance, so they decided, you know what, we'll pull away from Todak.
Just fight against the two guys.
We ambush Vamos, we try to fight Terengganu, but that's where it got tricky, right? Because Terengganu and Todak were both turning onto them. Really, there's only so much they can do, but I wouldn't sweat too much. Sure, they didn't get the booyah, but they made it far enough, right? For a team that needed the points desperately.
Is this their best round now?
It is.
I think it's officially their best round.
It's not just the best round. They've gotten more points than they have gotten in the first 4 rounds.
Yeah, exactly.
This is
Incredible
this is great.
comeback.
I like it.
Incredible comeback from Loki. Literally playing Loki at the moment, right? Like, start of the day, it's okay, guys, we're in last place, don't pay attention to us, and then all of a sudden just come out guns blazing. Oh, hey guys, it's us!
I tell you, if they qualify, it would be a story to tell.
It would be high-key amazing.
Yeah.
That was terrible. Don't do that, folks. Don't say that.
We did have some amazing moments, even for Vamos themselves, who, you know, has been on and off the entire day, but this round puts them back on the map. Obviously, this movement from Loki was great because it completely caught Vamos off guard, but this is where it got tricky, right? Loki had to make a choice. Do we turn to Todak or do we turn to Terengganu? Todak had the high ground, so I feel like the easier way was to go towards Terengganu, but like you said, Todak, they're actually pretty low, but the 1v1s were just in favor of Todak.
Yeah, I think the overall CQC's like execution, definitely in favor of Todak. So, this round, we did not break the 50 revival mark, unfortunately, but we did get 42, and you did mention that we did see quite a number of revivals this round, because I think for the first game of the day, I think we saw like 20-ish.
Yeah, 20-ish, yeah.
So we've now doubled it, and I think teams are now starting to realize the importance of revivals.
I just want to see how many revivals are contributed by Elite alone.
Yeah, sorry, we're not going to get that stat.
We did have 159 glue walls destroyed though.
I would we say 10? 10 revivals?
I wouldn't be surprised actually.
Yeah,
10 sounds like a good number.
about 10.
That's still a quarter of the revives, which
Yeah.
is a lot. Well, this game, the spotlight is on Traps. Trap, Sensei, and Raja. Obviously, Wings, a more supportive role in this round. 0 eliminations, and the rest of his teammates, they are the ones that collected the elims.
Wings just setting up for his teammates, saying, "Hey guys, I already had my time to shine. I had my.
Yeah.
I think Wings had 10. Is his
He had
highest?
10 in the previous round,
So,
yeah.
all right, guys, your turn.
highest individual elimination count today.
Yes, agreed. I mean, Todak are playing great, and obviously after this round, first place, I think easily. Easily should
They did
get first
switch
place.
things up a bit, right? Like running 1 Skylar at least instead of 4 Tatsuya, so less greedy. At least you have some utilities to break down glue walls, right? Which in this case is in the current meta is incredibly important.
Well, Todak fighting hard up against Homeboys, looking to take the throne. Very likely to take the throne at this point. I kind of wonder if Homeboys are going to start feeling a little bit sour about that, right? Just having that second place team coming in to try and snipe them. We don't know if it was intentional because, again, we don't have the information on whether or not these teams know where each other drop. But if it was an intentional choice by Todak, it was a really smart play.
I mean, if they care about the open finals, the extra jump in prize pool, perhaps, right?
Our money.
Of
Give me more
course-
money.
Of course, but or you
Money,
could just
money,
make it to the next
money.
stage. Make it to the next stage, and then, you know, if you don't finish top 6, you can still play for top 6 in the sort of the final
Yeah.
chance. Got top weapons for this match. Again, nothing out of the ordinary. The SKS now shows up for Bob Low Key.
Okay, I want just look at Bob Loki's loadout. Do you think, just based on what they had, is that probably the reason why they weren't able to beat Todak in that final round?
No. I just think Todak
Outplayed.
outclassed them in the
Okay.
close quarter combat. They
Understand.
did pull out an AWM at the end, which is pretty funny. Like that was something that I would assume Moshi would do because he is notorious from taking you out with a sniper rifle at close range.
That's Moshi.
Yeah,
He's
but that's
different
Moshi,
level.
right? That's not Bob Low-key.
No, it's not Bob Loki.
That's not anyone. No one can pull that off. Only Moshi can.
Only Moshi.
We'll see him very soon.
very soon, actually, if you do continue to watch the tournament.
Doesn't even have to play the qualifiers. He's waiting in challenge season.
Yeah.
Even RRQ has to play the qualifiers, I think.
I
Do
think
they?
Wait, I'm trying to think when I saw the brackets.
I know
do they?
Star Knights has to. Bigatron Delta has to play.
I think RRQ did. I think I saw them. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, right? That invited teams, if I remember.
Look, they're probably confident they'll qualify anyway. I wouldn't be worried at all.
I would lose my mind if they don't qualify. Let's take a look at the round standings. So let me try it again. So it's this side. Okay, almost.
That way.
Almost got it. 28 points for Todak. I think they have done enough to
I think so
lock
too.
in first place. Farm was pretty impressive. Bob Lowkey with 21 points.
Seriously, like big clap for this team. Their comeback is actually happening, which I didn't think was possible because we always, so as casters, we try to give a lot of hope for teams that are technically towards the bottom of the bracket, and in a lot of cases they just don't get the points needed to make it to the next round. But the fact that we now have a storyline with a team like Bob Lowkey, I have hope. I truly have hope for this team that maybe this could be the team that just blows everyone out of the water and is like, hey guys, tomorrow we're just gonna kick some butt.
Yeah, even 21, which is one of the invited teams, right? You compare 21 to like Vamos, Homeboys, Todak, they're definitely the not the most popular name out there, but they're also kind of on the rise, right? Having back-to-back decent rounds after a slow start. The Gambit's also not doing too bad. Elite's definitely slowing down a little bit, but still doing enough to stay in the running.
Technically, I think Gambits might be out of the running now just because like this team had such an explosive start, and then after that they've just mellowed out, and I think they mellowed out a little bit too much because after those first couple games I kind of feel like they've just petered out. And I'm so sad for them because they showed so much potential in that first round.
I just like the team name, KTP Gambits. Gambit sounds so nice.
Well, their icon's purple too, so it's a pretty cool color.
It is pretty cool. Like I remember like one of my favorite esports team has the name Gambit in them, but obviously it's not from the Malaysian region.
Bias, I see.
What do you mean? No, it's called favoritism.
Name
Wait, it's
bias.
the same thing.
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing. Oh no.
Exposed, unfortunately. Just call your team Gambit and you already have Husky's support.
No, I mean if I have the funds to come up with a team, I would, but sadly I don't, which is why I'm talking about other teams, which I will get more chance to talk about in the next 2 rounds. But for now, we're gonna take a short break. When we come back, we're going back to Purgatory once more for round 7.
Here we go!
We're back for more Free Fire action at the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Final Season 5 for Malaysia, Singapore and Philippines. Todak just got a back-to-back booyah on Xterra and Bermuda. Now we will head to Purgatory next and see if it's gonna be Todak all the way.
Or if Homeboys can get revenge, because they have potentially been dethroned by Todak. Simply because they did a spectacular play and it basically eliminated them early in the previous round. The gap between these two teams was about 20 points. And guess how many points Todak got? More than 20 points.
28, I think.
20. It was a lot.
Yes, it was a lot. It was more than enough. Can't wait to see the overall standings though, because
If it's ready, please just show it.
Because I think. Hold on, let me just
Waiting
conjure
for
it.
it.
It's somewhere
It's
here.
there. Wait.
No, right
Wait.
here, right here.
There,
Here.
there we go. Okay, there.
So they have overtaken Homeboys.
Jeez,
It's
and look-
113.
That's a massive gap.
It is a
we
massive
clearly
gap.
miscalculated.
So it is 9 points ahead of Homeboys, and then Vamos makes it to top 3. So Elite falls into 4th place. But look at who's behind them, right? It's 21, and then T69.
What is going on?
That could be the dark horse run right there.
Okay, wait. I want to see the next page because there's another team we kind of have to look out for. It's low key. We kind of need to see where they are on that leaderboard because they just had 2 great rounds as well.
Yeah. The cutoff point is 69 points right now
Yes.
by T69 in 6th place. If the 7th spot is not too far away, I think there's a really good chance that race for 3rd spot is going to be very competitive.
I think it will be because Bob Lukey, they just earned, gosh, how many? They had like 16, I think, in the previous round, and then this round they got, gosh, I don't know what the math is. Was it
Close
like
to 20, right? It's
close
either
to 20.
that or 20 points.
Yeah, so that's obviously going to already bring them close to 60 because before those 2 rounds, I think they were at 18 points. So they
Right.
are within reach. And look where they are. They're in 8th place, 55 points. They were
Wow.
They were in 12th place 2 rounds ago. 12th place with 18 points.
You know what? They're one good round away from having a shot at 3rd place, or at least top 5, right? Them, Infernus, Terengganu Esports, Curis, I think even KTP Gambits have a good chance. The only team that is
I'm actually in shock.
the only team that's really having a very rough time is Script Shots.
Yes.
Everyone else have a decent chance. So what if Script Shot gets a great round next round?
Okay. Unless Script Shots looks at Bob Lukey and says, guys, can you tell us the secret source of what actually woke you up today? I don't see Script Shots moving.
Did you just lose faith in Script Shots?
I did. Okay, here's the thing though, okay? So, what changed
What?
from this team that was originally in last place, that is now in 8th place, that is just a few points away from breaking into top 6? This team went from a bottom feeder that was basically feeding points away to everyone else to a team that is now hunting for eliminations and is surviving till the final circle. Even just surviving to the 5th circle is already an achievement for some of these teams towards the bottom of the bracket.
Yep. Let's see if they can keep it consistent, right? Like, again, they don't need monstrous rounds. They just need decent, 15 points performance. We already start off. I mean, speak of the devil, Script Shot, so once more, loses their first member.
Look, I think Karis know what they're doing. You see that last team on the bracket and you say, guys, hot
This
drop.
is our ticket to top 3. This is the team that's going to give us that extra boost.
Oh, Terengganu though, this is a pretty big opponent going up against Gambit. Smoothies is down, but Shin does get eliminated though.
Huh?
So Terengganu not doing too bad for themselves and maybe turning things around here. There's now Gambit are the ones that are going to try and get
Oh my
out of
goodness.
here, but they're getting them. Oh my gosh,
my
Terengganu.
goodness.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, it's a 1v1.
Wow, Yazid almost single-handedly aced the entirety of KTP Gambits. He almost performed a 1v4.
And now Traps is here, so there could be a 3rd wheel. Oh my gosh.
Get out, get out, get out, get out. If you're gonna just run, just run.
You just leave. This is Traps.
I can't say the same for
Oh gosh, Traps is running and he's like,
It's-
guys, I'm going to dash in. I'm going to grab these elims. Look how low they are. Okay, no. He's playing safe. Traps! You had one job, Traps.
so KTP salvage somehow salvaged the fight. They got 2 of their members back up. Now they can take out traps. It's a free point. They scan them out with the binoculars. It's go time. Let's go. It's 3v1.
But wait, Todak's coming. Is this a bait? Are they just saying like, hey guys, Traps is here, but look at Wings. Wings is there.
If they don't clean it up fast, it's gonna get real ugly.
They're rushing him.
There they go. Traps making it really tough, but they finally got him.
Oh!
And 2 in a row?
Ah!
Oh, they took way too
Oh,
long.
the bait! Wings!
They took way too long.
This man had a monster before this game. What a legend.
Take out traps at least. At least take out traps. If you were to go down now, at least take 1 point with you. Come on, Toby. Come on, Chef Toby. Come on, cook something.
Toby,
Okay, I gotta run. Does he have money? He has no money.
No, there's no way he gets out. This is Todak we're talking about.
Oh man, they took so long. They took too
my
long.
Gosh.
If they just did it a bit faster, they would have been able to take out traps and get away. But they took so long.
That's why Traps' name is Traps, because he's literally a Traps. You think it's one guy.
They activated his trap card.
And then Wings is there and says,
Oh,
thanks,
no.
guys. Oh my
Not
gosh,
like this.
5 health. That's it. KTP
Oh, man,
Gambit are gone.
I cannot believe it. I can't believe it.
Tragic.
It is.
A tragic tale.
It is a tragic tale.
And at the end of the day, Turnkanu got out as well, because it was Turnkanu and Gambit. And then they said, okay, Gambit, you're fine. They pick up 2 of their teammates and Turnkanu just leave. So who wins out of that?
And the funniest thing was that Terengganu Yazid almost 1v4 the entire Gambit team.
Jeez.
And Gambit prevented that from happening, only to get wiped out by Todak. Which,
Crazy.
in of itself, is a sad way to go out.
Absolutely crazy. Well, we do change perspective here as we're going to take a look at Vamos. John in the driver's seat here with Kathizi, just kind of looking around, see if they can find anything. Homeboys, though, about to run into one of the T69 players all alone. So that's going to be a free elimination for Homeboys.
Man, Luffy, what a shot with the Car 98. That was such a fast snipe. So T69 also not doing too well at the start of the round.
Yeah, losing 2 players so early.
Wow, they are so spread out. So you got Ego on the West Island, and you got Odds on the mainland. And Ego is being tracked.
That makes it even worse. Well, I think at this point you're just in recovery mode here for T69. Just try and survive, grab as many coins as possible, try and get those buybacks in, because look at Homeboys, they're homing in on this.
Mm-hmm. The biggest mystery I want to solve is, what does team name mean?
Good question.
Yeah,
we don't know.
Like, I know what Curry's means. It's a traditional weapon, a traditional Malay weapon. The curve, it's like curved blade. Yeah, the curved blade, you know. But yeah, what does T69 means? I want to know. I know script shot means you probably have aimbot or something, but clearly they're not landing their shots, so that kind of blows. Curry is gonna bring a gun to a gunfight, which they lose.
And that's going to be it. Free elim for Ryu.
Wow, they are surrounded.
They are surrounded. This will be a miracle if they can get out of this.
Oh, well,
Oh my gosh,
not this time.
No.
Nasty shot. That's going to destroy the helmet.
This is a terrible way to be eliminated as well. Like, you're stuck within this little tiny compound and they...
He even eats the nade.
Jeez.
Oh, come on. Did you have to use the second nade?
But it looks like they did manage to save somebody. So Ketchik's here. Got brought back by his team, but he's sitting on 200 coins. Going to be able to
There's a
push it
revival
up
point.
to 4. So
There's a revival point right there. Use it.
But the thing is, Elite is there. Elite is right next to them.
He can go for singular revive at the vending machine and then start capturing the point.
He's got no time because I see Elite moving. We'll have to take a look later though because we've got Vamos going after
Script shots.
Script shots. Sleepy, I mean, he's doing his best to try and zone them out, but with how spread out this team is and how unequipped they are to deal with Vamos, it's really awkward position to be in. And they find Murals as well. They just launch themselves over to Murals. He's all alone. He's got no support with them. And what?
Wait!
What?
Wait, there's a chance! There's a chance we're going to win
Murals?
this. Oh, if Katizzi goes out now, it's going to be disastrous.
Oh,
Thank goodness.
Jeez.
Wow, that could have gone so poorly.
Oh my gosh, that was insane.
Wait, what was that?
McRory
What was that?
shot out of the sky. Script shots.
What was that? What was that move supposed to be?
That was a script shot if I ever saw one.
He was aiming at where Kathizi was, and then he decided to go the other
Just
way.
flicked.
Yeah, that was so weird. Well, I suppose it's not the worst. Script shots did get 2 points off of that.
Look, at this point, if I'm script shots, every elimination counts, considering that I'm only sitting on, I think, 23 points?
Yeah,
20-something
you need
points.
double the points to tie up with the team in front of you.
The only issue is the team is spread, and they're not even looking at a full roster because they're constantly being pursued. Like, this is the difficult thing for script shots. Like, every time you think they have a chance and someone just comes in and ruins the party.
They're so worried that Vamos are still there, they had to use the binoculars.
Vamos brought back McRory and Jun. And I think McRory's going to stay within that circle. Jun's going to scout towards 21. McRory running towards Jun. That's not a good idea, sir, because you're about to run into another team over there. But Terengganu Esports, we're going to see their point of view playing outside of that circle there, looking pretty empty. But Vamos, unless they regroup soon, they're about to lose their 2 players that they just brought back. And McRory got caught.
Wow, completely. Wow, the tracking for Luke is so good.
Jeez.
Wait, there's no resistance from Vamos at all. They just take the beating.
Yeah, Kathizi just came in the monster truck. So
Whoa.
Jun got caught. What the heck is going on?
Such spray control by Arya just tracks him down. Kathizi also drops, so Vamos ends up losing majority of the squad.
They still have 1 player left, but again, that's literal reset for this team. Like, they finally recovered, and then they have to buy everyone back again.
Why does Legolas have the Homer? Oh, such an ancient hero. Well, it's an ancient character.
Oh boy. And here we go. The Wonder Boys. Low key.
If they pull off another great round, I think they can be good contenders for 3rd place.
Taking out T69 would be big because that's one of the teams they're kind of chasing for that leaderboard.
In front of them,
Oh.
right? They need to double the points. They just found one.
Oots is down.
Oh, actually get knocked down by ability. So while Vamos is reviving their team, Bob Loki is trying to rack up a couple of points.
They got another one.
Good bombardment from Echo. Litzy also finds for some reason the Vector Akimbo is coming back to life. They are delivering what I want. This is a fantasy come true. And they also found they also found a 3rd knock. So Ego is the last man alive. He's gonna drive off into the sunset.
But this also cripples one of their main competitors, right? The fact that T69, I struggle to see this team making it much deeper into the competition because the entire lineup has been wiped. They're going to buy people back, but the chance of a team buying back and being able to finish late into the game is very low. So big advantage there for Bob Loki. Now they just have to chase another team that is sitting above them on that leaderboard.
Terengganu were able to make it out with 1 guy as they were swamped by Elite. We get a southern circle, but not on the island though. We're gonna stop by campsite. So Vamos gets a full revive again. So Ace has enough for 1. He can bring back smoothies. So that's pretty much it. Todak now sees Kathizi. That's definitely a free elimination. About to be delivered on a silver platter. They also see Homeboy's Conspiracy on that high ground. So Todak have plenty of teams that they could pick and choose.
This is a pretty big matchup as well. If Todak or Homeboys go down here, then it leaves the top open for the other to try and go for the steal. But Todak are going to be the ones to go play on the outer edge. So they're going to try and play it safe here. I think this is the best play for them because they know they're in the lead. They don't need to give anything away. They're more or less well equipped to go into that late game. So I wonder what the plan is here for Todak. Like, where do they want to go?
If 21 doesn't take them out, then
They're going...
great. So they're backtracking a little bit.
Interesting.
So Kash just got knocked out by Vamos as Vamos shows up to where script shots are. So a bit of a diversion from the side of script shots. They have to now start paying more attention to Vamos. Down 1 man nonetheless.
Oh boy. McRory all alone. 21 coming in. Script shots in the vicinity as well. McRory getting caught for free thanks to Ariam. 21 going to be locking in that point for themselves. Script Shots standing strong as Vamos, they do get the buyback onto McRory, but look how pincered Vamos is. They are stuck against a wall. 21 is there. Todak behind them as well. If I was Vamos, I wouldn't even be showing my face here.
Yeah, I would say the same for Script Shots, right? Just don't do anything for now. Just wait, let it
look
unfold.
At that circle.
The circle
Oh,
favors
boy.
Script Shots and 21, so this is a good chance to potentially get rid of Todak. They're gonna try, but Todak is just wiping the floor with everyone else. You bring two teams, they're gonna take care of two teams at once. Luki on the run, he's just gonna drive away, leaving his teammate out, but he might not even survive this.
Oh,
Right, they're trying
boy.
to track him down with the shots. A couple more should do the job.
does
He's gonna drive
heal.
straight into McRory, hops off the car, 1v1,
Oh, he gets
beats
it.
McRory.
Oh, it beats him with the gun as well. Jeez, what a risky play, but it worked out for him in the end. Todak, though, looking for more. They thought they saw someone, but it's going to be an empty one here for Traps, but they do have some vision there on the Script Shots. They do know that there's a team over here, so they're going to look for more. But look at this, though. Very big matchup. Homeboys going up against Bob Loki. If Bob Loki can win this, this would be a massive victory. Mikasa on the ground, though. They're up to half health. They do get the pickup. Oh, I think this might actually be in favor of Bob Loki.
It might be, as they find Echo, but Homeboy's conspiracy
What is going
completely
on?
wiped out outside the circle, and they bring Echo back up. There's more than enough time to make the run for it. And look at where Bob Loki are at. One of the best spots on the map right now on the western side. Uncontested entry into the safe zone.
Where are the paddles? I feel like I need to be revived. What is happening today? It's not over yet, though. Todak at 9 eliminations. Elimination leader looking to finish off Script Shots. They will get it, though, pushing up their elimination score to 11. They're going to continue on with Vamos here as they have two players standing. Kathisi and Jun. Kathisi going to try and go for the backstab. Not successful. Jun is down. They do manage to pick off Raja, but that's going to be it for Terengganu Esports on the other side of the map. Kathisi still sticking around, causing a lot of issues for Todak because with Raja down, they're only 3-man strong, and he's wasting so much time. But look who's coming! It's Loki!
This is their best chance. This is their best chance to get rid of Todak once and
Jeez,
for
what is
all. They
going
didn't.
on?
They failed in the previous round, but this one could just be the run for Bob Loki. Takes out Trap. I mean, Todak, they're not out just yet, but they sure as heck will be soon. Running him over as Litzy will completely just maul him down with the truck. Todak, they're still in the game with one
Traps.
member, but with Traps
Oh.
going down, this should be it, right?
It should be. I don't believe there's any players left on the map. Oh my gosh.
Wait, Traps is still there? What?
He's still there. I don't know how much health that is. That must be 1 health. But he's still sticking around. But the thing is that Bob Loki have such a dominant position on the map so far. Echo is down, unfortunately, but the rest of the team looking to storm, looking for more eliminations because they are the elimination leaders. 13 elims, looking to go for their next one onto Infernus. This will be massive if they can get it for free. But the question I have is whether Elite are going to let them have it for free, and it looks like that might be the case here.
Look at Bob Loki. They are so spread out. They have so many angles that they can cover. This is the best chance. Echo does go down though, so Bob Loki losing that long range support. Infernus, they're gonna lose Dekos. Litzy, the Vector Kimbo somehow is working out. It's working miracles.
Oh, Bob Loki.
Litzy goes down. Black also drops. Except 22 steps in.
Weird.
They don't want to let Bob Loki get away, but a turnaround. Blank actually finds it. But now Nova and Litzy will have to keep it going. Them against Elite.
How is Trap still on the ground? I don't know what's going on
I
over
think
there.
he's considered eliminated. Right? Listen, jumps into the truck
Oh!
against with Kalpato. Hops off, drops the glue wall. 2v2, this is as close as it gets. 16 eliminations for Bob Loki. Running down, baby, running down. Knock him down, let's see. With the Vector Kimbo of all weapons, how is this a thing right now? Reality has been warped. Kalpato, 2v1, the turnaround, and I think Bob Loki, they have done it. That is the booyah right there after 3 gruesome rounds.
I'm about to have a heart attack. Bob Loki coming out of nowhere. Eliminating Homeboys. Eliminating Todak. They have so many elims. Bob Loki blitzing the competition. Okay, my question is, how high are they flying now on this leaderboard?
At least top 4. I think at least This puts them at least in top 4 or top 5. If they finish the last round like this, they're going to be in top 3, 100%. What a performance we are seeing from Bob Loki. I mean, of all the teams to make this run happen, I would not expect a team that was 18 points by round 4.
12th place.
12 spot.
18 points, yeah.
Completely, not considered to be able to make a run for top 3, let alone top 6, to now being in top 5 minimum.
I need a doctor because I feel like I can't breathe. This team has been giving me heart palpitations. They have been making us both feel all kinds of ways.
Wow,
but
they play
their
so well.
rise.
The craziest thing is that they have been finding successes in CQCs with a vector akimbo. That is such an ancient technology. But let's see, this guy, for some reason, makes it work every single time. Is there something I'm missing? Am I
I don't know.
Am I not reading the meta right? Like, clearly this shouldn't be a thing, right?
I really don't know. I wish I could answer that, but I also, okay, some people might think it's the ancient technology thing. I mean, the way that they're like playing these fights as well, they are like, their jukes are on point. They are prioritizing the right targets. They're the ones to get the first knocks. Like, it's almost like after that 4th game, something just woke up.
Yeah, this, I think, was the most crucial moment, right? When they ran down Todak.
Yeah.
It gave them so much space to work with. It did get a bit dicey because Elite and Infernus were both ganging up on them, but you have to give the MVP to Litzy. This guy completely destroyed the competition. You know who he reminds me of? He reminds me of Buffalo, who used to play for Heavy from Vietnam. He's the only guy that plays double revolver and is able to land snipes on moving targets in a vehicle. He gives me that vibe right now.
This game, like this game alone, is giving me good vibes, because if we're getting this for Game 7, what are we getting next game to finish things off? It's Kalahari as well. Super excited. I don't think the teams are excited about it, but like, look, I feel like the games have just been getting better and better. Like, we thought the Legoloth monster truck play was the highlight of today. No,
we got the Litzy monster truck. Biggest play was him jumping into the truck to avoid Elite.
Oh,
Which funny, it's a very funny trick, because you can just jump into someone else's vehicle just to avoid getting ran over, and and that causes Elite to hop off the car only to get ran over by the same vehicle that they were in. It's pretty hilarious. But what do we got here? We got 18 eliminations plus a booyah. That's 30 points.
30 points
for Bob Loki.
30 points, and they were sitting at 52, I think.
Yeah, something around there.
52, 54 points.
So remember, we set the bar for how much points do you need on average. I think we can go. I think they are getting close to 100, right? They have made it past the average of 70 points.
The fact that they made the recovery after Game 4, like, this is like take 18 points away off their total points, and you add up what they've scored so far, it would make it seem as if like the 18 should have just been from one game.
This is the late bloomers.
They're very late bloomers, and it's paying off for them, because I think everyone up until this point is just underestimating them. So now I kind of feel like this game onwards, not just today but also tomorrow, like, teams are now going to have to start paying attention to Bob Loki. Like, you can't just expect them to be a bottom feeder anymore. They are clearly a team that is adapting.
They're doing it. They've done it 3 rounds in a row, right? Like, every round 5, middle of the pack. Round 6, almost getting a booyah. And round 7, they just ran over every single team that they met.
I'm all for it. Let's keep it up.
So we no longer only just have Elite. We have Bob Loki now in the running for top 3. We totally didn't do too bad, right? They got decent points, so they will remain first place regardless. But Homeboys is the team I'm worried about right now. How much is their standing affected? Them and also Vamos.
Yeah, that is true, right? Because they just sort of fell. Because I think, unfortunately for Homeboys, I think if it was the other way around and Bob Loki eliminated Todak first, there would have been some comeback potential for Homeboys. But because it was Homeboys first, then Todak, it was unfortunate.
They didn't I mean, Bob Lowkey didn't even meet Todak until the very end. Oh, wow,
Yeah.
close to the end.
Yeah.
Just different drop spots. Is the Vector Akimbo not... Yeah, there it is.
There it is.
7 elims. Only Bob Lowkey has done it. I need to frame this screenshot because this is special.
You should be asking production to take a screenshot for you first.
I have not... I don't remember the last time Vector even showed up as a top weapon.
That must have been like, what,
Let alone being used.
like 3 years ago.
Probably 3 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, it was such a long time
Ever
ago.
since we discovered talents like Cobra because of Vector Akimbo, and then the meta shifted, we never went back to Vector.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was kind of nerfed for a good reason.
Yeah, it was too
It
strong.
was too strong, too overused.
I guess it's a forgotten relic that is somewhat still strong. I guess he must know something we don't.
Or maybe everyone's just not respecting it. Like, you see someone with the Vector Kimball, you're just like, oh, it's just a Vector Kimball. What's it going to do to us? And then it's like, oh, it's actually good.
Yeah, it's actually... Now that I think about it, it's actually pretty good, right? You got high fire rate, decent max size. It's not like you miss a shotgun pump and you gotta reload. This one you could actually hold down a spray. Huh, now that I think about it, maybe
Someone's
we should...
theory crafting.
No, I feel like I'm
The
just...
cogs are moving.
I can feel the cogs moving, but
Nothing's connecting. It's just
because
spinning.
I still don't think it makes too much. Maybe it's just for the player alone. Like, some people come up with like some crazy technologies. I want to see the standings though. I want to see the current standings. How many points they get.
Let's go. I think we all want to see the standings. We already know the 30 points. That was something that was already guaranteed. Elite. This team is so consistent.
Wow, they recovered.
They
They had like
recovered.
two underwhelming rounds, but they never really fell too far behind.
Yeah, because they still had that level of consistency. So, recovery, 19 points. Great. Todak, 18 points. This is going to push them further ahead above Homeboys. I don't even want to know how many points Homeboys has because this round has butchered them and it's now pushed them further below Todak.
Yeah, 100%. If they're not already far... They were 9 points behind Todak before the start of the round. I think this could put them a well over 20 points
Yeah.
deficit. I mean,
And I
Infernus
think-
also got 17, which is not too bad.
And then Bot Low Key, good chance that they're possibly in 4th, 5th place.
Yeah,
Because I don't think they overtake Elite. They don't have enough points for Elite. But definitely, like, placements under, very
Ooh.
doable.
It is devastating if your homeboys though. 4 points. I mean, I for a while I thought Script Shots had a chance, but 7 points, not good enough.
No. Jeez, that's... This last round, if you don't recover, say goodbye to that money.
I think if you're Script Shots, if you don't show something in the last round, the Open Finals essentially ends for you.
I think so too.
I think Script Shots is the one team on the guillotine, right? Everyone else has a chance, but Script Shots is the one team that hasn't really shown much. And to make matters worse, we're going to Kalahari next to
Yeah.
close out the round. So we'll give the team some time to mentally prep for this because it's only going to get hot and dry on the desert dunes of Kalahari. We'll take a short break and we will come back for the final round of the evening.
Here we go!
Broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just danced outside. Broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just danced outside. Broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just danced outside. Broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just danced outside. Broke but still in style. Broke but still in style.
We don't need to panic. This club is shady anyway. Who cares about the raindrops? All your exclusive rooftops. We just need a junk shop or a kebab shop. Kicked out of the club, had I been too much? We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had I been too much? We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Broke but still in style. Broke but still in style. Even if it's raining, we still entertaining. We don't need to panic. This club is shady anyway. Who cares about the raindrops? All your exclusive rooftops. We just need a junk shop or a kebab shop. People come and go. People come and go. Nobody can take away our star and roll. If everybody's gone, if everybody's gone, nobody can hold up. We are going strong. Kicked out of the club, had I been too much? We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had I been too much? We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Broke but still in style. Broke but still in style.
I feel my body ready.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Open Finals for MSP Season 5. We are down to our last map of the day. Coming up is Kalahari once more, so get your dusters ready because it's about to get windy and hot. But finally, Bob Lowkey got their first booyah and a big fat 30 points.
Big fat 30 points, could be sitting in 4th place, where they were originally our last place team after our 4th game today. What a recovery after 3 games. Big points in 2 rounds, and then securing a 30-point bag in their most recent round. We've got the overall standings.
Where are they? Where are they?
Okay.
6th place.
Not as high as we thought they would be, but they are so close.
But they're not too far, right? Like Vamos is 10 points ahead of them. They're 3 points behind 21. They're 11 points to get into 3rd place and tie up with Elite. And in terms of booyahs, they essentially win a tiebreaker if they have the same points as Vamos at 21.
Jeez.
They just need one more good round. They're in top 3.
Okay, but the thing is, we have to consider this next round. This next round is Kalahari. And we don't know how well this team is going to fare on this map because, again, Kalahari is incredibly specialized as a map. Not everyone is very keen on playing this map. It's very wide, it's very open. But I think a key thing we kind of have to take away from our first round of Kalahari was how fast everyone played that first round of Kalahari.
Yeah.
Usually we're used to seeing Revive City, like teams back to back to back reviving, but we saw, I think it was the first 2 circles, we already saw 4 teams eliminated. That is almost unheard of in Kalahari.
Yeah, I honestly would think that Kalahari, it only gets messy from the mid to late game. So
Yeah.
I hope it changes.
3rd circles when you start to encounter other
When people start
teams.
moving, right?
Yeah.
But at least we know that the 2nd place is now up for grabs as well. 3rd place is pretty much out of reach at this point because Todak is just pulling ahead. But with Homeboy's Conspiracy dropping the previous round, 2nd and 3rd place is now up for grabs, right? So there's a lot more chances for the other teams. Instead of fighting for 3rd place, you could now also shoot for 2nd.
Yeah, because my fear originally when we saw the scores was that are we looking at a potential top 3, top 4 that is basically unattainable for everyone else, right? Because we do see this in some tournaments where you have 3, 4 teams dominate the top of the leaderboard and everyone else is just feed, right? Like they're just feeder teams. But we're not seeing that here. We're seeing a lot of opportunities, a lot of open doors for people to step up. But the question is, can they step up? Because I feel this round might be pivotal for some of the teams that are still aiming to go to the next stage.
Yeah. And if anyone has caught a glimpse of the 2nd page of the overall leaderboard, actually 9th to 12th spot, essentially you're almost out of the running. 12th spot, 100%. Script shots, I don't think they have a chance unless they pull off a miracle run tomorrow. But from 9th to 11th, you need to have good rounds starting now.
It should have started 2 games ago. They
But at
should
least
have.
there's still some hope, right? Like 12 spot, no hope, but 9 to 11, a bit of hope. But
Yeah.
8th place onwards, plenty of chances. Plenty of chances.
Well, the chance starts now because we're jumping into Kalahari right now. Last game today. We're going to have to see who grabs that final booyah and where these points are going to go. Where are these teams going to drop? And are we going to be seeing any critical hot drops? Because I do feel like this might be a really great opportunity to cut down your opponents, the teams that you need to beat on that leaderboard, if you try to pull off some of those really sneaky hot drops. And at the moment, we do see 2 teams there, 21 and Keris, dropping together at Stone Ridge. And then outside of that, we could maybe see a skirmish between T69. But for the meantime, Chris, gonna start off with the first elim on 21.
Could be the first wipeout. That's already 3 points off of the 21 members.
No wipeout, because I did see one of the players for 21 leave, and yeah, they're on a revival point. So it went sideways, but they have that secondary backup, thankfully.
So it's a full revive, almost a full revive. Slightly worried about Bob low-key because they dropped at Mammoth. And right beside them is actually Todak on the towards the east at the sub.
Okay, but the thing is that a bad thing or a good thing?
I mean,
I think it depends on your loadout.
if I was Bob Loki, I would try to avoid it early on, right? Because, you know, they did run into Todak when Todak was crippled, but at full force, it's a different story. See those script shots just spreading out. They already lost one, so cut the losses. I like this move of script shots. Just get out of that area.
Oh,
Let Turngan take care of this.
yeah, and I think John spotted them out too, so this is not going to be a surprise for Vamos at all. And they're actually going to try and chip away at Yazid. They do, dropping down to half health, but just not enough to finish him off. The rest of the team's going to run in. They have that glue wall up, so no free pot shots here for Vamos. Now this team's going to have to try and find a crafty way to finish them off. Kathizi is quite far from the team. He's on the high ground. He's in a position to potentially snipe, but I mean, Terengganu, they're on the other side of the compound. There's no way that Kathizi's going to be able to get that clear shot.
Yeah, so very good maneuver from Terengganu to not really suffer too much injuries getting to foundation, but they are still down 1 man. That's going to be the homer from Legolov. Well, I assume it's going to be. He's the only one running that. And I think Bob Loki might have ran into Todak. Traps just took out Litzy. Not really the start that you want.
No, not at all. So this is looking more like the classic Kalahari that we're used to. Oh, Gambit. Submission gets caught out there by Homeboy. So Luffy going to be able to secure the knock. They do manage to pick him back up, though. And they're going to try and turn things around as Fies gets caught there by Brent. Fantastic secure there. So Homeboy's now down a player. They're going to try and get that consolation Elin themselves. They do catch up Brent thanks to Mika, but the teammate is there.
What?
Oh boy, Gambit. They lost that one. That should have been a consolation knock.
And that is disaster. But maybe not so much, right? Because Homeboys are down to this Squirrel. They didn't get any confirms onto Brand. Do they not
And
see
he
this?
got
Squirrel
him.
comes from behind.
Oh my
Homeboys wiped out again.
By Gambit of all teams.
Competition's wide open, boys. Second
Oh,
place
the
is
Wild.
now on auction.
This game is literally the Wild West at this point in time. You think you know who's supposed to win, and then all of a sudden they pull the blanket from right on under you.
If Chris wipes Toad up, it's going to be huge.
It would be
They're going to
huge.
blow the competition wide open.
Oh boy. But do
Easier
they
said
know?
than done.
I don't think that's going to be the case here because we already see a couple of players knocked on the side of Chris.
Yeah, not even a competition, honestly. It's wishful thinking, obviously, you know, wanting Chris to get the wipeout, but they did try.
That's
They will
gonna
be
a
the
fall.
second team to get wiped out. That's 5 points for Todak.
Right off the bat, really great start for Todak. I mean, for them, the goal here is really just to push their lead further, right? Stay in first place, take that prize money, guarantee your spot to the next stage. But look at this, though. We actually see, let's see, from Bup Low-Key right next to Kathizi. Pretty interesting play, but we do have Infernus
What?
here as well. What is going on?
Wait, he has the UMP and he took out Kathizi. He uses the weirdest weapons, the most unpopular weapons, and he gets eliminations.
Do you think they get disrespect? Like, Kathizi sees this weapon, he's like, what is this?
I feel like getting taken out by like Vector Akimbo UMP is a lot more frustrating than the usual like Woodpecker
Oh.
because it shouldn't happen, right? Like theoretically, you shouldn't be losing to a non-meta thing. It's a mentality thing, you know. Like I shouldn't be losing to inferior stuff, but you know it happens. Deco's getting sniped. Lissy finds him with a Groza this time. This dude is
This man's
picking
cooking.
off scraps.
He's cooking. Let
He
this
is.
man cook. Give him the whole kitchen.
There's a chef.
Jeez.
Holy cow, man!
But
I mean,
that's
they
right.
got 4 eliminations already.
Next prodigy in the kitchen here. Bob Loki, 4 eliminations. We do know before this, I think 5 eliminations was the lead set by Todak. Script shots, thankfully, they're back to 4-man strong, but they're going up against T69. And Fairness going to be eliminated by
Yo!
1 player.
It was
Oh
by
my
blank, so
gosh.
that's 5 points for Bob Loki also. But does that take out Ego? Maybe Script Shots is gonna use this opportunity to show us what they've got.
If they get rid of T69, this would be pretty big as well, because T69, they're basically hanging on by a thread. On
You
that
say that.
leaderboard.
Look at who's on the horizon. It's Bob Loki.
Oh my
Oh
gosh.
boy, they're here.
It's just one person.
No, it's the whole squad.
Is it the whole squad? I saw. Okay, no, the whole squad
It's the whole
came out
squad.
of nowhere.
Okay, they just rolled up.
It's Halloween. They pulled the blanket. Guys, we were cosplaying as a ghost. And we're going to turn you into ghosts next.
Okay, that. So you missed both red tie rhythms, which is a bit unlucky, but they should be able to get Gen X. Good coverage. Blank. What a glue wall at the end.
Oh, that was crazy.
They lost Litzy though. When did he get caught out?
Script shots, I believe, if I saw that correctly.
Are they gonna continue fighting? Seems like they will.
Oh.
Elite against Todak on the other end. No, Elite does lose out, but they did get one guy. They got Sensei.
Oh, trying to find another one there. They can't catch Toby, so no clear shots there for traps, unfortunately. So
Did they
player
take the
does-
launching pad to chase the car? Oh, he did! Oh, if he lands the
Oh.
shot, it's gonna be sick.
He doesn't get it though.
Ah, good try, good try.
But Toby's so low that I think anyone can sort of bop him here, and that's going to be it. And he just gets caught by Lucky from 21, and he secures the final shot as well. And Kathisi going to be eliminated there by Teranganu. And Elite now down to their final player. It's Sep22. I don't know how this man is going to make a comeback happen, because he's all alone and he's poor.
And 21 actually put out a kill order onto Todak. I think they are pretty far from each other. Santa Catarina is where Todak is at, and for 21 they're at the Stone Maze, the Stone Hedge. What the-
KTP Gambit, the homeboy slayer.
Duh.
Really surprising, that one.
Oh yeah. What's the last? So I believe Bob Loki got the whole team back. Lycov did get Super Shin. It's the full Vamos squad. All of them revive at least once.
Yeah.
Brent on top of the rule. 1v1 against McRory. Not winning out so far, sadly.
Oh,
McRory turns around with a Bison, takes care of business.
whole team is there trying to finish him off, though. There we go. McRory going to go down, so KTP Gambit down to their last 2 players outside the circle as well. This is the second circle, so it will start getting painful after this. Now, even though Vamos lost McRory, they are sitting at 3-man strong. Here's
Yo.
Litzy from
He
Bob
sees this.
Loki.
Oh my god, they see this.
Oh, but he misses. So they have revealed their position to T69. Now, keep in mind they're out in the open, so this is a little awkward. But if they get Chad, they
what?
shouldn't have gotten that. What is going on?
So many different angles. They even had the Riptide ready to break the glue up, kind of blocking the arsenal. Let's see. I mean, he's going to go down again, but no one's going to finish him off. They could just go in for the Blitz. Nova from the corner. That's going to trap us. And Gen X, he's out in the open. Nova takes on the 1v1 gladly from behind. He's going to get overwhelmed. Separates himself. Nova a bit overextended as Us takes care of him. So T69 still standing.
Still standing. Oh, they drop another one though. There goes Eagle, thanks to Blank. Bob Loki still sitting on 3 players, trying to finish off this last one here. But the glue wall buying a lot of time, missing all of those shots. And Oots, last man standing for this team, gonna have to try and play with his glue walls. But
There's
with
no
all
more.
of these players around, there's only one thing left to do. Buy time, but T69 out of this game, and Bob Loki leading with 10 eliminations this round.
That is insane. Still 8 more glue walls
Okay,
on
wait,
Blank.
wait.
TE sees this.
they might be the ones to shut this down, because we just finished a fight there, and Bop low-key are out in the open, so they're going to have to use a lot of glue walls to stabilize.
TE is going to try and find a high angle. So Novas gets brought back. Plenty of gold coins on the side of Bob low-key. I think TE Sports are not going to consider trying to intercept Bob low-key, so Bob low-key gets away for free.
Wow, they could have been punished there, but I guess Teranganu just playing safe.
Wow, Bob low-key is having such a good game. And I mean, it puts them north of the circle right now, which is clear if they want to go into it, but you got double binoculars that spots out individual members of Bob low-key.
Oh, man. This is crazy. Okay, Teranganu, nice little positioning here. They're nearby Vamos. Now, Vamos hasn't really been much of an issue for a lot of the teams. It's been quite difficult for Vamos to really look for those elims, but actually, wait a minute. They're going to change trajectory going towards... Is that who I think they're going to?
What are they heading towards?
Script shots, I think. They're fighting... Are they going towards script shots?
Elite is going to script shots.
Oh, boy.
Where's Toda? I think Toda might have gotten scanned out. I know Elite just revived the whole team.
Todak is in the... Wait, are they in the circle?
No, they're on the east of the circle.
They're just on the edge. Okay.
So we didn't talk too much about Gambit, but they are still in the game. They could end up sandwiching Bob low-key. Because they're coming from Foundation, which is north of the safe zone.
This is such a tense late game, because we're now starting to see 8 teams.
11 minutes.
11 minutes.
About to get too... The space will be too small for this much people.
Yeah. Elite is on the low ground. So they just have to be a little bit careful about being spotted out. They're also spread apart. There's only 2 players here. But low-key, oh, they're looking for script shots.
And there's a revival point there as well. They can even use it to bring back fallen teammates if needed. Couple of gold coins on top of the structures of the
Script
pillars.
shots are booking it. They're like, guys, no. They don't know it's script. They don't know it's Bob low-key, but they don't want to fight anybody.
I don't think you... I feel like you have to fight this. You don't get to make it out of this for free. Any further will put them out in the open. Vamos now against Todak, and Vamos just did not stand a single chance.
They lost Adam. He fell down.
So Vamos and Terengganu
Wait.
taking on Todak. Elite just flies by. Doesn't want to have anything to do with this. So Vamos gets wiped out.
So Todak taking away that kill lead for themselves. 11 eliminations, just 1 over Bop low-key, I believe. So these 2 teams, it's really a race between them unless somebody can shut them down. And with this high ground vision, this is so important for Todak because they're just going to snipe people from the low ground. Terengganu thought they could just launch themselves, but no, they can't! Sensei! Traps wings! That was filthy. That was filthy.
That is insane.
Oh.
So Bob low-key didn't get script shots, but they will get Gambit. KTP Gambit. It's going to be interesting because I don't remember seeing those 2 go up against each other. At least not now.
And
Not until
just
now.
going off of the map vision that we have as well, Elite are kind of split. Gambit, though, going to be invaded by Bob low-key. They've already lost I Miss Her GT. Brent's next one to go down. Litzy, though, has been caught out by Bob low-key. Blank is low. Echo's low as well. Is this finally the end for this team?
Could be Blank needs to heal up in time. Makes it. Makes the recovery. But it's only just him.
Their parade has finally ended.
Can he clutch this? Oh, he's getting shot by script
down.
shots.
Oh.
And Todak is also in front of them. Finally, it's Todak that puts them to rest. And now there's nothing that's going to stop Todak.
Really nothing? I think there might still be a chance for somebody
He's
to
down to
clip
21.
Todak's wings.
It's down to 21. If 21 drops here, it is game over. It's going to be a hat trick for Todak. Maybe script
boy.
shots. Maybe script shots will be that team.
It could be, because it's definitely not going to be Gambit. This team is being shot down and denied an opportunity to play this game. They bring back I Miss Her GT, but flying into a game this late with so many teams looking up at the sky, you'd be praying to even make it to the ground alive as they lose another player there for Gambit.
Yeah, you're not hiding, trying to ride on that spaceship-sized skateboard. It's too big. Bro, 21 against Todak, and 21 entering this battle with very low health and already on the defensive. So Todak, they're going to push the envelope. trying to get rid of the 21 members without having to expand too much as Aryan down. So Todak finding the lead already. Yasta also falls. Todak finding 2 for almost no effort.
Finding 2 for no effort. Gambit is gone. 21 down to Lucky, their final player who's all alone, who's thinking about trying to snipe into Todak. Has to heal himself though because this 5th circle is going to hurt Maraja.
Do it now, do it now!
Oh, thanks to Sleepy. Script Shots. Oh, the tag team by Script Shots in 21.
Maybe Script Shots is really the team. They got the whole squad still alive. They got some help from Elite and 21. So Todak, I believe, also crippled with
They're down
2 members left.
Yep, it's Wings and Sensei. That's all they have left.
Talk about a comeback, right? We essentially just wiped Script Shot out of the narrative, but now Script Shots has the whole team and only 2 elite members in front of them.
I mean, if there's a will, there's a way.
They're not out of it just yet.
They're not. So we'll have to see if Elite can play this as craftily as they can. As Kalahari try to go for the backline, but they just rush him down. Toby, I don't see this man being able to win a 1 versus 4. And that's going to be it. Script Shots takes the final booyah in round 8 today.
Sorry for everything I said about Script Shots. I think they have a great chance of making top 3 tomorrow.
If the momentum continues.
And then on a strong note, right? I mean, I wouldn't be complaining. I'll take every single W. But the pressure is definitely mounting, right? If you're in a spot that Script Shot is in, the win doesn't feel as sweet because you have such a long way to go and only 8 more rounds.
8 more rounds and you have so many teams that you need to shut down. Because remember, it doesn't matter how many points you score, you also have to consider the points that are going to be offset by your opponents.
I'll say biggest loser, 100% Homeboy's Conspiracy.
Yes.
So they got 2 rounds in a row where they got completely decimated. First by Todak in round 7, and then by KTP Gambits in round 8. But at least they got enough points to keep them in the upper echelon.
Yeah, well that was, like, again, that was something we sort of talked about earlier on, right? As long as you cement your lead, you can have a couple of dud rounds. But that's it. You can only have a couple. So I think now Homeboys, they're in the danger zone. They can still absolutely make top 3. It's just a matter of, can they fix their mistakes tomorrow? Because I think tomorrow is D-Day for some of these teams. It's D-Day for them to get their final round of points to solidify their place in the next stage of the competition. And for teams that don't think they're going to make it to the next stage, top 6. Top 6 is where it's at.
At least you walk away with some prize money.
Yeah.
Like, it's not much, but it's at least a piece of the pie. You're going to get a taste of that sweet, sweet cash. Again, top 3 is the goal. I think for Homeboys Conspiracy, they have exhausted a big chunk of their 9 lives. But either way, this Kalahari round, a lot more enjoyable, right? Teams are a lot more composed. They don't just aimlessly fight, thank goodness. And we get to see a lot more macro decisions from some of the teams that didn't get the chance to show them.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, one incredible day, Husky. We
Cannot believe it. Like all the teams that we wrote off proceeded to make the craziest of
fun of
comebacks.
us.
Yeah, we were like, well, I think about Loki, they're in last place, proceeds to give us 3 banger rounds, including a 30 bomb. And then we were like, yeah, I think Script Shots, they're out of this, they're out of the competition.
Look,
Drops the booyah at the end.
we work for statistics, okay? And statistically, they weren't meant to do well.
Yeah.
They proved us wrong. So when it comes to math, there's always going to be some kind of anomaly, you know? Something's possibly going to change. We don't know until it actually happens. And I'm glad these teams prove us wrong because it gives us hope going into tomorrow's matches. But I think it also is probably going to shake a couple of the other teams because they're going to look at these 2 teams. For example, Bop Loki, definitely, like a lot of eyes going to be paying attention to them. But Script Shots, this is not a team that you're just going to simply be able to hot drop anymore. They're not free points.
Yeah. Someone didn't wipe off the talcum powder when they took the photo. Look at you, Muse. There's a lot of powder on your hands. But I also saw a very nostalgic logo, Freedom Rumble. It's one of the few teams that popularized the run and gun strat. The mindless, I just fight you and we pray.
And we don't care about placement points.
Yeah, good old times, good old times.
Good times.
Maybe they were the one that really kind of brought to life the whole aggressive play. But I mean, good on them. They got a very balanced lineup. Double Tatsuyas,
Yeah.
Skylar, and also the A124. So it's pretty nice of them. I think at the end of the day, for script shots, they unfortunately were not able to make use of majority of the rounds today. So tomorrow is going to be a hell of a marathon for them. But for a team like Bob Lowkey, I am pleasantly surprised. And tomorrow it's gonna get slightly easier. You know, they don't have to work as hard as script shots. But can you imagine the comeback, the fairy tale we'll get if a team like Script Shot makes it through?
Is it possible?
I'm starting to dream.
Is this tonight's dream or tomorrow's dream?
I don't know, I got a dream tonight because tomorrow, if they don't make it, dreaming would not help at all. So I think I got a dream tonight, hopefully. Even the top weapons we see a lot more normal, thankfully.
Well, for tomorrow, I think there are definitely some expectations for some teams, and then for other teams, bigger expectations if they're going to try and make that comeback happen. But I don't know. Okay. Tomorrow, there are a couple of X factors. We've got the random map happening for map number 8. And then, of course, the expectations for certain teams to hit certain benchmarks, and other expectations for certain teams to shut down other teams so that they can make it to either top 6 or to top 3.
We know for a fact that by the end of today, Todak is in first place, and a very solid first place.
Yeah.
So they essentially locked in one out of the 3 slots into the challenge group stage. So second and third still open for business.
Okay, I'm gonna be the skeptic.
All
I
right.
don't think first place is locked in
Not yet.
yet. I would say if Todak can continue on this streak of theirs of just consistently getting points.
Maybe by
for-
round 3 or 4 tomorrow,
Yes, I think 3 or 4, if they can keep grabbing this number of points, they could probably flub the last 4 rounds and it would not matter.
They could call it a day, get an infraction, and still qualify.
Okay, not an infraction because I think that's a big drop of points.
Please don't do that. 'Cause
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
That's-
We've seen plenty of examples.
Yes.
Now I'm gonna conjure the strong standings, alright? So,
Oh, I want to
Work
see
with me,
this
work with
so
me, do it.
bad.
oh dang it. Right here.
pets.
Ah,
Get in
got the
there.
timing right, yes. So 26 for Todak, 24 for Script Shots,
Wow.
16 for Bob Lowkey. Not too bad, honestly.
Still good.
Still good.
Okay, so remember before this round, there was a 2-point, 4-point, and I think 11-point gap.
It's 2,
I think
4,
11
10, and 11. Something like that.
11 was for the benchmark of fourth place or fifth
Third place.
Third.
11
Oh,
is
yeah,
third.
third
11 is
place.
third place. So did Bob Lowkey do enough?
Not enough to take over Elite.
Not
Because Elite
yet.
got 10.
But they're getting really close.
They're dang close.
Single digit difference.
Wow. Jeez. Okay, this is getting really close. I'm loving this because it's a real race
Yeah.
for that third place.
But by the way, because tomorrow it won't be us, right? But if
No. Hey, we'll be watching.
we'll
so-
be watching. I mean, Gideon, Fasha, if you guys are not watching this,
Watch
Oh,
these
you
games.
got something
no,
coming
no, no,
your
wait,
way.
We're going to text them today. We'll be like, hey guys, can you watch the games? Because it was pretty intense.
we got something set up for them. Let's look at page 2. Vamos getting 9. You got Changranu 8.
Oh gosh, I don't want to look
And-
at last place. Oh no.
They're safe for now. They're safe. Don't worry. They're still
Okay, wait, are they safe?
for now. Yes.
What was the gap between Homeboys and Elite?
Was it less than 10 points? I actually don't remember.
Because if it was less
It's
than
within reach though. It's
because if it was less than 10 points, then Elite are in second.
time to find out overall standings.
Oh my gosh,
Up
let's
right
go.
now.
Oh,
So
2
pretty
points.
close.
2 points.
Pretty close. So 2 points difference.
Oh my gosh.
So it's 2 points between Homeboys and Elite, 2 points between Elite and Vamos, 3 points between Vamos and Bob Lowkey, and 2 points between Bob Lowkey and 21. That's just the first page.
That's so the gap between second and sixth is so small. It's 9 points.
We haven't even seen the second page, right? Like who knows? Maybe second page is also okay.
No,
the gap
no.
is it's a big gap. 22 points between 6th and 7th.
Is it safe to say that top 6 is soft locked?
Soft lock, yes.
Soft lock, I think makes
Yeah.
sense. Not hard locked. Maybe top 3 is getting close. Top 1 is almost mid lock.
Yeah, I think top 1 is mid lock, and then
Soft
second to
locked
6th
everything
is
else.
soft locked. And if tomorrow the front page teams continues their consistent performance today, they completely block out the second page teams.
Yeah, I think so.
I think by the first 3 rounds, we will find out.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Wow,
that
2 point of
leaderboard-
difference between 4 different spots. It's crazy.
No, it wasn't 2. It was 9, was it?
Well,
I think it was 9. Single
something
digit.
like- single digits.
digit.
let's take a look at tomorrow though.
Oh my gosh.
So again, we did say that we are gonna, run it back. So the remaining match from today would kind of spill into tomorrow. So we start with Alpine, Nextera, and then we do a third running back: Bermuda, Purgatory, Kalahari, Alpine, Nextera, and then we go for a random map. So tomorrow is a bit more special because we get double Alpines, double Nextera, and potentially the third time on one of the maps.
One Kalahari, and I know some teams are super happy about this. Fortunately, unfortunately, kind of depends.
Oh man.
Jeez.
Let's take a look at the leaderboards right now.
Look, we have to
'cause,
look at it again, okay?
Plenty of things. We got Todak Raja with 31 elims, followed by Luffy from Homeboys Conspiracy, followed by Wings, Kathizi in 4th, and Novax in 5th spot.
There is a pretty big damage difference. Like, I think it goes to show the difference in skill between these players, right? So, Todak, massive numbers. Wings in particular. I think
Yeah.
Wings really outdid himself today. 10 elims alone in 1 round. After that, providing supplementary fire for the team. Raja, 31 eliminations. Like, he's the one locking in those elims.
And if people are wondering why is Nova's damage stats so different from Kathizi, it's because he only really get to play the game for 4 rounds out of 8. I'm not complaining, right?
So, if we double the points, he's
It's
kind
almost
of
the
up
same,
there.
yeah. Because
Kind
like
of up there.
at the end of the day, you can do a lot of damage, but if you're not securing the points, it really doesn't matter much.
Exactly.
So he's getting effective points for his team, which I like. No complaints. What a day one it has been. We are setting the stage. Well, no, the teams have set the stage for themselves. So tomorrow we're gonna start at the same time once more. Final 8 rounds, and by the end of tomorrow, we will get our top 3 teams. And tomorrow we'll be watching from home. We're gonna get comfy because it will be Gideon Cute and Fasha Bunny. But either way, the action will resume. For now, it's the end of the day. We're gonna sign off, wishing you guys a very good night, and see you guys tomorrow for more Free Fire action and the top 3 teams advancing to Challenge Group stage. Bye bye.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Let the weak melt away! Killing spree! Cars easy, let's take the kill back! Prime time, baby!
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
the secrecy? What's behind that little smile that you're giving